Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became a ghost only Bakugo could see? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. From the moment Midoriya felt the bone of his forearm snap as he fell full weight on it, he knew he was doomed. By now, he was used to having his bones break all the time, ever since he welcomed one for all into his body, feeling its power course through his veins as easily and as often as it snapped his limbs like twigs. He grew accustomed to the pain and the discomfort. However, habit didn't make the pain any easier to handle, and he didn't manage to hold back a startled yelp at the same time the crack of his arms snapping filled the dark alley where he and Kaken had been cornered. "Stand up, idiot," Katsuki shouted, standing in front of Izuku in a way that could have been interpreted as protective, had this not been Katsuki and Izuku, and sparing the fallen boy a quick glimpse over his shoulder before turning his focus back towards the threat ahead of them. "He's closing in," Bakugo warned, even though he didn't have to. Izuku might have had his vision blinded by a white flash of pain when his arm broke, but he could dim and well see the man standing at the exit of the alley now, blocking their way out. This had been supposed to be a simple patrolling activity, designed by UA to help training heroes to learn the protocols and nuances of patrolling. There weren't supposed to be any real villains at the area, just a couple of robbers or small criminals that students could handle with ease. However, Class 1A seemed to have a special, and very much cursed, talent for making villains show up in places where there should be none. They should have all seen it coming, if Izuku was being honest with himself. A bit of pessimism wouldn't go amiss in these types of preparation. He wished he could say it was fate who planned for him and Katsuki to be paired up and go on the first patrol round together, but it had been none other than Aizawa-sensei. According to the teacher, this patrolling exercise was to be seen as a very profitable opportunity for both Midoriya and Bakugo to bond with each other, or finally sort their sheet out, as Kirishima put in a less elegant manner. Ever since their fatidic fight which resulted in house incarceration for both of them, Izuku and Katsuki hadn't actually spoken to each other more than they already did before, but they hadn't not spoken either. It was a complicated matter related to a complicated relationship that went a lifetime back, and that certainly would not be simply solved by a talk with all might and a simple week. Aizawa-sensei seemed to be aware of that, Izuku was aware of that, Katsuki was definitely aware of that. But part of being a pro hero is being able to cooperate with your partners, even if they're not from the same agency, and if Izuku and Katsuki ever wanted to get anywhere near becoming number one, they would have to learn how to deal and work with each other. Izuku definitely could see where Aizawa-sensei was coming from when he paired him up with Kaken. It didn't mean his arm hurt any less from being shoved to the floor by his alleged partner. No. "Oi, shithead," Katsuki called again when Izuku failed to respond. He had his arms stretched out beside his body in a position that was at the same time defensive and offensive. The man standing at the exit of the alley seemed unbothered by this display. "Who do you think you are to ignore what I'm effing saying?" "I'm not ignoring you," Izuku said through gritted teeth, taking a deep breath past the pain which was still pulsing like a hellish fire through his injured arm. Clutching the limb close to his chest and taking a series of deep breaths, he got back to his trembling feet and stood beside Katsuki, hating that he was being forced to hunch forward in order to bear the pain. To his left, Katsuki seemed unaware of the fact that he had just broken Izuku's arm by shoving him out of the way in an attempt to prevent them both from getting hit by one of the villain's energy beams. "Sure, seems like it, Deku," Bakugo snarled, scoffing at Izuku's shaking form and spitting the nickname with venom in his tone. He sounded more set off than usual, but Izuku opted to ignore that. "Stop hugging yourself and tell me what that guy's quirk is," he ordered, his tone leaving no place for a discussion. Izuku turned his head towards him with an exasperated expression. "How should I know? I'm not a mind reader," he protested nervously. "You're the one who dodged his attack. You tell me what his quirk is," he added, sounding braver than he actually felt. Had this interaction taken place a year before, he would have cowered back beneath Katsuki's intense, death-bearing glare and quite possibly apologized for his harsh words. Now, all he did was glare back, defiance etched in his features even though he was trembling from head to toe with pain. "What's the point of your stupid notebooks then, if you can't even tell what that a-hole's quirk is?" Katsuki argued, and honestly, it was so half-hearted it ended up sounding like he spat the words only for the sake of arguing. "You know what, forget it. Leave it to me, Yuji," he huffed under his breath, clicking his tongue with disdain at Izuku and focusing his attention back on the villain, who hadn't moved from his spot at the exit of the alley. "You think this is a test?" Izuku asked hesitantly, the words sounding uncertain to his own ears. "Maybe he was sent by Aizawa-sensei?" he tried to argue, but Katsuki was quick to interrupt him. "Only if Aizawa-sensei finally got sick of your tiring nerd bullshit and decided to give you a quick, pointless ending at the back of a dirty alleyway," he scoffed, annoyed. "That guy there was aiming to kill. You used to know better than that, Deku," he added, which for some reason upset Izuku more than any of Katsuki's previous malicious comments. Sorry, he apologized, not because Bakugo was being mean but because he was right. He wasn't thinking straight, and the pain in his arm was probably the major contributor to that. Possibly noticing for the first time something wasn't quite right with Izuku, given the boy's ludicrous and uncharacteristic suggestion, Katsuki finally turned his head in order to stare him for a bit longer, truly looking at him this time, instead of simply glancing. After a few seconds of assessment that felt way more NTMT than they should, Katsuki finally spoke up. "If you can't help, then don't," he said harshly, but Izuku could tell there was something in his eyes that strayed from annoyance or defiance. It almost sounded like Katsuki was trying to be responsible rather than just put him down for once. "Stay back and let me handle this. I've got it," he said the words of reassurance in a dry tone. "Kaken?" Izuku tried to protest, but Katsuki pushed the boy back behind himself before he could continue, a bit too roughly. "Shut the F up, shitty Deku," he scowled, going back to sounding like his usual self, as if the rare moment of level-headedness had been nothing but a slip. "Bad enough you got yourself injured before the fight even started," he accused, taking a step away from Izuku and towards the villain. As Izuku blinked in surprise at the words, Katsuki gained his distance, approaching the villain faster than the boy's pain-addled mind could comprehend. "You're the one who broke my arm," Izuku accused back, but Katsuki paid him no mind, halfway across the alley already. "Kaken! Wait!" he shouted after his friend, following him close while still clutching the injured arm to his chest. Katsuki paid him no mind and continued forwards, where the villain remained impassive and unmoving. "Move!" Katsuki growled angrily at the villain blocking their way, standing mere feet away from the masked man. "Or I'll move you," he added with a dangerous smirk, igniting some explosions at the palm of his right hand as if to make a point. Midoriya caught up with Katsuki and stood beside him, staring at the villain with apprehension in his eyes. "When I was told I would be facing training heroes tonight, I expected something," the villain said in a scornful tone, eyeing Katsuki and Izuku from head to toe. "Grander," he concluded with something akin to disappointment in his voice. Izuku's heart froze and he didn't even have to look at Katsuki to know this wasn't going to end well. Katsuki growled with indignation, already starting to fume. Izuku let go of his injured arm and closed his good hand into a fist at his side, already allowing one for all to flow through his body in anticipation. It was obvious that a confrontation was about to ensue. "Kaken," Izuku said with a warning in his voice, never removing his eyes from the villain. "I'll show you something grand, you bastard," Katsuki shouted right before sucker-punching the villain, explosions erupting from his hands and sending them both flying back. Izuku raised his good arm to protect his face from the blast, being shoved back by the sudden air dislocation caused by the explosion. Thankfully, he didn't fall back or lose balance, which enabled him to jump at the villain right before he managed to retaliate Katsuki's blow. Hitting the man's face with a well-given kick, which had been perfected thanks to his shoot style, Midoriya fell back to the floor at the same time Katsuki launched himself towards the villain, a loud cry of "Die!" echoing through the alleyway as he struck the man with a series of explosions. The villain was busy enough with Katsuki's powerful blows to focus on Izuku, who took the distraction to head towards the exit of the alley. He would never, in a million years, leave Kaken behind or turn his back to a fight, but he needed to see if Aizawa-sensei or anyone with a higher rank than them in UA were around. Much to his dismay, there was no one to be seen on the street, which made him recur to the communication device he and Katsuki had been provided with right before they left for their round. "Does anyone copy?" Izuku shouted frantically into his communicator, over the loud sound of Katsuki's explosions and screams of "Die! Aizawa-sensei! We are under attack. There's a villain here. Do you Kaken, watch out." He cut himself off as he saw the villain was about to use one of his energy beams to hit Katsuki. Neither of them knew what the energy beam did. It looked like Aoyama's naval laser, but it emerged from his hands and was tinged in a red hue. Izuku figured it was better for them not to find out. His reflexes reacted faster than his mind, and Izuku grabbed the lid of a nearby trash can, sending it flying towards Katsuki and managing to make the metal serve as a shield right before the villain's energy beam hit the boy in the stomach. The villain seemed surprised by this, whereas Katsuki only looked offended. "You think I didn't see that coming?" he shouted angrily at Izuku at the same time he aimed another well-pointed explosion towards the villain. "I told you not to get in the way, shitty nerd." He dodged one of the villain's blows. "We need to work together," Izuku pointed out, stepping back into the fight even though his broken arm was hanging limply beside him. "That's the whole point of this exercise, isn't it?" He gave Katsuki an almost pleading look, to which the boy responded with an unreadable expression in his angry eyes. "This ain't an exercise, kiddo," the villain said with a smirk, dodging Katsuki's attack with grace and attempting to retaliate to it. The boy jumped back before the villain's hands could grab him. "I have orders to kill," he smirked, right before attempting to attack Katsuki again. "Who sent you?" Izuku asked at the same time he propelled himself forwards with one for all, hitting the villain on the stomach with a powerful kick and launching him towards Katsuki, who, predicting Izuku's movements, made an elaborate maneuver across the air and finally knocked the villain down with a precise explosion. The man fell to the floor on his stomach, battered, and as he weakly attempted to get back to his feet, Katsuki simply placed a foot on his back, pushing him back towards the floor and pinning him there. "Was that grand enough for you?" Katsuki asked with scorn, scoffing. The villain writhed pathetically as he attempted and failed to move. "Who sent you?" Midoriya insisted, stepping closer to the fallen villain and panting slightly. He wouldn't dare to say it out loud lest he increase Katsuki's anger, but he was quite proud that their synchronized attack had actually worked. All Might was right. If they worked together, they could become the best heroes in Japan. "Why are you attacking UA students in training?" "You're with the League, aren't you?" Katsuki asked, scowling with disdain and pressing his foot down harder on the man's back. "You guys are all about boasting, not as much about accomplishing your goals." "That Shigaraki sent you after me again?" He raised an eyebrow. "No," the villain said, but much to Izuku's confusion there was actually humor in his voice. "But I'm sure he'll thank me for finally getting rid of your annoying butt," he added. Everything happened at once. Thanks to the enhanced perception one for all granted him, Izuku was able to read the villain's intentions before they happened. Time slowed down around him as the man raised his hand and reached for Katsuki's leg. Izuku could tell Katsuki had captured the movement as well, but the explosive boy's reaction to it was slow, too slow. The villain's hand was glowing. He was about to grab Katsuki. There was no telling what he would do. Katsuki wouldn't be able to dodge or stop him in time. "Kaken!" Izuku screamed as he used his power to launch himself towards his friend, pushing him away from the villain before he managed to grab the boy's leg. He enclosed his good arm around Katsuki's waist as he used the momentum from his jump to push them both away from the villain's grasp, flying midair. Before they hit the ground, something hot and painful hit Izuku's back, burning him so intensely he couldn't help but to cry out. Katsuki collided with the brick wall behind them harshly, knocking his skull with such force he blacked out. Izuku should have controlled the intensity of his jump better, but in his rush to get Katsuki out of the way, he ended up overdoing himself. When Katsuki regained his senses, God knows how long later, Izuku was lying on the top of him, face buried in his chest and not moving. Katsuki groaned in discomfort and took a hand to the back of his head, not surprised when it came back covered in fresh blood. There was a constant throbbing in his temples now, his vision blurry and swimming. He felt a bit nauseous, but swallowed past the lump in his throat as he tried to move. Izuku's deadweight was pinning him down, but Katsuki didn't need to move much to notice that the villain was gone, the alley empty of anyone other than himself and Midoriya, who still wasn't moving. "Hey," Katsuki called with annoyance, shaking one of Izuku's shoulders in the hope that he would wake up and get the hell off him for once. "Wake up, shitty nerd. Nap time is over." No response. Izuku continued to lie very still, body splayed on the top of Katsuki's, pinning him down. His arms were spread limply beside him. "What the F are you doing, Deku?" Katsuki asked, shaking him again. The annoyance in his voice was growing with each passing second. "Get the F off. I might still be able to catch him." He tried to push the boy away and free himself. Izuku simply rolled limply to the side when Katsuki pushed him, limbs splayed in an unnatural manner on the floor and head lolling uselessly to the side once he was off Katsuki. It was only then that it dawned on him. Deku's eyes were open. His face was slack, stuck in a ridiculous expression that was a mixture of pain and surprise, lips parted slightly and eyes half-lidded. Beneath the lids, Katsuki found a familiar green which lacked its even more familiar liveliness. No, Deku's eyes were cold and empty, deprived of its usual spark and emotion. Deku's eyes were dead. "Deku?" Katsuki said, voice hoarse and barely above a whisper. He was aware that his eyes were very wide, and that his face had probably been overtaken by a horrified expression. His hands hovered above Izuku's body, mere inches from touching it but never actually making contact, as if he was afraid of what would happen if he did. On the floor, Deku continued to stare at nothing with parted lips and dead eyes. "This is not the time for jokes, you idiot," Katsuki said, suddenly angry. In fact, anger seemed to be his first response to everything. "Stop fooling around. You're wasting my time," he added, hoping that the reality of the situation would make Deku quit playing games already and get back on his feet. There was a chance they could still catch the villain and figure out what his quirk was. There was a chance. Oh god. Deku had gotten hit by the villain's quirk, hadn't he? He had pushed Katsuki out of the way and got hit himself. God fingdmn it. "Deku, wake the F up," Katsuki ordered, grabbing the front of Izuku's ridiculous uniform and shaking the boy. The way Izuku's head simply lolled lifelessly in accord to Katsuki's jolting movements was sickening, to say the least. "I'm serious, you a-hole. Get up. Wake up. Come on." He slapped a hand at the unmoving boy's cheek, in the hope that it would urge some life into him or at least snap him out of his shock. Deku always responded to his aggressions, even if it was to needlessly apologize. "Wake up," Katsuki ordered, getting angrier by the second. His hands tightened into fists and he wished to beat the bloody life out of Deku, because he couldn't be dead. There was no way in hell Deku was dead. Not like that. Not after all the trouble he went through to achieve and nurture his quirk. Not like that. "You goddamn piece of shit, wake the hell up," he found himself shouting at Deku's face, never ceasing to shake him. He grabbed Deku's shoulders and squeezed tight, aiming to hurt, aiming to make him react in some way. Anyway, he jolted the boy again, making his limp head rattle. "Is this what you're gonna do, huh?" Katsuki yelled angrily at the boy in his grasp. "Is this how you're gonna go? You gonna let yourself be taken down by some D-lister? Is this the heir to All Might's power?" he accused angrily, not caring that someone could be hearing. There was no one around. They were alone. He was alone. Deku was dead. "Is this what you wanted?" Katsuki abruptly let go of Izuku's body, making it fall back and collide heavily with the floor. His eyes were still open. His green eyes. "Are you happy now? I bet you're having a laugh right now, huh?" he sniffed. There were tears pooling in his eyes, but Katsuki knew better than to let them flow. There was no reason to. He didn't even like stupid Deku in the first place, right? There was no point in crying for him. The nerd got what was coming for him, what Katsuki always warned him about. Good. He was dead. Because of him. He felt nauseous. He felt sick. He probably had a concussion, which he convinced himself to be the reason behind his growing tears. Because there was no way he was crying because of Deku. Not Deku. Anyone but Deku. He wasn't crying. You goddamn idiot. Katsuki shook his head, voice breaking. Furious at the irrational display of weakness, he grabbed Deku by the shoulders again, having to control himself not to let explosions erupt from his hands in his emotive state. You goddamn idiot. Why did you have to do that for, huh? Why did you have to play the martyr like you always do, Thing Deku? You effing piece of shit, I hate you, he screamed at Izuku's pale, slack face. I hate you. You effing moron, I hate you. I told you to stay the F back, I told you I had it. Why did you have to go and do that for, huh? I don't effing need you to save me. Stupid piece of shit. He shoved Izuku away from him, not bothering to look at the probably gruesome result of his harsh shove. Katsuki didn't think he would be able to bear seeing Deku's body splayed all twisted and askew on the floor like he was a doll. Like he was a Deku. Instead, he buried his face between his knees and shoved both hands at his hair, tugging and pulling at the strands at full strength at the same time he ignored the blood coating his fingers. He had hit his head. He had a concussion. There was a chance, albeit small, that he was just hallucinating this whole thing, that Deku was playing a sick prank on him, that this whole situation was just a bad dream resulting from that sicko's quirk. He tried to regain his composure and squeezed his eyes shut for several moments, calming himself down. When he opened his eyes, it would all be gone, right? He just needed to think. He just needed. He opened his eyes, slowly turning his head to the side. Deku was lying still on the floor in the same position Katsuki had shoved him, on his side, arms stretched in front of him, legs twisted. Lips parted. Eyes open. Face pale. Katsuki stared at Izuku's dead body, who seemed to be staring right back at him. Katsuki stared. Katsuki stared. Katsuki gagged. He turned as far away from Izuku and spilled the contents of his stomach on the floor, feeling dizzy and sick. He couldn't tell if his nausea had been caused by his concussion or by the sight of a dead Izuku in front of him. Because of him. As much as he had always hated the nerd, he had never really wanted him to die. Not because of him, at least. He crawled his way back to Deku's side, sitting cross-legged beside him and staring. His surroundings began to lose color and he was pretty sure he could feel the blood trickling down his neck and his back, from the injury on his head. That probably explained why he felt so dizzy, so lightheaded, so groundless, so lost. He passed out at some point, never leaving Izuku's side. He vaguely remembered the sound of a girl screaming and of orders being shouted, but by the time Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, and Aizawa-sensei arrived at the scene, Katsuki was too far gone to pay them any mind. Bakugo, the half-and-half BSE, appeared in front of him, crouched so that he was directly in Katsuki's field of vision. He was still sitting cross-legged beside Deku, since the little sheet was refusing to wake up. Katsuki, in his concussion-addled head, figured he would just have to sit beside the stupid nerd until he decided nap time was over. Bakugo, are you with me? Todoroki frowned, actually looking concerned. Deku-kun. Deku-kun, round face was screaming and sobbing from somewhere. Katsuki didn't really mind her. He's unresponsive, Todoroki told someone behind Katsuki, not looking at him. He must have a pretty bad concussion, if the amount of blood is anything to go by. Suddenly, Aizawa-sensei appeared beside Todoroki, the impassive look on his face replaced by something more somber that Katsuki couldn't quite name. He assessed his student for a few silent moments before finally addressing him. What happened? He asked simply. Briefly. Katsuki simply stared at him. We need to take him back, sensei. Uraraka sobbed loudly. Recovery girl is back there. She can fix him. We need to move Deku-kun. Sensei, I agree, Ida said, even though the grief on his face was evident. There may still be a chance, however small, that recovery girl. Don't talk like that, Ida-kun, Uraraka protested desperately. She can fix Deku-kun. I know she can. Stop it, Katsuki muttered, so low and so hoarsely that no one seemed to hear him. No one touches Midoriya until she arrives. I have already contacted her, Aizawa-sensei instructed, gesturing at the way Izuku's body was lying all twisted and askew on the floor. His spine could be broken and we wouldn't want to aggravate it by moving him in the wrong way. Some things, not even recovery girl can fix. All those people were bigger idiots than Katsuki first thought. But sensei, the longer we take to move Deku-kun, Uraraka tried to protest. Stop, Katsuki said, firmer this time. Half and Half seemed to hear him this time, but simply spared him an enigmatic look before turning to Uraraka. He seemed to be avoiding looking at Izuku's twisted body ever since he arrived, now that Katsuki thought about it. She's right, I could try to slide him over there using my ice, Half and Half suggested. The longer we stay here waiting, less are the chances he'll. Not you too, Todoroki-kun. Uraraka cut him short before he could resume that thought. We need to believe in Deku-kun. If anyone can get out of impossible situations, it's him. I know he'll make it. That means he can do it. If he stop it already, round face, Katsuki exploded, startling everyone around him. Uraraka turned to face him with wide, shocked eyes, as if she was noticing his presence there for the first time. Bakugo, Aizawa-sensei said, a warning in his tone. He reached out a hand to touch Katsuki's shoulder, but the boy flinched away from the contact. Don't. He shook his head, ignoring how dizzy the movement made him. Bakugo-kun, Uraraka said, tear tracks evident on her red cheeks. She stared at Katsuki with the utmost confusion. I don't. Stop it. Don't call him that, Katsuki said simply, offering no further explanation. Just effing you don't, he scoffed bitterly, lowering his head. He swallowed dry, the disgusting taste of bile lingering on his tongue. He was getting dizzier and dizzier with each breath he took, reality feeling detached. I thought. Uraraka trailed off, unsure of what to say. Katsuki's eyes were starting to droop and, from the look of him, it didn't seem like he would be able to stay awake for much longer, if the gruesome state of his head was anything to go by. He didn't break his spine, Katsuki announced simply, not meeting anyone's eyes. He didn't think he could if he wanted to. You can move him. Not that it'll be of much use, anyway, he scoffed. Bakugo, Aizawa-sensei called again, sounding more serious now that his student had finally broke out of whatever trance had been preventing him from speaking moments before. What happened? Katsuki's head snapped up painfully at his teacher's tone, anger, frustration and grief evident in his hazy crimson eyes. His face was paler than usual, but there was still an undying fierceness in him that didn't seem to be leaving him anytime soon. He called you and you didn't come, he accused childishly. That's what happened. Everyone stared at him. The blood running down his neck and the way his eyes didn't seem to be able to focus on anything only made the scene worse. He's a fucking moron with no self-preservation whatsoever, he added bitterly. That's what happened. Todoroki turned his head to the side and sighed, and Katsuki couldn't tell if that was because he agreed with what he was saying or because he simply didn't want to have to deal with Katsuki when he was like that. Aizawa-sensei kept his eyes fixed on the explosive boy. I was here, he added finally, a lump appearing in his throat. And the guy was going for me. That's what happened. Nobody said a word. If Ida, the brave soul, was the one to finally break the almost tangible silence in the air, nervous. If Bakugo is right and his spine isn't broken, we should move him, he suggested finally. Aizawa, eyes fixed on Bakugo, simply nodded. Ochako, use your quirk to make Midoriya float. Todoroki, you guide him to the medical area, he instructed simply, not looking at any of them as he spoke. His eyes were fixed on Katsuki and Katsuki alone. Katsuki, on the other hand, had his attention fixed on Izuku, and on the way his limp body began to float and the half-and-half Beathu urged him towards the street, head turned away so that he wouldn't have to face the unmoving boy and an alien look on his face making his brow twist. Something angry and irrational boiled inside Katsuki and before he knew better, he was on his feet, swaying dizzily and pathetically as he tried to adapt to the blood loss and failed. Oi, half-and-half, he called after Todoroki, who spared him an unreadable look. Katsuki was hardly able to stay on his feet and he knew he was about to collapse any minute now, but he still pointed an accusing finger at Todoroki and gave him the nastier glare he could muster. If you hurt Deku, I'll kill you. Katsuki was too out of it to notice the confused, pitying looks Uraraka and Ida sent him. None of them had the heart to correct him or judge him for his words, since he was clearly affected by blood loss and by whatever it was he had witnessed in that alley. Todoroki simply nodded his head in acknowledgement to Katsuki's words before resuming his task of taking Izuku to the medical area. And then Katsuki collapsed. Aizawa-sensei managed to grab him before he could hit the floor, passing one of Katsuki's arms around his shoulder and sustaining his weight into an upright position. Katsuki wanted to protest, but found he lacked the strength to. Everything around him was gray and swimming, and his tired eyes could no longer focus on anything. He felt a twist of embarrassment as his bloodied head lolled onto Aizawa-sensei's shoulder, but his limbs felt like lead and his tongue felt like cotton. He wouldn't be able to deny his sensei's help, even if he could speak. Black and white spots danced in front of his vision, and he vaguely wondered how much blood he had lost. And then, "Oh my God, Kaken. Are you okay? Kaken, what happened to you?" There was only one person in the world who called him that. Katsuki's droopy eyes widened slightly in shock, and he used the last of his strength to turn his head around towards the source of that familiar voice. But just as his eyes connected with freckled cheeks and green, worried, lively eyes, his consciousness finally escaped him and he collapsed onto Aizawa-sensei's arms as his knees gave out. When Katsuki woke up, he didn't remember what had happened to him. There was some sort of bandage enveloping his head and a constant, dull throbbing making it hard for him to focus on his surroundings, and when he finally dared to blink his eyes open, the bright light sent a stab of pain across his skull. He hissed loudly, squeezing his lids shut and grinding his teeth. God, he hated concussions. He didn't remember how he had gotten himself concussed, though, which was why he attempted to open his eyes again. Knowing what to expect this time, the pain wasn't so unbearable. He blinked his crimson eyes several times until they finally regained focus, and found himself staring up at the unmistakable ceiling of Recovery Girl's medical center. "Kaken?" a hesitant voice called from somewhere beside him. Katsuki felt annoyance blossom in his chest but turned his head towards the nerd, already putting on a scowl. Deku's face lit up in relief once Katsuki's eyes focused on him, sighing and allowing his shoulders to drop. "Oh, you're awake again," he breathed out, a shy smile appearing on his lips. He looked pale. "What do you mean, again?" Katsuki growled, voice hoarse and throat aching. He shifted on the bed with difficulty, pushing himself into a more seating position. Izuku looked like he wanted to help him, but changed his mind before he could. My throat is sore. Is there any water around, nerd?" He glared at Deku, who looked away with an embarrassed expression. "How are you feeling?" Izuku asked instead of answering Katsuki's question. He didn't meet his eyes as he spoke. Shitty and thirsty, Katsuki spat out simply, already feeling grumpy and annoyed. The throbbing headache he was being forced to deal with wasn't exactly helping with his already sour mood. "You gonna grab me that water or what?" he asked in an angry tone, because he was physically incapable of saying things like, "please," and "thank you" to Deku, of all people. However, his venomous request only made Izuku blush and turn his head further away, some color finding its way to his deathly pale face. Katsuki didn't like that. The whiter Deku's face looked, the more his ridiculous freckles stood out. "Kaken," Izuku found the courage to start, but was interrupted by the door of the room opening. Katsuki had been expecting to see Recovery Girl coming in, but the sight of his parents making their way to his bed placed a frown on his face and sent a twist to his heart. They wouldn't have come unless something serious had happened. "Katsuki," his mother greeted, running a hand through his hair and staring down at him with a grim face. His father took the empty seat beside the bed and grabbed one of his hands, giving him an almost apologetic look. Katsuki frowned in confusion. "What are you two doing here?" he asked, sounding a bit more aggressive than he had intended. His mother looked like she wanted to slap him for his insolence, whereas his father simply squeezed his hand. "How are you feeling, son?" he asked, offering Katsuki a smile so fake that something dreadful gnawed at the explosive boy's insides. What the hell was going on? Shitty and thirsty, he repeated the same thing he had told Deku, sparing the boy a pointed glare that read, "See? Maybe they'll do something about it, unlike you, shitty nerd." Deku continued to eye him with a pale face and attentive eyes from where he was standing right beside Katsuki's mom, unusually silent. I'll grab you some water, his mom announced simply, turning on her heels and disappearing from Katsuki's vision. His father sighed audibly and lowered his head, looking conflicted. The sight made a renewed sense of anger and impatience sparkle inside him. Okay, what the hell is going on? He asked when his father gave no indication he was about to speak up. And seriously, don't sugarcoat me. You know I can handle it, whatever this is, he added matter-of-factly. He looked at where Deku was still standing behind his father, searching the nerd's face for any indication of what was wrong, but the boy continued to look at him in silence, face full of sharp attention. His father stared up at him with that annoyingly apologetic expression again. What do you remember from yesterday, son? His father asked, cautious. Katsuki sighed and rolled his eyes, but he put a special effort on remembering what he could. I went out patrolling with shitty Deku, he said after a few seconds of concentration, pointing Deku with a glare. We found a villain or something. I'm guessing I must have hit my head fighting him, because that's all I can remember. It was probably Deku's fault, he snarled at the boy. His father frowned and looked over his shoulder at where Katsuki was staring, a concerned look on his face. He was probably worried Katsuki had hurt Deku's feelings or some crap. Deku, on the other hand, looked unbothered by the accusation. Katsuki, his father started at the same time his mother entered the room again, a cup of room-temperature water in hands. She handed it over to her son without a word, staring at him as he took a sip. Katsuki twisted his nose. It's warm, he complained, staring down at the cup as if it had personally offended him. The water did soothe his raspy throat, but he would rather have it cold. It's room temperature, his mom corrected with impatience, crossing her arms above her chest. Now shut up and drink it. You said you were thirsty. Cold water will only damage your throat further. Fine, whatever, he mumbled with annoyance, downing the rest of the water. His father sighed and used the interruption to recompose himself. Once Katsuki was done with the water, he handed the glass back to his mother, who took it silently. So, he urged when neither of his parents gave any indication of telling him what had happened. You gonna spit it out or what? His father spared his mother a knowing glance and turned back to him with another sigh, never letting go of his hand. So, we're really sorry, his father said, in that teary-eyed, wobbly way Katsuki most certainly didn't inherit from him, thank F-. But your friend, Izuku he hesitated for a moment, as if trying to find the right words for that situation. Katsuki frowned. He's gone, son, he concluded, giving Katsuki's hand a squeeze. Behind him, his mother stood, face almost as impassive as ever. Katsuki could do nothing but blink up at them for moments that feel like an eternity, eyes darting between both his parents in obvious confusion, disbelief, and, more than anything, indignation. He had never been a big fan of being made fun of. What the F are you two talking about? He asked, sounding angry but not as aggressive as he would have liked to. The demon nerd is standing right beside you. He pointed at where Deku was standing beside his mother, looking even more pale, if that was even possible. His parents exchanged a worried look, which sent a renewed wave of fury across Katsuki. What? They thought they knew better than him. They thought he was crazy? Why the F did they have that pitying look on their faces? They can't see me, Kaken, Deku said simply, almost apologetically. So far, I think you're the only one who can. We understand this is difficult for you, his father continued, overlapping Deku's apology without paying any mind to the boy. Katsuki's frown deepened. We also know your relationship with Izuku hasn't been on the best of terms, but he's gone, son. He was brain dead when he arrived here. The only reason why they didn't shut off the life support is Inko and All Might didn't allow it, his mom concluded when his father trailed off. She looked sad, but her expression was angrier than anything. They refused to give up hope, but to all effects, the kid is gone, she stated simply. Truthfully. Okay, whatever this is, you gotta cut this sheet right now, Katsuki scoffed impatiently, pointing at Deku again. If Deku is dead, how is he standing right there? I'm not a FING basket case, I know what I'm seeing, he added, ignoring the jolt of fear that coursed through his heart at the possibility that he was actually starting to lose it and that Deku was actually dead. Son, like I said, we know this is hard, his father said again, ever the compassionate, comprehensive man. You hit your head pretty badly, you witnessed the whole thing firsthand. We understand. You can take all the time you want to recover. Aizawa-sensei told us that you won't be punished for not attending classes until you're better. But the worst course of action you could take right now is denial, he said condescendingly. Katsuki fumed at this. It's not denial, he's right there, he shouted angrily, but his mother interrupted him before he could have a full-on angry breakdown that was very usual to the Bakugo family. Look kid, we get it. You treated Midoriya like shit and now he died to save your butt. It's an awful situation, you must be feeling like crap and all that. But pretending it didn't happen won't help anyone, especially not you, she said with honesty, in that crude way that was so natural to her. The fastest you accept what happened, the fastest you can move on. What the F, do you mean he died to save me, old hag? Katsuki asked, indignity evident in his tone. I don't need to be saved by that piece of shit. He pointed an accusing finger at Izuku, who took a careful step closer to the bed. Deku, can you talk to them already? Why can't they if I see you? I don't know, Izuku said in that wobbly way Katsuki loathed so much. His lower lip was quivering nervously. Behind Izuku's approaching form, Katsuki's parents exchanged another look, as if trying to decide whether their son had lost his mind or not. But, Kaken, you need to calm down or you'll make your concussion worse? Don't tell me what to do, nerd. Katsuki protested angrily, shoving the blankets off his legs and throwing them off the bed, ready to stand up, march his way down to Deku, and see for himself whether he was actually dead or not. Katsuki, you need to stay in bed, his father shouted in alarm, trying, and failing, to hold his son back. Katsuki got to his trembling feet and swayed for a second before regaining his composure and resuming his march out of the room. Kaken, Deku called after him in that exasperated tone of voice that got to Katsuki's nerves every time. You're going to hurt yourself. Can you just listen to me for once? Shut the F up, Deku, Katsuki said over his shoulder, never ceasing his march. Katsuki, get back here right now, his father tried to grab him, but his mother stopped him with a warning hand. No, don't. Let him see it for himself, she advised, eyeing her son with a stern look. Maybe it'll help him wake up and face reality at once. Where is he? Katsuki demanded with a growl, to which his mother rolled her eyes. Third room to your left, she provided simply, earning a distraught look from her husband. And brat, she added before Katsuki could resume his march. He looked at her over his shoulder, ignoring the way the movement made his head sting. We all know you're strong, but don't let this take you down. Katsuki didn't bother to reply as he continued his march to Deku's room and shoved the doors open without knocking. The first thing he saw was the hunched, sobbing figure of Izuku's mother beside the bed, and the way her head snapped up abruptly at Katsuki's sudden intrusion. Behind her, All Might stood in his puny form, the grieving look on his face making his sulky cheeks look even more sunken. Then, on the bed, lied Izuku, covered in all sorts of wires. A tube shoved in his mouth. His scarred hand covered in bruises. His left arm enveloped in a cast. Face pale. Disheveled. Unmoving. A spark of memory appeared in Katsuki's head, of half-lidded green eyes and parted lips and death. He shuddered. Young Bakugo, All Might said sternly. Shouldn't you be in bed? Instead of responding, Katsuki took a tentative step towards the bed, horror etched on his face. Turning his head to the side, he found Deku standing right beside him, a similar look on his own face. How could it be that Deku was lying unmoving on the bed and standing beside Katsuki at the same time? Maybe he was, in fact, losing his mind. I hadn't seen it yet, Izuku whispered quietly beside him, eyes wide and teary. He looked worried. What? Katsuki asked, frowning. Why hadn't Deku tried to see his own body before this? I said, shouldn't you be in bed? All Might repeated, assuming Katsuki's question had been directed to him. You're not looking well, young man. You should rest and regain your energy to recover. No, not you. Katsuki waved a very impolite, dismissive hand at the man, eyes focused on Deku standing beside him. Why didn't you come here before? I tried, Izuku admitted, stepping closer to the bed and looking like he wanted to grab his own hand, but was afraid to do so. But every time I tried to leave your side, I got pulled back. Like a magnet, he whispered, awe etched on his face. That doesn't make any fing sense, Katsuki scoffed. Why me? Why can't anyone else see you? I don't know, Izuku admitted quietly. Maybe it was because you were the only other person there when I was hit, he suggested half-heartedly. Young Bakugo, All Might called, concern evident in his features. Inko was also staring at Katsuki as if he had grown a second head. Who are you talking to? He asked, cautious. Katsuki huffed through his nose. To Fing Deku, he explained, trying his best to sound certain, instead of delusional. He's standing right beside me. Inko startled, green eyes widening and lips quivering in a very Midoriya-like way. All Might placed a hand on her shoulder to ground her. You can see him? But where is my baby? Mom. Izuku stepped in front of his mother, tears already pooling on his big, expressive eyes. He crouched in front of her, placing each hand on her knees affectionately. Mom, I'm right here, he said pleadingly as if begging her to see him. He's crouching in front of you, Katsuki informed coldly, watching the scene in front of him with impassive eyes. The sight of Deku's dead body on the bed was still unsettling, even if he was still breathing with the aid of the life support. Inko blindly reached for her invisible son, her hand running right through him. Izuku was as intangible as Mirio and as invisible as Hagakure. The only one who could see him was Katsuki. Your hand just ran through him, Katsuki announced in a flat tone, making Inko withdraw her hand from where it was stretched as if it had been burned, a horrified look on her face. Izuku, did I hurt you? She asked. Frantically, eyes darting across the empty space in front of her in a desperate, fruitless attempt to find her son. Izuku lowered his head and shook it, shoulders slumping in disappointment. No. I didn't feel anything, he admitted, not bothering to look at Katsuki. He sounded miserable. He's fine. Katsuki relayed the information to the desperate mother, but sighed and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Look, I'm done playing carrier pigeon for you lot. Can anyone tell me what the F is going on? He asked with exasperation. Izuku stood up from his mother's feet and went back to looking at his body, a pensive look on his face. All Might looked conflicted. At the same time, Inko continued to look around the room helplessly, as if hoping Izuku would appear magically any moment now. Young Bakugo, All Might finally said, voice heavy and constricted. Are you sure? He hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you are seeing young Midoriya? Yeah, Katsuki said as if he was talking to a child who asked too many questions. An offended look passed his face. What, you think I'm a nutcase too? He scoffed angrily, recalling his parents' reaction mere minutes before. I don't know how or why, but I'm apparently the only one who can see and listen to the DMN nerd, which is just my fing luck, right? Of all the people in the world who could be haunted by Deku's shitty ghost, it had to be me. He scowled bitterly, clicking his tongue. I have no reason to make this up. Why the hell would I want people to believe I'm the only one who can talk to Deku? That's just, are you kidding me right now? Katsuki asked with exasperation as he saw what Izuku was trying to do. The boy was trying to lie down on the bed, clearly thinking that if his soul lied on the top of his own body, he would be able to reconnect with it somehow. What is going on? Inko asked, green eyes widening again, and Katsuki low-key wished she would stop doing that, because the look was familiar in an uncanny way that made him shiver. Young Bakugo, All Might urged, equally curious. Katsuki paid them no mind, approaching the bed with an angry look on his face. You really think you can re-enter your body like that, you moron? He scoffed. What? You just gotta lie down there and wait until your shitty soul is pulled back into your stupid but tiny body. Unbelievable, Deku. He shook his head in disapproval. My body isn't tiny, Izuku protested, sitting up on the bed and making the sight before Katsuki's eyes something uncanny to witness. At the same one, Deku lied down covered in wires on the bed. Another paler, slightly more transparent Deku sat down, making it look like his soul was actually leaving his body. Katsuki twisted his nose, not really comprehending why the sight made his heart speed up. Get the F out of there, having to see one of you is already enough. He gestured frantically at the boy. Sheet, never in my life I thought I'd be forced to deal with two Dekus. I'm pretty sure this is a nightmare designed to especially torment me, he huffed. Izuku rolled his eyes but hopped off the bed anyway, looking upset. Whatever, it didn't work anyway, he muttered sadly. But I figured it was worth a try. Young Bakugo, I have to ask you not to speak in that way in front of Mrs. Midoriya. All Might scolded at the same time as Izuku spoke, making it difficult for Katsuki to pay attention to the both of them at the same time. Please, show some respect for a mother in this moment of difficulty. Of course it didn't FANG work. If it was that easy, your crappy ghost wouldn't be standing around and making people think I've lost my DMN mind. Katsuki decided to answer Deku, because if there was one thing in which he excelled it was teasing the boy. At least that was the only familiar territory he seemed to be able to trade at that time. He was being forced to deal with ghosts, near-death experiences, and the slight possibility that he was actually descending into insanity, but in the middle of all this mess, teasing Deku and calling him names was the only familiar ground where he could step on. Well, I'm sorry, Kaken, but I'm not loving this situation either, Izuku protested, looking exasperated. He scratched the back of his head nervously and looked at where his mother was still sitting, face more distraught than before. Mom, he tried calling her attention again, to no avail. Mom, please, hear me, he begged, growing frantic. Katsuki scowled again. She can't hear you, dipshit, he reminded Izuku with a frown. Mom. Izuku tried again, shoulders slumping when his mother continued unaware of his presence. Young Baku, All Might called him again, unaware of how frantic and loud Izuku was growing. The boy's high-pitched voice was not only aggravating Katsuki's headache, but it was also getting to his nerves. No one is questioning your sanity, but we should be careful not to give Mrs. Midoriya false hope. No, Inko protested, cutting the symbol of peace off mid-speech. I believe Katsuki. I have to believe him, she added in a wobbly voice, lowering her head. I know, All Might nodded solemnly. And I want to believe him too, but Mrs. Midoriya, he sighed heavily, full of grief. Young Bakugo went through a traumatic experience. I'm not traumatized, Katsuki immediately protested. He didn't even remember what had happened. How could he be traumatized? And this could all be nothing more than an unhealthy way his mind found to cope with what he was forced to witness, All Might concluded, unbothered by his student's interruption. Katsuki growled, indignant. Even All Might, symbol of peace, hope personified, refused to believe him? Was there a chance he was actually crazy? We need to convince them we're saying the truth, Kaken, Izuku cried desperately. They can't keep believing I'm dead. They can't keep believing I'm crazy, he snapped his head towards Izuku's distraught face, twisting his nose. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes that were identical to his mother's, but nodded after a beat. Look, Katsuki took a deep breath to calm himself, not that it was of much use, pinching the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes for a moment before addressing All Might again. Yeah, I get where everyone is coming from. I wouldn't believe it either if some BSTRD woke up after bashing their head, saying they were seeing the ghost of someone who is brain dead. But 1, I don't really remember what happened to Deku, so me seeing the shitty nerd can't be a coping mechanism. 2, I don't even like Deku, so there's no reason I'd be traumatized if he died. He ignored the way Izuku flinched beside him. And 3, I don't think I'm crazy either, because this idiot literally tried to re-enter his body by lying down on the top of it. And there's no way my subconscious would ever come up with something so stupid, so he can't be a hallucination, he pointed out sternly. All Might seemed to be trying to figure out whether Katsuki's points made sense or not, and the hope in Mrs. Midoriya's eyes simply increased. Izuku fidgeted with the hem of his shirt as he nervously waited for a response. We need to tell him something only I would know, Izuku concluded when All Might said nothing. Katsuki rolled his eyes again. Listen, shitty Deku, I'm not going to act as your personal messenger while you're in this ghost-like state, you hear me? He complained. But you're the only one who can see me, Izuku protested, indignant. We need to find a way to get me back into my body. I don't give a shit. I'm not a DLVY boy. If you want to have your messages relayed, you get yourself a Ouija board or something. He shouted at the boy, well aware that, for any outside viewer, it looked like he was shouting at thin air. He wasn't really succeeding at not looking insane. What is young Midoriya saying? All Might asked, and even though he still sounded like he thought Katsuki's story was too unbelievable, there had been a shift in the look in his eyes that indicated there was a chance he was giving the boy a vote of confidence. Katsuki groaned in annoyance at the question, knowing that, if he didn't answer it, he would not only be seen as an uncooperative child, but his attitude would also be consistent with the one of a crazy person. He turned his head to look at Ghost Deku, who had an expectant look on his face, and then to Deku's body lying on the bed, still and pale. His eyes finally found Izuku's mom and the tear tracks on her cheeks, and even though the sight didn't exactly soften his heart, he found himself unable to turn his back when he knew there were things he could do to help. What kind of hero would he be if he refused to aid those in need, even if it was shitty Deku with his annoying voice and wobbly lips? He said we should tell you something only he would know, Katsuki responded with a huff, not meeting All Might's eyes. He glimpsed at Deku only to find a wide smile on his face, gratitude etched in his expressive eyes. Don't look so smug, nerd, Katsuki growled with an annoyed look, turning his head so that he wouldn't have to face that bright smile. I'm only doing this so I can get rid of you faster, he muttered, even though it ended up sounding half-hearted. I know, Izuku agreed easily, and something about the way he agreed with that made Katsuki frown. If I'm going to say something only I would know, it can't be in front of my mom, he added pensively before Katsuki could try to read the look in his eyes. You and All Might are the only ones who know about One for All, and she would freak out even more if she found out. Then why don't you just say something she would know about instead? Katsuki asked with an indifferent tone, shrugging. Kaken, Izuku protested, eyes widening. What don't I know about? Inko's head shot up, eyes suddenly sharp with attention. Mr. Toshinori? She turned her head to look for answers in All Might's face when Katsuki didn't answer her question. She can't hear me, but she can hear you, Izuku said, sounding almost offended. Katsuki turned his head away from the boy, having the decency of looking embarrassed for his slip but putting on an angry scowl to hide that. Look, this isn't easy, okay? Katsuki argued defensively. It's really effing hard to know what parts of your useless rambling I should tell them or not, and I told you I'm not a dilly boy. If you don't want me to reply to the sheet you say without thinking, then turn on your brain-to-mouth filter for once, he ended up yelling angrily again. Now, let's all calm down, okay? All Might said, gesturing with his hands in an attempt to ease Katsuki's increasingly sour mood. Don't tell me to calm down, you bony bastard, Katsuki protested. Just tell me how the F we can put Deku back into his shitty body so he can get the hell off my case. You won't be of any help if you keep yelling at people? Izuku snapped, annoyed with Katsuki's familiar grumpiness. I won't be of any help if you keep blabbering on my ear, Katsuki responded, so intense that his voice could probably be heard all over you. Just tell my mom to go grab a coffee or something so that I can convince All Might I'm not really dead, Izuku shouted back. You tell All Might that yourself, you shitty nerd. I would if I could, but unfortunately I'm stuck with you as my only way to communicate with people. Well, and I'm stuck with you as the shittiest FING ghost in the history of haunting. What on earth is going on here? A new voice entered their discussion, and Katsuki turned on his heels to find recovery girls standing at the door, Katsuki's parents lurking anxiously behind her and trying to peek inside the room. He opened his mouth to answer, Izuku with a similar look beside him, but it was All Might who broke the silence. We apologize for the disruption, Chio, he said, walking past Katsuki in order to greet the small woman. But there is some news I believe you need to know about. The only thing I need to know is why one of my patients is out of bed, screaming like a spoiled child in the room of my other patient, she replied angrily, glaring disapprovingly at Katsuki. Katsuki tried to say, obviously taken aback by the interruption, but All Might was faster than him once again. Young Bakugo believes there is a chance we might save young Midoriya's life, he announced, and the way he said the words, sounding almost hopeful, differed so much from his disbelieving tone from just a few minutes before that the contrast made Katsuki frown. However, Recovery Girl was not so easily convinced. Her face fell into something akin to pity and her shoulders slumped as she shook her head in disappointment. "We talked about this, Tashinori," she said, sounding like she was scolding the symbol of peace. "The diagnosis has not changed." "I can see him," Katsuki interrupted before she could continue, looking more serious than he ever had in his life. Recovery Girl turned to him with a puzzled look. "Deku. He's standing beside me right now," he added solemnly. Recovery Girl watched him with sharp eyes. "I know how this sounds," he continued, feeling the need to fill the uneasy silence in the room. "But I'm not crazy. I don't know what happened, but for some reason, Deku is still around, and I'm the only one who can see him. Unfortunately," he added the last part with a twist of his nose, just because it had been a few seconds too long since he last teased the boy. He looked at Deku from the corner of his eyes to see his reaction, and found him biting his nails nervously, eyes glued on Recovery Girl's tiny form. "Tell them I think the villain's quirk made my soul disconnect from my body." Deku had the audacity to phrase it as if Katsuki was there to obey his every command. "Shut the F up, you demon nerd," Katsuki simply growled. "I told you I'm not your personal messenger." "I had my doubts as well," All Might told the healing heroine, clearly trying to mediate the situation before Katsuki ended up sounding too much like a lunatic. "But if you think about it, young Bakugo's story is not too impossible. Young Midoriya was hit with an unknown quirk, but he didn't die," he tried to argue. "He is brain dead," Recovery Girl pointed out sternly, sparing Inko an apologetic look for her straightforwardness. "Precisely," All Might exclaimed. "Why did his other organs not shut down?" "Because Mrs. Midoriya refuses to turn the life support devices off," the healing heroine replied matter-of-factly. All Might sighed. "Yes," he sighed tiredly. "But what I mean is," he pointed at Midoriya's body lying on the bed. "It is not impossible that the criminal's quirk caused some sort of separation between young Midoriya's body and his soul, for the lack of a better word." "That's what I said," Izuku exclaimed triumphantly. Katsuki felt the irresistible urge to punch the nerd in the face, but did nothing. "So you really believe Bakugo sees and communicates with Midoriya's soul?" Recovery Girl asked, one eyebrow perking up in disbelief. "I didn't put much faith in it until I witnessed their discussion firsthand," All Might explained, and Katsuki finally understood why the symbol of peace had finally stopped looking at him as if he was fit to be tied. Though I could only hear young Bakugo's side of the argument, it felt very similar to the conversations he usually shares with young Midoriya. It did not look like the result of a hallucination or of a similar condition. Recovery Girl clicked her tongue, looking at Katsuki with a pensive look and analyzing him from head to toe. After a few moments of silent assessment, she pulled a nearby chair towards the explosive boy and pushed him down on it without a word. "What?" he asked, taken aback by the sudden course of action. "Sit still," she commanded, fishing a tiny flashlight from her pocket and pointing it at Katsuki's eyes. The bright light made him flinch, and he heard Izuku hiss from somewhere behind him. After checking his pupils, Recovery Girl continued to examine him closely, testing his reflexes, checking his head injury and asking him a couple of questions to verify his cognitive abilities. By the end of it, Katsuki was fuming on the chair, putting an especial effort on not allowing the tiny explosions at the palm of his hands to become too massive. He hated being examined. He hated people touching him without a good reason. "Well?" All Might asked when Recovery Girl stepped away from Katsuki with a conclusive look on her face. "His head injury looks better," she announced. "He is still concussed, but it's nowhere near as bad as when he arrived. He is aware of his surroundings and seems very lucid to me," she sighed. "But there is still a chance he could be hallucinating. It is not unprecedented for people to see deceased loved ones after they die tragically. It's a common symptom of trauma." "Deku is not a loved one," Katsuki immediately protested, unable to keep one of his hands from giving off a series of loud popping explosions at his urgency to defend himself. "And I've told you I am not traumatized. I've got no reason to be. I don't give a shit about the demon nerd." Recovery Girl gave him a knowing look. Katsuki felt his stomach churn. I was the one who tended to you when you arrived last night, she said simply, calmly. I know what I saw. Eh. Katsuki protested furiously, not understanding why the woman's words set him off so much. Then you're the one whose bats hit crazy, you old hag, he accused. Kaken, Midoriya exclaimed, horrified. Bakugo, All Might reprehended indignantly, so furious at the boy's insolence that he puffed into his tall, muscular All Might form. It is not acceptable for you to disrespect an old lady like that. Vivid? Tashinori, Recovery Girl said with indifference, pulling yet another chair closer to the boy and hopping onto it. Her tiny legs dangled from the seat. Anger is also a common response to hearing the truths you don't want to admit. Now you listen to me. Katsuki stood up from his seat, pointing an angry finger at the impassive old woman. Now, young Bakugo, All Might, still in his muscular form, grabbed Katsuki's shoulder with more strength than necessary and pulled him back into his seat, holding him there. It's also one of the 7 stages of grief, Recovery Girl added simply, almost absent-mindedly. I am not grieving the DMN nerd, Katsuki protested. Denial is also one of the stages, she hummed pensively, paying the angry Katsuki in front of her no mind. She looked like she was trying to reach a conclusion. I'm not denying anything. I'm telling you that Deku is standing right here. He pointed at where Izuku was standing, even though he knew no one else could see him. There is one way to figure out whether Bakugo needs a psychiatric intervention, however, she continued, as if Katsuki was as invisible as Izuku. She looked at All Might, a mysterious look on her face. After a few moments of staring at each other in silence, All Might reverted to his thin, bony form with a puff. Young Bakugo, he said firmly with a heavy sigh. There was anticipation in his tone. Katsuki turned to stare at him, the man's hands still pinned on his shoulder. Can young Midoriya hear us, even if he can't talk to us? Katsuki turned to look at Deku, even though he already knew the answer. The boy nodded promptly. Yeah, he can hear you, Katsuki scoffed. All Might leaned forwards and whispered something in Katsuki's ear. After a few seconds, he stood back up, giving the explosive boy a serious look. You must follow these instructions to the letter, he reinforced out loud, squeezing Katsuki's shoulder pointedly. Even the whispering part? Katsuki groaned, complaining. All Might nodded. Everything, he confirmed. Katsuki groaned, sighed, rolled his eyes, and did all sorts of childish complaints before standing up from his chair and heading towards the door. Come on, nerd, he called when Izuku didn't follow. Pushing the door open, he held it for Izuku, even though the boy could probably just phase through it in his ghost-like form. Where are we going? Izuku asked, nervous. He glanced back at his mother, who was still sitting at his bedside, holding one of her son's hands with an expectant, teary-eyed look on her face. He looked unwilling to leave her. Just shut up and follow me a hole. Katsuki huffed out an angry breath. When Izuku remained glued to his feet, he rolled his eyes again and left the room, allowing the door to slowly close behind him. Izuku spared his grieving mother one final longing, conflicted look. I'll be right back, Mom, he promised before following Katsuki out. Kaken! Wait! Izuku called after him as the explosive boy headed back to his own hospital room. He didn't bother to deny his relief as he saw his parents were no longer there, having probably grown tired of waiting for his return from Izuku's deathbed. Once Izuku stepped into the room after him, Katsuki closed the door and sat down on the bed, Izuku following him close and sitting beside him. Look, Katsuki said angrily, but when didn't he sound angry? Not meeting Izuku's eyes or even bothering to look at him. I'm just doing what All Might told me to do. And the only reason I'm doing this because the sooner we figure out what the hell is wrong with your nerdy butt, the sooner I'll stop having to act as your personal assistant, you hear me? He huffed. Izuku lowered his eyes, a spark of disappointment flashing across his face. All right, Kaken, he agreed easily. What did he tell you to do? He asked curiously. If Izuku didn't know better, if he hadn't known that the person sitting beside him was Katsuki Bakugo, he would have sworn on his mother's life that Kaken was blushing. But there was no way that could be, right? If there was one person who never blushed, that person was Kaken. Katsuki leaned forwards towards Izuku, and the boy could feel his heart rate picking up, even though he was a mere astral projection. What the hell was Kaken doing? The explosive boy turned his head so that he could whisper something in Izuku's ear and, despite knowing that this Izuku was nothing other than a ghost, a projection, an intangible spirit, Katsuki could have sworn he could feel the tickle of Izuku's curly hair brushing against his cheek. At the same time, Izuku could have sworn he felt the warmness of Katsuki's breath making his neck tingle. Katsuki hesitated for a few seconds, his lips hovering just beside Izuku's ear. "You need to activate One for All," he whispered, voice low and soft in a way that Izuku had never heard it in all the years they had known each other. Even if there had been anyone else in the room with them, no one other than Izuku would have been able to hear Katsuki's words. Those words were meant for him and him alone. Katsuki's voice had always been as loud as his explosions. Now it was soft and gentle like a breeze. Izuku had never thought such a sound was possible until he heard it firsthand, and it was endearing. Izuku allowed his eyes to flutter close and the power of One for All flow through his body. Once he was sure he had successfully activated his power, he stared down at his arms, but much to his surprise they looked as normal as ever. No bright lines crossing them. No green sparks. Nothing. He could feel One for All spreading across himself, but saw no signs of it. He turned his head to look at Katsuki, a confused frown on his face, only to find the same baffled look on his friend's face. "Does that mean," Katsuki started, an unusual look of terror flashing in his eyes, but before he could finish that thought, a piercing scream made the two boys snap their heads towards the door. "Izuku!" Inko was screaming and sobbing from her son's room. "Midoriya, my boy!" All Might shouted triumphantly. Izuku and Katsuki turned their heads towards each other in perfect synchrony, eyes wide in anticipation. It was Katsuki who acted first, jumping off the bed and running back towards Izuku's room, only to find the boy's body still lying in the same position on the bed, but with green lightning enveloping his form. He had activated One for All. "I'm alive," Ghost Izuku whispered from behind him, sounding more baffled than anything. Katsuki turned to face him, and Izuku met his eyes. "Kaken, I'm still alive," he repeated emphatically, as if that information was a surprise to him. There was a wide smile blossoming on his lips. "Heard you the first time, nerd," Katsuki bickered, turning his head away so that Izuku wouldn't be able to see the tiny smirk that appeared on his own lips. "Young Bakugo, you were right," All Might cheered, pulling Katsuki into a tight embrace. "Young Midoriya still lives." "Of course I was right," Katsuki growled, but didn't break from All Might's embrace. "I told you I wouldn't make something like this up." The fact that Midoriya managed to activate his power proves that he is not brain dead, and since he activated it away from his body after you instructed him to, we can assume you are not clinically insane. Recovery Girl tapped Katsuki on the shoulder, as if congratulating him for not being a total nutcase. There was a hidden teasing in her voice. "However, I would still like to keep you under observation," she added mischievously. "You suffered a nasty head injury and lost way too much blood." "I feel fine," Katsuki protested, even though it wasn't quite true. He felt tired and achy, his headache getting increasingly worse by the second. "I believe our priority should be figuring out what exactly happened to Midoriya, now that we know he is still around us," Recovery Girl announced. "However," she added, sending a knowing glance towards Katsuki as if reading his thoughts, "Mr. Bakugo is still recovering and shouldn't have stayed so long out of bed. Go back to your room and get some rest," she instructed him. "I will go see you in a moment." "But," Inko protested, tears running down her face. "If Izuku is alive, shouldn't we work on making him better at once?" she suggested meekly. "We still don't know what exactly happened to young Midoriya. I will speak to Aizawa-sensei and see if we can collect all the existing information on any possible quirks that could cause this," All Might announced. He placed a comforting hand on Inko's shoulder. "Mrs. Midoriya, I promise you that I will do everything in my power to bring your boy back." "Thank you," Inko sniffed and sobbed, jumping from her seat and pulling All Might into a tight hug which surprised even the man. "Oh, thank you. And thank you, Katsuki." She rushed to Katsuki's side, pulling the boy into An equally tight embrace. He sighed, uncomfortable with all the uninvited touching he was having to go through on that day. "Thank you for helping my baby." Yeah, whatever," he mumbled, glad to be released from the tight grasp as Inko took a step back, tears still running down her chubby cheeks. Katsuki looked away, not willing to face the greenness of her eyes. God, what was it about Midoriya's and their stupid FNG eyes? Katsuki wanted to say he hated them, but they evoked a completely different feeling, which seemed to be unnameable. "To bed with you now, Bakugo," Recovery Girl ordered him, actually pushing him towards the door. "You need all the rest you can get to recover and help us figure out how to help Midoriya. We will still have to make some research on the quirk affecting him, so you go catch some winks." "Fine," he huffed simply. Without bidding any of them goodbye, or even looking back, he turned on his heels and left the room. Now that he stopped to think about it, and now that he was sure he wasn't Bat's hit, he could finally realize how ridiculously tired he was. He thought about asking Recovery Girl for some painkillers to help with the painful throbbing of his head, but the idea of having someone fussing over him at that moment wasn't exactly endearing. He would probably be fine after he caught some sleep. He hadn't expected Deku to follow him to his room. "The F are you doing here?" Katsuki asked, sparing Deku one quick, disinterested glance before throwing himself down on the bed and passing an arm over his eyes unceremoniously. Izuku hesitated for a moment, standing awkwardly in front of the bed. "I thought I'd check on you," he explained half-heartedly. "Did check on me? You're the one with a foot in the grave," Katsuki scoffed. "Or a whole body, all things considered." "Yeah, but," Izuku swallowed dry. He dropped his head before gathering the courage to look up again. Most of Katsuki's face was hidden away by his arm. "You should ask Recovery Girl some medicine for your headache," he suggested finally, firmly. "I don't have a headache," Katsuki lied in a flat tone without missing a beat. "Yes, you do," Izuku argued as quickly. "And how the F would you know that, shitty Deku?" Katsuki scoffed, sounding tired and petulant. If anything, the throbbing in his head was killing him slowly and painfully, but he would never admit it out loud to anyone. "I just do," Izuku shrugged helplessly. Katsuki finally lifted his arm so that he could peek at the boy, suspicion etched all over his crimson eyes. He studied Izuku's face for a long time before speaking up. "The F you talking about?" Katsuki asked, defensive. Izuku immediately blushed. "Nothing. I just mean you keep squinting at the light and your scowl looks worse than usual. And Recovery Girl said you took a bad hit, so it only makes sense your head would be hurting," he argued. Katsuki narrowed his eyes for a moment as if trying to figure out whether Izuku was lying, but ended up resting his head back on the pillow and throwing his arm over his face again. "Whatever. I'll just sleep it off," he said finally, as flatly as before. "Kaken," Izuku tried to protest. "Listen, Deku," Katsuki sighed tiredly, keeping his arm over his eyes. He sounded uncharacteristically tired, but familiarly set off. "Just because I'm helping you doesn't mean we're besties. That means we don't get to braid each other's hairs, we don't get to talk about our feelings, we don't get to have sleepovers, and you definitely don't get to tell me what to do. Are we clear?" Izuku lowered his head, sighing. He looked to the side, a frustrated frown on his face. "Yeah," he said simply, sounding almost disappointed. "Now shut the F up and let me sleep," Katsuki added with a growl. "And don't just stand there and watch me napping like some creepy weirdo. Go find something else to do," he instructed. "But no one else can see me," Izuku protested miserably. What was he supposed to do? "Precisely. Go peek at the girl's bathroom or something," Katsuki grinned. His mouth and the tip of his nose were the only visible parts of his face, since they weren't buried on the crook of his arm. "Kaken!" Izuku exclaimed, offended. "I'm just teasing you, shitty Deku. I know you wouldn't do that." If anything, Katsuki's grin only widened at the protest. Izuku blushed, thankful that Kaken wasn't looking at him to see that. "You wouldn't either," he stated simply, not looking at Katsuki. Even though he had expected the words to come out as petty, they ended up sounding more meaningful than he had first intended it. "Nah," Katsuki responded simply, hiding his eyes from view. He said nothing else, and the subject dropped. Long moments of silence passed, Izuku watching pensively as Katsuki's breathing gradually evened out. He didn't know whether the explosive boy was asleep or not when he decided to speak up again, approaching a matter that had been bothering him ever since Katsuki had first woken up in a lucid state. "You really don't remember what happened yesterday?" Izuku asked, a melancholic tone in his voice. Katsuki sighed so loudly it sounded like a hiss. "You're still there?" He raised his eyebrows as if surprised by Deku's audacity to defy his order. "No, I think you don't. Just drop it. Remembering what happened or not won't change the fact that you're halfway dead," he scoffed. "No use living in the past." "All right," Izuku agreed simply. He didn't know why Katsuki had forgotten, but maybe it was just a side effect to the head injury. Recovery Girl had said he was still concussed, after all. Another series of silent moments passed, no other sound other than Katsuki's breathing filling the room. "Kaken," Izuku called quietly after a while. Katsuki's growl was animalistic. "Oh my effing god, I swear I'll march down to your room and smother you to death with 100 pillows if you don't shut the F up. Right now, Deku," he threatened in annoyance, covering his face with both hands and looking like it was taking every ounce of his self-control not to explode Izuku's ghost into the afterlife. "I just wanted to thank you," Izuku continued, unbothered by the violent display. In fact, he was almost used to it. "For, helping me. I know you don't want to. I know you don't have to. So thanks," he said with sincerity. "Of course I have to, you goddamn moron," Katsuki growled, turning abruptly and very exaggeratedly on the bed so that he would be lying on his side. It was almost as if he was trying to show Izuku that he wasn't up to conversation. He placed his pillow on the top of his face in order to block the light from his sensitive eyes, and quite possibly to also block the sound of Izuku's voice from his sensitive ears. He sighed before concluding, "What kind of hero would I be if I didn't?" Izuku watched him with adoration in his eyes. Katsuki continued to bury his face in the pillow, annoyed and unaware of the way Izuku was looking at him. "Kaken," he whispered in admiration. "Just let me sleep, okay? This whole proving out a basket case thing tired me out." Katsuki grumbled grumpily, punching the remaining pillow beneath his head as if to soften it, before dropping heavily on it. "Go find someone else to bother and get the hell out of here." Izuku lowered his head. He knew he wouldn't be able to go anywhere, even if he wanted to. He stayed there in silence, sitting on the farthest corner of Katsuki's hospital room and very pointedly refusing to look at him. He failed to notice the way Kaken's constant grimace was replaced by a peaceful, relaxed expression that was so unusual to see on his face, once he succumbed to deep slumber. Katsuki woke up feeling dizzy and disoriented, having to dedicate a few moments of sluggish blinking to remember what had happened to him and where he was. He sighed heavily as the events of the past day became clear in his mind, groaning in discomfort and squeezing his eyes shut before reopening them. With a sigh, he turned on his side on the bed, ignoring the way his scalp stung ever so slightly at the movement. His head was still feeling hazy from sleep and the remains of his concussion and, for a moment, he feared everything he remembered had been nothing but some creepy, weird dream. However, as he spotted Demon Deku in the bedroom with him, looking just as pale as Katsuki remembered last seeing him, he admitted to himself that everything had, indeed and unfortunately, happened just as he recalled. At the farthest corner of the room, Izuku sat, arms crossed above his chest and head low as he dozed off, standing vigil in Katsuki's room. His green bangs were hiding his freckled face away from view and his position on the cold, harsh floor looked uncomfortable, but his breathing was steady and slow. Katsuki clicked his tongue and let his head fall back against his pillow, looking at anything but the shitty nerd sitting on his floor. "Idiot," he mumbled, voice hoarse from the lack of use. He felt just as thirsty as he had when he first woke up and heard the news from his parents, but this time, he wouldn't wait for anyone to do him favors. He kicked off his blankets, when had he covered himself with them, and stood up from the bed, glad to find he didn't feel as dizzy as he had a few hours before. Or had it been a day? He couldn't really know. Glancing at the window beside the bed, Katsuki found the sky to be dark and covered by stars. He walked over to a little round desk near the door in order to grab himself a cup of water from the jar sitting there. After downing a whole cup in one go and relishing on the feeling of having his throat soothed, Katsuki realized how badly he needed the bathroom, after staying in bed for God knows how long. Sparing the sleeping Deku one final look and a scoff that only half attempted to be disdainful, he walked out of his hospital room and headed to the common bathroom on that floor, not consciously realizing that he clicked the door behind him as silently as he could. Katsuki was more than startled when, after he did what he had to do in the bathroom, he stepped out only to find Deku sitting just outside, still looking very much asleep and in the exact same position as Katsuki had left him back in the bedroom. Staring at the boy for a few confused moments, Katsuki finally snorted through his nose and downright scowled at Izuku. "What the F dash?" he said loudly, assuming Izuku was awake. "He had to be, right?" He had followed Katsuki all the way to the bathroom like a lovesick puppy. Like he always does, Katsuki's mind provided, but he waved the thought away. "The hell are you doing, Deku? Not only I'm the being forced to deal with your annoying but you're gonna follow me around all the time now too?" Izuku jolted awake at the loud sound of Katsuki's voice shouting at him, looking around frantically and in confusion before finding the blonde boy standing angrily in front of him. His shoulders slumped in relief and he leaned back against the wall for a moment, heart racing inside his chest. After a few seconds of breathing heavily due to the startle of being shouted awake, Izuku frowned slightly, taking a more careful look around and opening his mouth several times as he struggled to find the words he wanted to say. "Kaken?" he settled for saying, and honestly, why the f was that the first thing Izuku always chose to say to him? It was getting on Katsuki's nerves and doing weird things to his stomach. It was probably just anger, he told himself. "What happened?" the boy added hesitantly, not seeming to recognize his surroundings. "What happened is that you decided to follow me all the way to the bathroom like some creepy son of a bitch," Katsuki provided, glaring at Deku as he slowly got to his feet and scratched the back of his messy hair in awe. "Oh, so it works the other way around, too," he commented simply, eyes widening slightly before returning to normal, as if he had just reached an obvious, yet incredible conclusion. Katsuki hated when he did that. He hated when he could see in Deku's eyes that he was unmasking secrets that Katsuki himself would never be able to figure out. It made a twisted mixture of admiration and envy sparkle and explode inside of him, and more often than not, he externalized the feeling as nothing other than pure fury. "What the F do you mean by that, you shitty nerd? Just spit out whatever weird but reason you had to follow me before I punch your teeth in," he barked in his usual furious tone. Izuku flinched. Flinching when Kaken screamed at him was muscle memory, even if their dynamics had changed, now, and lowered his head before seeming to remember he didn't have to cower down because of Katsuki anymore. Lifting his head up with bravery, but still bearing an apologetic look on his face, Izuku offered an explanation. "While you were asleep the first time, I couldn't get too far away from the bedroom," he said. "I told you that. I was drawn to you like a magnet." "Which doesn't make any FNG sense," Katsuki pointed out, ignoring the way his chest felt weird at the way Izuku phrased it. "Probably anger." "I agree, and I don't know why this keeps happening either," he nodded his head, his eyes assuming that distant look they always did whenever Izuku got lost in deep thought. "But either way, I never managed to get too far away from you. I thought it only happened when I was the one who tried to get away from you, but it seems that the same happens when you're the one who tries to get away from me," he explained, and Katsuki could literally feel the blood being drained from his face at the words. "I didn't even feel myself getting dragged behind you until you woke me up. I'm sorry, Kaken," he added, noticing the horrified angry look that was taking over the boy's pale face. "So you're saying," Katsuki started. His voice was hoarse, there was a vein popping on his temple, and it looked like it was taking him every ounce of his self-control not to blow the entire medical bay up as he spoke the words through gritted teeth, hands squeezed into fists that were barely containing the explosions in his palms. "That I can't get away from you. Even if I try to," he concluded, snarling. I really don't know." Izuku raised his hands at him as if trying to calm a feral animal. "But I think so. I'm sorry, I don't know how this works." So not only I'm the only one who can see and talk to your annoying butt, he repeated his words from before, teeth still gritted and vein threatening to explode beside his head, but I'm stuck with you 24/7? I wouldn't phrase it like that. Izuku tried to offer meekly, a small, hesitant smile appearing on his lips as if he was attempting to make Katsuki see the bright side of things. As if there was a bright side of things in the first place. But I can get a few feet away from you before I get pulled back. So, when you go to the bathroom or when you need some privacy, I won't pry, I swear, Kaken, he promised. Katsuki had to smother the need to punch the wall behind Deku's head and quite possibly Deku's head with it. Oh, so it's all settled now? You won't watch me as I change my clothes like some sort of great boy-like freak, so it's all good, eh? He spat out sarcastically, taking a step closer to Deku. Who cares if I wish I could be a FING planet away from you? At least you won't peek while I take a sheet. God if a minute. Deku, I swear to God there's no way this whole situation isn't a FNG nightmare, he growled. Izuku looked slightly hurt, but mostly offended at the words. As I told you before, I'm not loving this either, Izuku said, frowning and looking braver than he had a mere moment before. His knees were still a bit wobbly, as if he was trying to force himself to be strong, but he tilted his chin up defiantly. Until we figure out a way to put me back in my body, I'm afraid we'll have to find a way to deal with each other. I don't want to deal with you, Demon Deku, Katsuki all but shouted, ignoring the fact that he was standing in the middle of the Hall of Recovery Girls' medical bay, and to any outside viewer, he was alone, since no one else could see Deku. I never effing wanted to do that and I certainly don't want to now. Well, I'm sorry, but you'll have to, Izuku argued, taking a step closer to Katsuki in defiance. He was no longer shaking. You said it yourself. The sooner you help me, the sooner I'll leave you alone, right? So just deal with me for a couple of days and then I'll be out of your case. A couple of days is 2 days longer than I'm willing to look at your dunce face, Katsuki protested. He shoved his sweaty hands on his hair, throwing it back in annoyance. Of all the FING people in the world, it had to be you, hadn't it? He scowled. Izuku closed his mouth, but stared at Katsuki with an offended frown. Sorry for saving your life, Kaken, he ended up saying after a few moments of silence, sounding hurt and frustrated. I wish I could say next time I'll let you get hit, but we both know that's not true. The words only made Katsuki fume further, and the vein in his temple would definitely burst now, from the way his whole face scrunched up in indignant fury. One of his hands set off an explosion that turned out a bit bigger than Katsuki was comfortable with in a closed environment. What the F do you think you're saying, nerd? He all but snarled, hands tightening into fists. I don't know what you heard from that old hag and bony mite, but you didn't even save my life. He looked ready to attack Izuku at any moment now, even though the boy was a ghost. I don't even need you to save my life. I never needed that. He shook his head and pointed a finger at Izuku, remembering the incident. With the slime monster. It felt like it had happened decades ago. So shut the hell up and forget whatever it was these people shoved into your potato brain. I don't owe you anything, he snorted. I don't owe you anything, Deku, he repeated for good measure. Izuku stared at him with an unreadable expression. I know you don't, he replied simply, looking uncomfortable. I'm not charging you, Kaken. It sure as hell sounds like you are, Katsuki pointed out with a scoff. Izuku simply sighed, allowing his shoulders to slump in resignation and turning his head to the side. Look, he said after a few more moments, sounding tired and something else that Katsuki didn't really understand. Comprehension, perhaps? I'm just saying everything will be easier if we cooperate with each other. You don't want to be stuck with me, and I don't want to be disconnected from my body. We have the same goal, he shrugged, which is finding a way to fix this. If we work together, I'm sure we can do it, Kaken. Cut this positivity bullshit. Katsuki gave Izuku one final snort before turning on his heels abruptly and heading back towards his bedroom. He was surprised no one had rushed over to see why he was shouting and setting off explosions in the middle of the night. He didn't want to push his luck and be caught by Recovery Girl. As he marched back, he didn't bother to see if Izuku was following him, now aware that, even if the boy didn't want to tag along, he would be forced to, since they were stuck with each other for some reason. Let's just find a way to shove your shitty soul up your butt and make sure it sticks in there before you drive me really nuts this time, he said above his shoulder after a while. Izuku's eyes widened and a vigorous blush made its way to his freckled cheeks. Kaken, Izuku protested at the aggressive and very graphic description Katsuki had just given. What? You said it yourself, that's our common goal. Katsuki grinned wickedly, turning his head so that Izuku wouldn't be able to see it. Not with those words, Izuku pointed out nervously, catching up with Katsuki and re-entering the room alongside him. Whatever, nerd, Katsuki scoffed, slamming the door shut and heading back towards his bed. He sat down on it cross-legged, a pensive look on his face. Izuku liked it when Kaken was pensive. He often came up with great ideas and the anger was smoothed out of his face when he dedicated his attention to his thoughts. He stood in front of Katsuki, an awkward look on his face and clearly not knowing what to do with himself, as the boy continued to stare at nothing in particular. We're gonna need to establish some ground rules if I'm gonna be forced to do this, Katsuki finally said after a while, giving Izuku a serious look as he leaned back on his arms. First, no peeking. If I tell you not to look at something, you're not FNG looking. The list of things I don't even need to tell you not to effing look at includes, but is not limited to, me going to the bathroom, me changing clothes, me sleeping, me showering, and whatever sheet is too personal to have your creepy nerd eyes all over me. Clear? He raised an eyebrow at Izuku. Kaken, why would I want to watch why you shower? Izuku stuttered nervously, face flushing a bright red. Shut up, Deku, Katsuki interrupted. Second, no. FING. Mumbling. I swear to FNG God, if I have to deal with your shitty mumbling sessions at all times every FNG day, I will make sure you won't have a body to return your soul to. You get it? But Izuku tried to protest sadly, but ended up lowering his head. Fine, I get it, he accepted with resignation. Third, I'm not your personal FING assistant. I'm not gonna relay your messages or have whole conversations in your place just because you're a shitty ghost, now. If you have something important to say that you think can help you get the hell back where you belong and leave me the F alone, then go ahead and say it, but otherwise you're gonna zip it and keep your thoughts to your sheet brain. You hear me? So basically you want me to close my eyes, shut my mouth and just follow you around silently without doing or saying anything until we figure out a way to put me back into my body? Izuku asked with a frown, sounding slightly offended. Katsuki simply grinned widely. Bingo, he smirked. You can go ahead and start training now. Go stare at that wall over there and count down from 100 billion while I take another nap and figure out what the hell to do about you. Good luck. He nodded at Izuku, unceremoniously hopping down on the bed and lying back down again. And count it in your head, Deku, not out loud. Remember rule number 2, he advised. You're going to sleep again, Kaken? Izuku asked with a frown, completely ignoring most of what Katsuki had said and sounding actually concerned. Katsuki rolled his eyes. What is it to you? It won't interfere with your counting, he said simply, bitter. Izuku took a step closer to the bed. I'm not counting, he said simply, but waved the thought away quickly enough. I mean, you've been sleeping for almost a day now, Izuku explained, worried. I think you should talk to Recovery Girl. Rule 4, Katsuki interrupted him before he could continue. No shoving your nose on things that aren't your DMN business. It is my business, Izuku immediately protested. You're my F, he started, but cut himself off midway as if thinking better about what he was about to say. He looked away from Katsuki, embarrassed, and hesitated for a few moments before continuing. Katsuki eyed him with a curious, yet impassive glance. I don't think you should be sleeping this much, he settled for saying, sounding like he was hiding something. I only have to sleep this much because you tire me the F out. Katsuki rolled his eyes, even though he was still suspicious of Deku's odd behavior. Now shut the hell up and get started on that counting. Kaken, I'm serious, Izuku said with a tired sigh, looking frustrated. He didn't meet Katsuki's eyes. You should be getting better already, he added in a low voice. Who says I'm not? Katsuki raised an eyebrow at Izuku, arms folded beneath his head in a carefree way. I can tell you aren't. Izuku shook his head, worrying at his lower lip. Just promise me you'll talk to Recovery Girl in the morning, okay? While you took a nasty hit to the head, it's better to be safe than sorry. Katsuki eyed him silently for several moments, but Izuku didn't properly look at him until he spoke up. You know, Deku, Katsuki growled through gritted teeth, looking angry and slightly disgusted. One of the things I hate the most about you is your shitty, unjustifiable god complex. You're always going around, meddling with things that aren't your business and expecting people to be grateful and lick your boots for shoving your nose where you aren't called. Guess what? He scoffed. I don't even need you to save me, and I definitely don't need you to go around with that smug look on your ugly face as if you're some sort of God-sent savior or some sheet. So just get over yourself and deal with the fact that you're not FNG better than me, and you never will be, he shrugged. There was a PRD silence in which Izuku simply stared at him, mouth hanging open and eyes looking sad and unexplainably hurt. Katsuki opted to ignore his kicked puppy look and turned on the bed so that his back was turned to the boy. You really think that of me? Izuku asked miserably after an eternity, voice small and wobbly. Katsuki sighed heavily and rolled his eyes, even though Izuku couldn't see it. Yeah. Now shut your demon mouth and let me take my nap in peace. And you'd better not stare at me while I sleep, he reminded the boy, ignoring the way Izuku had sounded as if he was about to burst into tears like a crybaby. Then I would never. I don't think, Izuku started, but before Katsuki could even complain, or protest his words, or turn to glare at him, he trailed off on his own, lowering his head in disappointment and letting out a shaky breath before sitting on the floor, back is turned to Katsuki as Katsuki's back was turned to him. None of them spoke another word for an eternity. Katsuki was on the verge of succumbing to the deep, pleasant slumber that had been overcoming him when he heard a tiny, barely audible, good night, kaken, which sounded a bit drier than usual. Katsuki didn't reply, even if his chest felt weirdly constricted for some reason. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was shitty red hair and a smile that was way too wide for that early hour in the morning. Bakugo! You're awake! Kirishima exclaimed happily as soon as crimson eyes focused on him, voice a bit too loud for Katsuki's sensitive ears. He suppressed the urge to punch Kirishima's sharp teeth in, only because the boy seemed ridiculously happy to see him awake. For FS sake, tone it down a million, shitty hair, Katsuki complained through gritted teeth, shoving his arm into the crook of his arm to block the brightness of the light filling his equally sensitive eyes. The F you doing here? He growled grumpily. We came to see you, Kirishima replied in the same excited tone from before, but he had lowered his voice upon Katsuki's request. The plural pronoun made Katsuki frown in confusion before he removed his face from behind his arm and found, in horror, Discount Pikachu, Raccoon Eyes and Tape Guy standing behind Kirishima, all bearing very excited looks on their faces. Recovery Girl said you're finally allowed to get visitors, since you're being cleared out soon. So the Baku squad decided to stop by and see how their grumpiest member was doing after such a nasty concussion, Kirishima explained. Pay up, Zero, Mina instructed, offering the boy her outstretched hand without taking her eyes off Katsuki. He didn't punch Kirishima in the first 10 seconds. That's not fair, Zero protested, even though he shoved his hand in his pocket and handed Mina the payment of their bet. He's still kind of sleepy. Just give it some time and I'm sure. Shut up, idiot, Katsuki immediately protested, angry. I'm not sleepy. Ah, there he is, Kaminari jested, much to Katsuki's increasing dismay. Not only did he have to deal with shitty Deku, now these jackasses thought they could mock him? And IFING told you to stop calling yourselves Baku Squad. It's ridiculous and FNG embarrassing. Katsuki continued his shouting session, glad to realize he was already feeling much better and well-rested than he had in the night before, even if his eyes were still a bit sensitive to light and loud sounds made his head throb. Ah, don't pretend you don't like it we named our friend group after you. Mina rolled her eyes, dangerously indifferent to Katsuki's natural rage. You love being the center of attention. That's because you're all a bunch of extras, so it wouldn't make sense to name the group after anyone but me, He scowled at the pink girl, who very maturely showed him her tongue. It doesn't mean it's any less ridiculous. You know you love us, Mina said simply, throwing her phone in the air and snapping a picture so quickly it threw everyone off their guards. Surprise selfie with concussed Bakugo, she announced, laughing. Was the only thing Katsuki could muster as a response before Mina snapped the picture and caught him frowning mid-scowl. The way Recovery Girl had wrapped a bandage around his head injury made his hair look ridiculous, and the way Mina had managed to capture his face right before it became fully twisted in indignation only added to the comic aspect of the selfie. She was laughing loudly as she showed the photo to Kaminari, but Katsuki, on the other hand, was kicking off his blankets and throwing himself off the "Delete that, raccoon eyes," he hollered, making the girl yelp and immediately flee the medical room without thinking twice, phone clutched tightly in her hands. "I'll kill you," Katsuki screamed, trying to chase after her. "Run, Mina," Kaminari shouted after the girl, while Shiro doubled over from laughing and Kirishima tried to hold Katsuki back. "Run for your life." "Let go, shitty hair." Katsuki fumed beneath Kirishima's grasp, looking furious. "I'll kill her and you're next on the line." "Kaken, you should get back to bed," Izuku protested from somewhere in the bedroom, and Katsuki snapped his head back to find the boy standing at the opposite side of his bed, looking very worried. Had he been there all along? "You're going to make your head worse," Izuku added pleadingly. "What did IFNG say about minding your own business, shitty Deku?" He pointed an angry finger at Izuku, redirecting his anger towards the boy since Kirishima wouldn't let him go after Mina and shove her phone down her throat. "Holy shit," Shiro whispered from behind him, all humor gone from his voice. Katsuki turned around, hating the way he could feel a blush rising to his cheeks, and pointing his 3 remaining friends with very intense glares that dared them to call him crazy. "What?" Katsuki asked sharply, snarling. Kaminari and Shiro took an instinctive step back, but Kirishima continued to stand by him, one of his hands still holding his forearm. "You're really seeing him?" Kaminari was the one who verbalized the question they were all asking themselves, a half-dumbfounded, half-terrified expression on his face. "Midoriya," he explained, as if he thought Katsuki might not understand who he was talking about. Katsuki felt like giving him a flying kick. "All might explain the situation to us before Recovery Girl let us in." Kirishima stepped in before Katsuki could do anything, but, "I don't know. I guess we weren't so sure," he shrugged almost apologetically. Katsuki pointed him with a sharp glare. "What, you all thought I lost my mind because of the FING head injury?" Katsuki asked with disdain. "Get in line, assholes. Everyone thought that," he scoffed. "But, I mean," Kaminari exclaimed, looking improperly excited. "You can see and talk to him when no one else can. How cool is that?" "Not at all, dude," Shiro nudged Kaminari's side warningly, earning a confused look from the electric boy. "Midoriya almost died. Technically he's a ghost now. And Bakugo is the only one he can talk to," he added with a grimace. Kaminari's eyes widened in realization and he hissed. "Oh no," he groaned in sympathy. "Yeah. Poor Midoriya," he groaned, shaking his head grievously. "What?" Katsuki shouted in indignation. "I'm the one who's stuck with him. How is he the poor one, you seaweed-haired bee?" He surged towards Shiro with murderous intent, Kirishima holding him back again. "He's stuck with you too," Shiro tried to explain nervously, cowering behind Kaminari and using him as a shield. "It works both ways." "He's right, you know," Izuku mumbled from where he was still standing, but Katsuki paid him no mind and the others couldn't hear him. "I'll let you know it's a effing pleasure to be stuck with me, you goddamn stupid son of a beach. I'm FNG amazing," Katsuki screamed violently. "Clearly," Kirishima said under his breath, earning a giggle from Izuku. Katsuki turned abruptly to face the ghost boy. "You think this is funny, shitty nerd? You got something to say?" "Huh," he shouted. Kaminari, Kirishima and Shiro's eyes darted nervously from Katsuki to the empty spot he was staring at. "This is so weird, man," Kaminari was the one who commented. "I mean, it looks like you're talking to the wall. If All Might hadn't told us about what happened, I definitely think you've gone nuts." Like I said, get in line, Katsuki scoffed, sitting back down on his bed and glaring at his friends. He hated this situation. He hated that he was the only one who could see and talk to Shitty Deku. He hated that he looked like a lunatic whenever he spoke to Shitty Deku. He hated that Shitty Deku had gotten them in this situation in the first place. Rubbing his face with a tired hand, he sighed, desperate to change the subject to something that wasn't Shitty Deku for once. So the old lady said I'm going to get cleared out? He raised an eyebrow at them. Soon, Kirishima nodded. But she didn't say when. How are you holding up anyway, man? We were super worried about you. Yeah, when Uraraka and Ida came back and Aizawa-sensei showed up all covered in blood, we all freaking lost it, Kaminari offered. Especially after we saw the scene you made at the emergency room. Katsuki sighed loudly and threw his head back in exasperation, ignoring the way it made the cut in his scalp sting. Why did everyone keep going back to that FING subject? Couldn't they just drop it? Recovery Girl had said something about tending him and knowing what she had seen, and now Dunce's face was talking about it too, as if his arrival at the medical bay had been some sort of big event. What the f had he done anyway? He couldn't remember anything that happened after they found the villain in the alleyway, and not knowing something that everyone else did was quite frankly driving him mad. Listen, I don't know what the F you all are talking about, he admitted, keeping his angry facade up as if to let his friends know that, even though he was admitting he didn't know something, it didn't mean they were any better than him. Everyone keeps talking about what I did or didn't do, but the last thing I remember is fighting that shitty villain during the training and that's it. He looked up at Kirishima, knowing that, since he was Katsuki's closest friend, he would probably be able to read, just by looking at his eyes, the request he wasn't willing to verbalize. Just tell me what the hell happened, since no one else. Kirishima read Katsuki's eyes with close attention, trying to decipher the look etched in crimson. After a few moments, he looked back at Kaminari and Shiro, who were still standing behind him, unaware of the silent exchange. Hey, Kirishima said, feigning absent-mindedness. Mina's been gone for a while, right? Of course, Kaminari giggled. She took a photo of Bakugo in a hospital room. She's probably all the way across the world already. Or she's just visiting Midoriya in the next room, like she said she would, Shiro added with a shrug. Why don't we all go see Midoriya, then? Kirishima offered with a bright smile. Bakugo can see him, but we can't. I'm sure he'd like us to visit. I really would even if I'm not actually there. Thank you, Kirishima-kun. Izuku commented from behind Katsuki, the excitement in his voice indicating that he had completely misread Kirishima's intention. Katsuki didn't even have to look at the brat to know there was a wide smile painting his face. You really are an idiot, Katsuki huffed, not bothering to look at the boy as he spoke. Kirishima gave him an indignant look. Hey, he protested. Wasn't talking to you, Katsuki replied with indifference, clicking his tongue. Kirishima stared at the empty space behind Katsuki with a puzzled look but, finding nothing, turned back towards his friends. Anyway, Kirishima continued with a nervous smile. Why don't you two go ahead to Midoriya's room? I'll be right behind you. I just gotta give Bakugo some of the chocolate Recovery Girl asked me to, he lied. Kaminari frowned. But we didn't even see Recovery Girl today, he pointed out. Kirishima stared at him with a disbelieving look and an awkward silence took over the room, until Katsuki broke it by grunting and grabbing his pillow, furious at Kirishima's shitty skills at lying. Just get the F out of here, dunce face, he screamed, launching the pillow at Kaminari with his full strength. Ah, Kaminari yelped in terror right before the pillow hit him square in the face. Losing balance, he almost fell on his butt, but Shiro grabbed him and propped him up by the elbow, helping him stay on his feet. Let's go, Denki, Shiro said, urging the boy towards the door of Katsuki's room as he spared Kirishima a silent, comprehending look. That was mean, Kaken, Izuku commented almost sadly from the other side of the bed. They came to visit you, you shouldn't kick them out like that, he added reprehensively. Katsuki rolled his eyes, opting to ignore the boy. See you later, then Kiri, Kaminari waved at the pair sadly, Shiro's hand still nudging him gently, albeit a bit urgently, towards the door. I'll catch up with you guys in a sec, Kirishima shouted after them just before Shiro closed the door with a knowing glance. As soon as they were gone, Kirishima immediately turned to Katsuki. Fine, he said simply, sitting on the bed beside his friend. What do you want to know? Let's start with the reason why everyone keeps acting as if they know something I don't when they talk about whatever the hell happened at the FING medical bay. Katsuki snorted, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Kirishima clicked his tongue and looked away, looking pensive. Kaken, maybe? Izuku tried to say, but, unaware of his presence, Kirishima started to speak. Okay, I think it's better if I start from the beginning, he shrugged, shifting on the bed so he could face Katsuki better. So, everyone got worried when you and Midoriya disappeared, right? You guys weren't answering the comms and you were gone forever, but I guess everyone just assumed the radio silence was because you were probably at each other's throat or something. Not even Aizawa-sensei thought much of it until we heard Midoriya's SOS message, he explained. Katsuki groaned loudly. I asked what happened at the med bay, not a full-on mission report, hair for brains. He protested with impatience. Kirishima ignored him. Anyway, Ochako, Ida, and Todoroki were the first ones to get to your location, along with Aizawa-sensei. They were pretty shocked when they came back. Even Aizawa-sensei wasn't. Well, you know how he is, but even he was different. None of us really saw you or Midoriya arrive. You were sent straight away to Recovery Girl and we were still at the training waiting area. We were told to go back to the dorms and wait there, but when Ochako and the others came back, she spilled everything. He gave Katsuki an almost apologetic look. She said Midoriya was dead, or halfway there anyway, and that you were in shock because you had watched everything happen and, he grimaced in anticipation for Katsuki's reaction. What? Just say it. Katsuki urged when his friend hesitated for too long. Kirishima winced, but continued. She said Midoriya had died because he took the villain's blow in your place. Kirishima offered in a small voice, definitely hesitant and almost apologetic. Katsuki fumed. This sheet again, he protested in rage. I already told everyone that's not what happened. Didn't you just say you don't remember anything from after you met the villain? Kirishima asked, a genuinely confused frown on his face. This only made Katsuki angrier, because it was true. He didn't remember what had happened. He didn't remember if the shitty nerd had really saved him or not. But the scarce possibility that he had made Katsuki furious. Just shut the hell up and continue the story, Katsuki shouted, not willing to admit he was contradicting himself. How can he continue the story if he shuts up, Kaken? Izuku asked from behind him, and the glare Katsuki directed him was so intense that it could have burned holes through Izuku's very soul. Anyway, Kirishima continued before Katsuki had the chance to tell Deku to go F himself. No one really bought the part of you being in shock, but everyone freaked out at Midoriya dying, so we waited until Aizawa-sensei was gone from the dorms and sneaked out to Recovery Girl's Bay so we could see what had really happened. Ochako and Ida stayed back. They were so distraught, but Todoroki came along. When we got there, he trailed off again, earning an annoyed sigh from Katsuki. Are you going to keep making these dramatic pauses every time you've got something important to say, dumbass? He asked with a scoff. Kaken, Izuku said, a warning in his voice. Something about the way he said the name made Katsuki look at him again. He read Izuku, finding something akin to worry and fear in his ridiculously green eyes, urgency written all over his body. He swallowed dry a couple of times as if gathering courage to speak. I don't think you should, he tried to say, but unaware of Izuku's words or his interruption, Kirishima continued. You were freaking out, he said sternly, giving Katsuki a hesitant look, when we got there. And I'm not saying usual Bakugo angry freakout session, I'm saying I just saw someone die for me freakout session. It was pretty scary, he added, looking pale. Huh? Katsuki asked, Izuku forgotten behind him as he focused his entire attention on what Kirishima was saying. No one knew what to do. Kirishima continued, speaking faster as if he just wanted that subject to get dealt with as soon as possible. You were fighting everyone who tried to touch you and you were bleeding out. You nearly exploded Aizawa-sensei's hand when he tried to grab you. In the end, All Might had to hold you down in his muscular form and, he hesitated again, scratching the back of his neck. You started crying, he said, not meeting Katsuki's eyes. What? Katsuki asked, mortified. Look, if it makes you feel any better, it didn't look like you were crying, Kirishima added quickly, as if sensing Katsuki's growing rage. Most of the class thought you were just screaming or lashing out. You started to apologize to All Might, but no one could understand anything you were saying, so before anyone else saw your tears I kicked them out with Todoroki's help, he said. You let that half and half be see me cry? Katsuki protested, furious. Kirishima raised his hands as if trying to calm a feral animal. He didn't tell anyone. I made him promise he wouldn't, Kirishima reassured him. And he was there for Midoriya, not you, so he didn't think too much of it. How effing reassuring, Katsuki growled sarcastically, turning to face Izuku. What about you? Were you there too? He asked, a bit too aggressively. Weiss, Izuku nodded hesitantly, looking nervous. But Kaken, I swear? So you saw this whole shitshow, he interrupted, getting angrier by the second. You saw everything and you didn't effing tell me about it? You wouldn't have believed me if I did, Izuku pointed out with exasperation. Plus, what good would it be if I told you? It wouldn't change anything that happened and it would have only made you embarrassed. The good would be that I would have been able to make up some sort of excuse as to why I freaked out over you. Katsuki shouted. Now everyone thinks I give a shit about your whiny butt. Izuku paused, staring at Katsuki in disbelief for a moment. And that's just terrible for you, isn't it? Izuku retorted, much to Katsuki's surprise, eyes clearly hurt and glistening. We've known each other since we were 4, but God forbid people assume you care about me, he mumbled. Yeah, because I don't, Katsuki growled. I was probably crying because of the head injury, not because you're a simple-minded BSD who almost got himself killed by a D-lister, he shouted. Bakugo, Kirishima reprehended, even though he was only hearing one side of the conversation. Well, too bad, Kaken, because I care about you, Izuku shouted back with tears in his eyes, sounding frustrated. I always did and I always will, no matter how many times you step on me or put me down. I know you think horrible things of me, and I don't know what I could have possibly done to make you think them, but I thought we had cleared things up after our fight. Apparently I was wrong, since you continue to see me as this horrible, fake person, while, to me, you're nothing less than the very incarnation of victory. Bakugo, he did take the blow for you, Kirishima said, completely unaware of everything Izuku was saying. Katsuki turned his head towards the red-haired boy. We saw the footage with Aizawa-sensei. A long silence stretched in the room, awkward and tense. Katsuki didn't dare to look at Izuku. He didn't dare to breathe. What? He asked lowly, voice hoarse. Aizawa-sensei let me and Todoroki watch the footage video with Recovery Girl, Kirishima explained, one of his hands still reaching to Katsuki as if attempting to calm him. I'm telling you, I saw it with my own eyes. You knocked the villain down, but he was about to strike you and you didn't see it. Midoriya did. Katsuki turned his head to face Izuku, who had his head bowed and tilted away so that Katsuki could see nothing other than pursed lips and freckled cheeks. He shoved you out of the way, which was how you got concussed. He jumped at you so hard you slammed your head on a wall, Kirishima continued, following Katsuki's gaze for a moment before setting his eyes back on the blonde boy's face. And the villain's quirk hit him on the back. You were out cold for more or less 3 minutes, then you woke up and shoved him off you. It took you some time to realize he took a harsh intake of breath, looking at the empty spot beside Katsuki again. Well, Katsuki continued to look at Izuku, whereas Izuku continued not to look at him. I didn't tell anyone about it, Kirishima reassured him after a few moments of silence, assuming that was the reason behind Katsuki's unusual quietness. Todoroki won't either. Aizawa-sensei gave the rest of the class a summarized version of the story and left out the unnecessary details. No is that Midoriya got hit by a quirk that detached his soul from his body, since apparently that's what happened. Katsuki continued to stare at Izuku. Kirishima hesitated, at a loss for what to do upon his friend's unfaltering silence. Seeing Katsuki stare at nothing like that was freaking him out a bit, if he was being honest. Are you okay? Why didn't you just say something? Katsuki asked, apparently snapped out of whatever trance he had been stuck in by Kirishima's question. Izuku shifted awkwardly on his feet. I didn't want you to know, Izuku said quietly. His head was still hanging low, eyes refusing to meet Katsuki's as his green bangs hid them away from view. Why not? Katsuki asked. He still sounded angry, but also softer, somehow. Kirishima's eyes darted between Katsuki and the empty space Katsuki was staring at, a worried frown etched on his brow. You didn't need to bear this burden, Izuku whispered. Katsuki stared at him for a few more moments before scoffing and shaking his head. What the F are you talking about, shitty Deku? He snarled, voice very low and menacing. Why would having you act as an unsolicited human shield be a burden to me? He asked, sounding just a bit too defensive. Bakugo, don't do that. Kirishima sighed heavily and shook his head in disapproval. I didn't want you to blame yourself for what happened. Izuku protested in a high-pitched voice, equally defensive. Katsuki finally threw himself off the bed in rage, taking an angry stomp towards Izuku. You think way too much of yourself, nerd, he growled. Why the F would I blame myself for your shitty life choices? Yeah, I suppose you're right. Izuku threw his hands in the air in frustration, apparently done with Katsuki's constantly sour temper and need for conflict. Okay, I did it. I took the blow for you. And I would do it again without thinking twice about it. He said the words as if he was sure nothing could anger Katsuki more. Katsuki fumed. Shut the F up, you goddamn piece of shit, Katsuki yelled. I don't FNG owe you anything. I didn't ask you to save me and I don't owe you for it. I never said you did, Izuku yelled back. Despite what you think of me, I saved you because I care about you, not because I was looking for a reward. Well, good for you then. Because you're not getting a thank you card or a grateful kiss on the cheek, he snarled cruelly, vaguely aware that he was probably overreacting, if the way Kirishima was awkwardly staring at him was anything to go by. Despite of this knowledge, he couldn't quite bring himself to stop. He could never bring himself to stop when he got like this. I'm not gonna call you a hero or praise you for something you chose to do on your own. And I am not asking you to, Izuku said each word emphatically as if he thought Katsuki was a moron and goddammit, he was about to punch this ghost in the effing face. How hard is it to get into your thick head that I didn't do what I did because of second intentions? The F, did you just say to me? Katsuki whispered dangerously, hoarsely, the vein in his temple going back to popping out violently. Did you just call me a thickhead? Oh, shit, Kirishima muttered, standing up from the bed as well as looking conflicted. His eyes darted towards the door every other 2 seconds, desperate to get away before things got ugly. I'd better go, he announced nervously, but the words fell on deaf ears. Look, Kaken, I'm sorry that me trying to prevent you from dying makes you so angry, Izuku settled for replying instead, looking upset. I wasn't trying to get credit for it, he shook his head. I wasn't trying to prove I'm better. I was just trying to protect you. Only that, he exclaimed, as if begging Katsuki to understand. He had a pleading look in his eyes and in his tone of voice. Katsuki gritted his teeth. You goddamn piece of shit, he growled, shaking his head and stepping closer to Deku. Kirishima looked like he didn't know whether he should stop Katsuki from attempting to punch a ghost or just flee from the scene at once. Katsuki stood right in front of Izuku with burning, crimson eyes. What in FS name were you thinking, throwing yourself in front of a villain with an unknown quirk? Kirishima and Izuku froze, staring at Katsuki with blatant confusion. Wah, Izuku tried to say, but before he could get the words out, Katsuki exploded in furious shouting. Because if you weren't trying to get credit for it or shove it in my face, then that means you actually threw yourself in front of the blast without knowing what the F it would do to you, he accused, taking another angry step towards Izuku. What the F is wrong with you, shitty Deku? Did your mom drop you on your head when you were a baby? Izuku continued to stare at Katsuki with wide eyes, parted lips, and a dumbfounded face that showed just how he was completely taken aback by the shift in that conversation. Kirishima looked equally confused. Kaken, he tried to say, hesitant, at the same time Kirishima said, Bakugo. Just shut the F up, the two of you, Katsuki yelled, running his fingers through his hair while trying not to accidentally blow up his own head. God, in a minute, of all the people in the world I could have ended up stuck with, it had to be the dumb piece of shit with a god complex and no self-preservation skills. He growled angrily. Kaken, just calm down. Izuku took a tentative step towards Katsuki. Don't effing tell me what to do, you demon nerd, Katsuki interrupted him, pointing an accusing finger at the boy. You can't even fend for yourself, don't assume you know what's best for me. Bakugo, just take a breath and sit down before Recovery Girl makes you stay here longer, Kirishima argued, reaching a calming hand towards his friend. Katsuki growled lowly at the back of his throat, huffing out a breath and hesitating for a moment. When Kirishima took a hold of his arm, meaning to lead him back towards the bed, Katsuki yanked himself away from his friend's grasp like a stubborn kid, but after a few moments of ponderation he threw himself on the bed, sitting with his legs crisscrossed and his shoulders hunched as a small sign of displeasure. Izuku blinked slowly at Katsuki, looking a bit hurt by the fact that he had listened to Kirishima and not him, but he opted to say nothing. You have to calm down, man. Your head's still healing and you can't keep shouting so much at a medical bay. Kirishima sat back down beside Katsuki, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Katsuki immediately shrugged away from the touch. Yeah, whatever, sheet hair, Katsuki scoffed but agreed. Izuku frowned at this, looking almost offended. That's what I've been telling you, he protested, stepping in front of Katsuki's field of vision as if to draw his attention. Shut the F up, nerd, Katsuki snapped at him. You don't get to tell me what's best for me after you nearly got your butt killed over nothing. It wasn't over nothing, Izuku's frown deepened, stepping closer to Katsuki. Well, I can look after myself and I don't need your shitty help, he protested, crossing his arms above his chest and giving Izuku a disapproving glare. I was probably going to dodge anyway, so you just got ourselves into this situation over nothing. You see? That's why I didn't tell you anything, Izuku pointed out. You never believe anything I say, but as soon as anyone else says it, you believe them. Just ask Kirishima-kun if he thinks you were going to dodge or not, from what he saw in the footage. He gestured at where Kirishima was sitting, looking uncomfortable and confused. As if shitty hair would be able to tell, Katsuki snorted through his nose, earning an offended frown from Kirishima. Wait, are you two talking about me? He exclaimed, half indignant and half curious. Shut up, Katsuki rolled his eyes, sounding a bit too defensive. He didn't want to hear from his best friend that Deku was right, so it would be better not to ask in the first place. What is Midoriya saying? I want to know, Kirishima protested, curiosity overcoming indignation. Katsuki's defensive tone only contributed to that feeling. Ask him if you were going to dodge, Izuku urged, taking advantage of Kirishima's curious question. I already told you 100 times that I'm not your effing boy, Katsuki responded, standing up from the bed again in his anger. Don't you want to know? Izuku raised a defying eyebrow at him, the effing brat. The way he spoke the words, as if he thought Katsuki was a effing moron, as if he thought he had any right to act so smug and superior, as if he was right and Katsuki was wrong, all of that made a familiar mixture of emotions that only Deku could cause appear inside his chest and explode before he knew better. God, Deku, it's like you're even begging me to deck you. Every time you open your demon mouth, Katsuki said as he succumbed to old habits and pushed Izuku away, in the same way he had done so many times over the course of the many years they had known each other. Except his hands didn't run straight through Izuku's ghost form, like he had expected them to. His hands hit Izuku's shoulders, shoving him away so harshly the boy fell on his butt with a yelp, looking as surprised as Katsuki was. Katsuki had touched him. Izuku blinked up at him from the floor, green eyes wide and mouth hanging open like a fish's. Katsuki continued to stare at him in horror, and the look on his face sent a wave of fear through Kirishima. He had never seen such a look on Bakugo's face before. What's going on? He asked nervously from the bed, completely unaware that Katsuki had just touched Izuku even though he was a ghost. Bakugo, he urged nervously when he received no reply, worried that something horrible had happened. Instead of responding, Katsuki simply grabbed Kirishima by the hand, eyes never leaving Izuku's form on the ground. He dragged Kirishima towards where Izuku was sitting, crouching down beside the fallen boy and dragging Kirishima down with him despite his confused yelps of protest. He led Kirishima's hand towards Izuku's shoulder, but the red-haired boy's hand just passed straight through Deku as if he was a hologram. "Could you feel that?" Katsuki asked, a serious, cautious look on his face that contrasted harshly from his eruptive anger from a few moments before. It looked as if he was finally allowing logic to take over anger, assessing the situation carefully and trying to reach a conclusion as to what the heck was happening. Kirishima frowned. No, I didn't feel anything," Kirishima said simply, staring at Katsuki with worry. Katsuki let go of his friend's hand dismissively, eyes never leaving Izuku. "Wasn't talking to you," he said simply, sustaining Izuku's terrified gaze. Crimson and green were permanently locked, unable to break away. "And no," Izuku responded hesitantly. "I didn't feel anything." "Bakugo?" Kirishima asked, confused and having no clue of what was happening as he kneeled on the floor beside Katsuki. Katsuki slowly, carefully placed his hand on the top of Izuku's, tentative at first, as if he feared his touch would go right through the boy as Kirishima's had, but then hesitant once he was able to feel the skin of Izuku's knuckles beneath the tip of his fingers. He looked at the place where their skins touched with attention before meeting Izuku's eyes again. "And this?" he asked again, face impassive. Izuku looked like he was trying really hard not to blush. Kaken didn't sound soft, but he didn't sound as angry as before either. He sounded careful and analytic. "Can you feel this?" "Weiss," Izuku said, voice wobbly with emotion. "I can feel it. I can feel you, Kaken," he exclaimed, right before he launched himself onto Katsuki, enveloping in a tight hug and burying his face on the boy's neck as he broke into sobs. He wasn't completely unreachable. He could still be touched. All Katsuki could think of was the way he had felt Izuku's hair tickle him when he whispered in his ear on the previous night. The way his hair was tickling him on that moment, as he hugged Katsuki, was very similar. The DMN nerd needed to get himself a haircut. He had assumed the tickle from the previous night to be a mere fruit of his imagination, a stupid way his brain found to compensate the paradox of Izuku being there and not being there at the same time. He had never considered the possibility that he could touch Izuku and have Izuku touch him back. Even though Katsuki's first instinct was to shove Deku away and mock him for hugging him and crying on his shoulder, something prevented him from doing so. In fact, he didn't even complain about the hug, he merely stayed crouched there, arms hanging limply beside him as Izuku clung to him and sobbed, overwhelmed by the emotion of the discovery he was still tangible. Katsuki knew he should probably hug Deku back, but he just couldn't. He didn't understand why, but he couldn't. Maybe he just wasn't a hugger. Maybe there was another unfathomable reason behind it. "Bakugo?" Kirishima asked, still very confused and not knowing what to do, seeing the uncomfortable and slightly embarrassed expression that had overtaken Katsuki's face upon being hugged by the person he considered a rival. He hesitated, taken aback by the course of events. Never had he expected that he would actually be able to touch Izuku. Never had he expected that he would actually be able to reach him. That Izuku was still reachable. He didn't know what that meant. In fact, if anything, he was afraid of what that meant. The words died on his tongue. There was no way he could explain what was happening, the unwanted intimacy of the touch he was sharing with Izuku, without making it sound even weirder than it felt. "I can feel you," Izuku exclaimed again, breaking their awkward hug but letting his hands linger on Katsuki's arms, as if he didn't dare to break the contact now that he knew he could make it. His face was flushed and wet with emotion, and Katsuki finally broke away from Izuku's overwhelming gaze, turning his head. "Yeah," Katsuki said, face blank and eyes distant. He looked troubled. For the first time in his life, he had no clue of what to do. No clue at all. "Yeah, I can feel you too, Deku," he settled for saying, nowhere as angrily as he had intended, not that it really mattered. Katsuki blinked blankly at All Might, Aizawa-sensei and the principal of UA sitting in front of him. Beside him, he could spot, from the corner of his eyes, the way Deku was fiddling with the hem of his shirt, so obviously nervous that it made Katsuki want to deck him. He continued to stare at his teachers and the principal with impassive eyes as he tried to make sense of what he had just been told. "What? They had just been told. So, Katsuki finally said after what felt like an eternity of awkward silence. His eyes squinted as he said the words, marking his disbelief and, most of all, his discomfort with that situation clear. What you're saying is that Deku's soul is... He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. All Might looked slightly embarrassed and almost sorry for him, so it was Aizawa-sensei who responded, as serious as ever. Bound to yours, he concluded, crossing his arms above his chest. Deku emitted a sound that was suspiciously like a muffled yelp from beside him, but Katsuki knew better than to even acknowledge it. This is all theoretical, however. We won't know for sure how this quirk works until we actually capture the villain who did this, he shrugged. As if the subject they were discussing wasn't a big deal. As if Deku's soul being literally bound to Katsuki's was just occupational hazard. And how close are we to capturing him? Deku asked anxiously, leaning slightly forwards in anticipation, at the same time Katsuki asked. But what the F, is that supposed to mean bound? Aizawa-sensei, having only heard Katsuki's question, sighed heavily and leaned back on his chair, looking like he wasn't in the mood for dealing with his student's moody attitude. This time, All Might was the one who answered him, looking like he was trying his best not to make Katsuki freak out because of the information he was about to hear. The fact that he was even trying only made Katsuki's desire to blow up the entire room increase. From what we could gather from your testimony, the surveillance images of the alley, and quirk records, the villain's blow detached young Midoriya's soul from his body, as you know, he started. We found past quirks that behaved in a similar way, so that is not impossible. However, since you can see and interact with young Midoriya when none of us can, we reached the conclusion that your souls must have been connected to each other in a way. It was probably not the villain's intention to do so, but given that he opted to run away instead of killing you off while you were both unconscious, we can only assume that something must have gone wrong. We also have records of soul-binding quirks, but they are extremely rare and... He trailed off again, lowering his head slightly. Katsuki definitely didn't like the look of that, or the path that conversation seemed to be taking. And what? He urged, a bit too aggressively, especially given the fact that he was talking not only to a teacher, but to All Might. The aftermath is often. Aizawa-sensei spoke up instead, staring deeply into Katsuki's eyes. Unpleasant. You unpleasant? Deku muttered hesitantly from beside Katsuki. The hell is that supposed to mean? Katsuki growled, even though he was also feeling weird. He couldn't quite describe the sensation, but there was something cold weighting down on the pit of his stomach. We don't want to rush into conclusions, Principal Nizu interrupted, sounding as calm and gentle as ever, which contrasted with All Might's grim expression and Aizawa-sensei's sulking look. All quirks are different and none behaves the same. We shouldn't measure our chances at success based on previous attempts when it comes to this type of situation, especially when there are such singular differences amongst quirks. For now, you must focus on catching up with the 2 days' worth of classes you lost. We will update you on the progress of our searches for the villain and inform you should anything change. He offered Katsuki a small smile, which the boy certainly didn't repay. But you said soul-binding quirks are rare, Katsuki said, ignoring Principal Nizu's obvious dismissal. Which means you couldn't have found many occurrences. This can only mean... As the principal has said, Aizawa-sensei cut Katsuki short, giving him a warning glare. His teachers may have already gotten used to his disrespectful behavior, even if they didn't condone it, but talking back to, or even worse, ignoring, the principal of UA was not something Katsuki would be able to get away with, concussed or not. You should focus on making up for the lost time. We are more than competent to track this villain down and restore Midoriya's soul to his body on our own, Bakugo, he added, as if predicting that Katsuki would want to take part into the investigations. Yeah, but how can I concentrate on studying and making up for the lost time when I have a mumbling nerd glued to me 24/7? Katsuki complained, sparing the still nervous Deku beside him one quick disapproving glance. He turned back to Aizawa-sensei before Deku could protest. I'd be more useful helping you track this villain down. We all know I'm on top of my class, so missing a few days won't affect sheet for me. Plus, I've faced this guy before, he pointed out, hopeful. He didn't think he'd be able to just sit down and wait until someone captured the villain for him, especially when he had shitty Deku glued to him like a flea. More than that, even Katsuki couldn't stand the thought that a stupid villain like that had almost taken him down, and that someone else would get to do the honors of capturing him. He convinced himself that this wasn't just a matter of getting rid of Deku, this was a matter of defending his honor, too. Young Bakugo, you are still injured, All Might pointed out calmly, protesting Katsuki's demand as he had expected to, so, before he could continue, Katsuki interrupted him. Recovery girl said I'm getting cleared out. Soon, Aizawa-sensei cut him short again, pointing Katsuki with a slightly more irritated glare. Principal Nizu watched the exchange with his same usual peaceful expression, but something about his eyes made Katsuki feel uneasy. Not now. Recovery girl said you would be dismissed soon. And we need to work on capturing this villain immediately, or as soon as possible, he sighed. Besides, we wouldn't allow a first-year student to take part on such a dangerous mission, especially when another student's life is on the line, he concluded, his tone leaving no space for refutation. Katsuki squinted his eyes, suspicion mixing with the cold feeling on his stomach. There was something else going on, something they weren't telling him. Of course, it wasn't exactly best-case scenario to have one of UA's students lying brain-dead in a hospital bed after a villain attack during a training session, but Katsuki could see no reason behind Aizawa's sensei and Principal Nizu's desperate rush to find the villain and shove Deku's soul back into his body. Katsuki could understand All Might's urge to do so, now that he knew about the man's weird relationship with the nerd, but the two others. There was something off about it. Katsuki was sure they couldn't be in a rush because they took pity on him being stuck with Deku for longer than necessary. There was something else behind it, especially because Aizawa-sensei said Deku's life was on the line. The hell was that supposed to mean? As far as Katsuki knew, Deku's soul had been set loose, yeah, but he wasn't under any imminent risk of dying for real. Was he? What the hell is that supposed to mean? He asked, making sure Aizawa-sensei could read the suspicion etched in his crimson eyes. None of the three men replied, so he continued. Why immediately? The F. Do you mean Deku's life is on the line? Shoyuda, Principal Nizu said simply, a hidden warning in his tone. It is better for them to know, Aizawa-sensei tried to protest with a sigh, but Principal Nizu stood up, calmly making his way around the table separating him from Katsuki and standing in front of the boy, right beside Deku. Katsuki stared at the small principal with respect, but didn't allow his glare to falter. Young Bakugo, Principal Nizu said, voice calm. You should return to the medical bay. You still need to rest if you plan on recovering and returning to your classes as soon as possible. We will inform you should you be needed, or should any news regarding the villain arise. Yeah, okay, but what should me and Deku know? Katsuki turned to look at Aizawa-sensei, who had a very serious expression on his face. Now that Principal Nizu had stopped his teacher from saying what he wanted, Katsuki could clearly see that Aizawa-sensei had been subtly dropping hints from him to catch on, almost as if he wanted to help Katsuki figure things out on his own. The man turned his head away from him, but Katsuki wasn't letting the subject drop that easily. Sensei? He urged. Young Baku. It was All Might who responded, standing up from his seat and walking towards him, just as Principal Nizu had. Listen to the principal. Go back to the medical bay and rest. We can talk about this once you are fully recovered. Katsuki glared at the superhero with the fury of 1,000 suns, mixed emotions filling his chest. He was desperate to know what the precise hell these people meant by saying Deku's life was on the line. He wanted to figure out what having the shitty nerd attached to his soul like a flea meant. He needed to know why they were keeping secrets, why Aizawa-sensei was trying to drop hints for him, why Principal Nizu seemed so adamant at getting rid of him before he could learn too much. But, at the same time, there was a silent pleading in All Might's eyes, a silent warning in Aizawa-sensei's, and an unreadable look in Principal Nizu's. As much as Katsuki hated it, his only course of action was to fall back. Even though he was stubborn and hot-heated, he knew better than to go against the principal of the UA, who could expel his butt in the blink of an eye if he wanted to. Fine. He huffed out a grumpy, disrespectful breath, standing up from his seat and shoving his hands into his pockets in annoyance. There was a constant grimace on his face, but that was nothing new. "Don't worry, young Bakugo," All Might said, passing an arm around Katsuki's shoulder and tapping it paternally. Katsuki told himself that he was definitely not freaking out inside for having All Might half-hug him like that. "We will not keep you in the dark. We just ask that you rest and get your strength back, while trusting us to deal with the fight this time." "Whatever," he scoffed, forcing himself to shrug All Might's protective arm off before he could actually feel embarrassed by it. Pointedly not looking at Deku, Katsuki turned his back on the three men in the room and, without bidding his goodbyes or being formally excused, walked out of Principal Nisa's office without glancing back. None of his teachers scolded him for it. He didn't need to turn and look to know Deku was tagging along. It wasn't like the nerd had any other choice. However, even without looking, he could just tell that Deku was probably freaking out over all the information they had received in the past few minutes. Their souls were bounded, and there seemed to be a death clock looming over Deku's head. Katsuki could almost hear the whirring of wheels inside Deku's brain, if the way he kept muttering under his breath was anything to go by. "What the F did I tell you about muttering, you demon nerd?" Katsuki asked after a while, without looking at Deku, continuing his calm walk towards Recovery Girl's medbay. The boy's muttering, along with his constant crying, had always said the hell out of Katsuki, and he was sure he would probably descend into actual madness if he was forced to hear it 24. Dealing with the shitty nerd being glued to him 24/7 was already too much. If Katsuki was being honest, he wasn't particularly looking forward to returning to the heroine's white rooms and wrinkled kisses. If there was something he wanted to do was to lie down on his own bed, of his own UA room, in the peace and quiet of his private space. Alone. No annoying Deku around, no annoying parents, no annoying teachers, no annoying friends, no annoying villains. He'd only been glued, he refused to use the word bound, to Deku for a couple of days, and he was already desperate for space. Deku, however, was either too busy with his ponderations to hear Katsuki's scolding or downright ignored him, which only made the explosive boy's anger increase. He stopped on his tracks in the middle of the corridor, so abruptly that Deku, distracted, bumped into him with a surprised yelp. Katsuki decided not to dwell on the fact that touching Deku felt especially weird now, not because of the touching itself but because he was the only one who currently could. Taken away from his own loud thoughts and looking up at Katsuki with wide, green eyes, Deku stared up at him with confusion, as if trying to figure out why they had suddenly stopped. And now that Deku's eyes had locked with his, Katsuki couldn't look away. He didn't know why, but he couldn't look away. "Kaken." Deku frowned slightly after several awkward, silent seconds passed and Katsuki did nothing other than stare at him with what looked like a death glare. "Is everything all right?" "Kaken." The huge, expressive eyes assumed a worried glance and Katsuki couldn't take it anymore. There was something unsettling about those eyes, but he couldn't, for the life of him, he couldn't remember. Deku's eyes had been dead. The memory came to him as if in a flash, a spark, something that was sudden and abrupt and that was gone as quickly as it started. He didn't know what caused the flashback or if it would have even happened had he not stared into Deku's eyes for so long, but now all he could see were half-lidded, dead eyes that were vacant, expressionless, empty, dead. He didn't know why it upset him so much. He couldn't understand. He didn't understand. He'd fantasized about killing Deku so many times. Why did the sight upset him so much now? What had changed? "Kaken," Deku exclaimed, his worry increasing a tenfold as he noticed the way Katsuki's eyes widened and his face paled as if he had seen a ghost. His gaze was distant, as if he was stuck in a memory, but the way his breathing patterns suddenly increased showed that there was something making him distressed. Instinctively, Deku reached towards the boy in front of him, grabbing one of his arms in a desperate attempt to help him. "Kaken, what's wrong?" Touching Katsuki, or rather, squeezing one of his arms, seemed to be what it took to break him from his trance, and in a moment his eyes had regained their sharpness and focus. Staring deeply into Deku's eyes for what felt like an eternity, Katsuki yanked his arm away from Deku's loosening grip and scoffed at him, pointing him with a disgusted, disapproving look that didn't feel entirely wholehearted, neither to Katsuki nor to Izuku. "Don't touch me, scum," He growled in his usual tone, staring at Deku for a few more seconds as if he wanted to be sure of something before turning on his heels and resuming his walk. And stop fing muttering. It's driving me crazy, he added over his shoulder, not really bothering to look directly at Deku as he spoke. He shoved his hands into his pockets again and hunched over, resuming his walk back to his room at the medical bay. Izuku stared at Katsuki for a few confused seconds before following him, as he had done all his life. Apparently, some things never changed. If Katsuki hadn't been able to take his eyes off Izuku a few moments before, now he seemed to be avoiding him like the plague. The two boys walked side by side towards the medical bay in a trek that felt longer than ever, the tense silence between them weighing heavy on their shoulders. Izuku had no idea what had upset Kaken so much or why he had reacted in such way. It was usual for him to be aggressive to Izuku, especially when he touched him, but there was something different about his reaction this time. If Izuku didn't know better, if Izuku hadn't known Kaken for his entire life, he would have described him almost as scared. If anything, the thought of Kaken, of all people, feeling scared, made Izuku pretty scared too. Lowering his head and fiddling with the hem of his shirt awkwardly, Izuku struggled to keep up with Kaken's quick pace. Seeing the brave, relentless boy look so disturbed by something he couldn't name made anxiety creep up inside of him, and the need to mutter his thoughts aloud became almost irresistible. There were just so many thoughts in his head. He knew better than to do that, though. Izuku knew Katsuki didn't like him. The thought hurt him like hell. He learned how to deal with this feeling after he made friends for the first time in his life at the UA, but to know that Kaken, his childhood best friend, his parameter for victory, hated him, still stung after all those years of bullying and violence. Izuku couldn't help but to admire Kaken, despite of everything that had happened between them. He only wished the feeling was requited. But the fact was Kaken hated him, no matter what Izuku's wishes were, and being stuck with him, of all people, was probably a nightmare for the explosive boy. As much as Izuku wished Kaken would at least tolerate and respect him, he didn't want to impose himself onto the boy like that. And, despite of it not being his fault, imposing his presence onto Kaken was precisely what he was doing. The least he could do was to respect the boy's wishes and not mutter, since Kaken despised it so much. But still, so many of us, he needed to let them all out in some way. What do you think Aizawa-sensei meant? Izuku asked hesitantly, already panting from having to walk so fast in order to keep up with Kaken. When he said a student's life was on the line? Instead of responding, Katsuki simply scoffed, avoiding to look at Izuku's general direction. Izuku stared at him for a few moments, hoping that the boy would answer his question, but Katsuki simply continued to walk. They entered Recovery Girl's med bay and headed towards the elevator. Izuku tried to press the button to call for it out of habit, frustration filling him when his hand phased right through the wall. Katsuki couldn't help but to roll his eyes at the sight, pressing the button himself and waiting for the doors to open. I didn't think I was in danger of actually, Izuku shrugged, giving another go at making conversation with Kaken. The boy continued to stare straight ahead in silence, hands shoved in his pockets and face grim with annoyance. Sure, it's horrible that I'm stuck out of my body, but I thought we just needed to capture the villain. I didn't think that he trailed off again, lips sealing shut. He realized with a twist in his chest that he never even considered the possibility that he was under risk of dying. It was obvious, now that he thought about it, his soul was literally disconnected from his body. That's as close to dying a person can get without actually kicking the bucket, right? But now, as the threat of actually losing his life, of ceasing to exist, of drifting off. It was real. It was very real. And it made dread appear at the bottom of his stomach. He didn't want to die. He was All Might's successor. He was meant to be the new symbol of peace, now that All Might couldn't be anymore. He didn't want to disappoint his mentor. He didn't want to go without at least passing one for all for the next successor. He didn't want to leave his mom. Oh God, his mom. What would she do if he died like that? Who would take care of her? Who would comfort her? How could he leave her? And All Might and his legacy, how could he go without ensuring it would live on? How could he be such a disappointment? Quit the bullshit. Kaken broke him off his thoughts, speaking for the first time since he abruptly yanked himself away from Izuku's touch. He still wasn't looking at him, and when the elevator pinged open in front of them, he stepped in unceremoniously, Izuku following him close. He was watching Kaken like a hawk, confused and afraid, but it took him a few silent moments before he continued speaking. I'm not gonna give you a hug, or pat your back, or tell you everything will be okay. I'm not one of your shitty melodramatic friends. If you're looking for comfort, go bug someone else off. Izuku frowned. That wasn't what he was trying to achieve. He was just voicing his thoughts. Had his sudden fear of dying been that obvious? Sorry, he ended up saying, even though he wasn't entirely sure what he was sorry about. It wasn't what I meant. I don't care what the F you meant, just quit being such a cry-baby over everything for once in your dim life, Kaken growled, tilting his head away from Izuku. A long silence stretched between them. Izuku had no idea what he could say without giving the wrong impression. The elevator door opened, and they both stepped out. They were nearing Kaken's bedroom. They entered it silently, Kaken holding the door for Izuku in order to close it after him. Since the boy wouldn't be able to do it himself, his hand would phase right through it. Once the door was closed and whatever little privacy Katsuki could maintain was preserved, he kicked his shoes off and threw himself on the bed. His head didn't hurt as much, thankfully, and he sighed in relief. Izuku lingered awkwardly in the middle of the bedroom, not knowing what to do with himself. Even though he was a ghost, sleeping on the floor was making his back grow achy and his shoulders become sore, but he couldn't tell Kaken that. He would just be accused of being a crybaby again. So he simply sat on the floor beside Kaken's bed as he had been doing for the past days, crossing his legs beneath him and trying to decipher what Aizawa-sensei had meant by everything he had said during their meeting. He hadn't expected Kaken to speak up again. You're not dying, Deku, he said quietly, calmly. There was something weird about his tone of voice, and if Izuku bothered to turn his head around, he would have been able to see Kaken's face. He didn't do that, however. It didn't feel right. Instead, he simply sat on the floor and stared straight ahead. So quit dwelling over it. They're probably just trying to get your shitty ghost back into your body as soon as possible before the media blasts their buttes. They're not the only ones looking forward to do that. Izuku gave off a tiny chuckle at the comment. It was so like Kaken to say something like that. Why yeah, Izuku agreed. You're probably right, he admitted, even though he knew that Kaken probably wasn't, despite of everything. I know I'm right, Kaken scoffed, shifting on the bed. Izuku heard the sound of covers being pulled as Kaken nestled himself to sleep. You're going to sleep again, Kaken? He asked, doing his best to keep the worry off his tone. He knew Kaken needed to rest, but he also knew he had been sleeping too much. It made him worried. None of your business, you demon nerd, Kaken responded simply with his usual growl. Just stop overthinking about the meeting and keep your nose off what I do. I'm not letting you die, so just chill out. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Had he heard it right? He continued so stare straight ahead at the floor, a blush creeping up to his cheeks. He couldn't look at Kaken. The silence between them was verging on unbearable. Don't think too much of yourself, Kaken scoffed after what felt like an eternity, sounding a bit too defensive. There's no way I can beat your shitty nerd, but if you're dead, so I'm not letting that happen. You don't get to take the easy way out against me, dumbass. Izuku smiled, even though his face was red. Yeah, that made more sense. Don't worry, Kaken. I can't surpass you if I'm dead either, so that's not happening. He said simply, almost teasing, hugging his knees to his chest. He was used to the lack of physical contact. He spent most of his life without friends, and the only person who ever hugged him was his mom. He knew how to do without touching. But still, back then, he was able to touch people if he wanted to. Now, the only one he could touch was Kaken, and Kaken, well, angry with Izuku's comment but too tired to blast his nerdy butt into the afterlife, Katsuki simply launched one pillow at the boy. It phased right through Izuku and plopped uselessly at the floor, neither of the boys making any sort of effort to pick it back up. Katsuki was cleared out of the infirmary on the following day, receiving advice from Recovery Girl not to exert himself for at least a week and return to her if he felt anything out of the ordinary. Apparently, the hit he had taken to the head, thanks to Deku launching himself at full cowl towards him, had been really serious, and, if it hadn't been for Recovery Girl's powers, he would have probably been in a coma. He wanted to scream. Him, getting in a FING coma because of shitty Deku. What FING joke? It would have been a FING joke had he heard it a year back. Now, Katsuki knew full well that Deku had enough power to yank his spine off his body using only one hand, if he wanted to. He would never admit it out loud, but that didn't change the fact that he knew it. Since Recovery Girl cleared him out in the nighttime, Katsuki decided he could stall for time for a bit instead of heading straight to the students' dormitory. He didn't want to have to deal with shitty hair and dumb Pikachu spamming him with questions he didn't want to answer, or with the attention he was sure he'd receive. He didn't think he would have a better mood to deal with it in the morning, but at least he'd be more well-rested. He was sure a good night of sleep in his own bed was bound to make him feel better. Despite of looking comfortable, the medical bay's bed was killing his back. It felt constantly achy and sore, as if he had been sleeping on the floor, instead of a mattress. Deku followed Katsuki around quietly as he paced through the UA grounds, hoping no one would find him and tell him to go to the dormitory. All he wanted was a few moments of peace, of quiet, or privacy, or at least as much privacy as he could get with Deku attached to him like a flea. God, it was pissing him off so much. He tried not to think about it, and even though Deku was at least respectful enough to stay quiet while he walked around, Katsuki still couldn't ignore green hair and lively eyes whenever he turned his head to the side. It was almost midnight when Deku finally spoke up, having miraculously broken the record and managing to stay silent for almost 2 hours straight. "Kaken," he said quietly, almost as if not to startle Katsuki. He sounded hesitant. "Aren't you feeling tired?" "Huh?" Katsuki scoffed, a mocking grin appearing on his face. "Walking around for 2 little hours makes you exhausted, nerd," he teased. Deku blushed and looked defensive all of a sudden. "What?" "No," he protested. "It's just you've been really tired lately and sleeping a lot, so I figured you would want to head straight to bed once you were cleared out of the medical bay," he justified, frowning. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Yeah, but you forgot to take your shitty friends into account," he explained. "I'm not really in the mood of dealing with a bunch of people hovering all around me and asking me stupid questions." The answer Deku gave him was certainly not what he had been expecting. "They're your friends too, Kaken," he said, frown deepening, sounding almost pitying. Rage boiled inside of Katsuki, and he turned his head to glare at Deku with a disgusted scowl appearing on his lips. "God, you're pathetic," he accused. "Get the hell away from me with this sentimental bullshit." "But they are," Deku protested, following Katsuki when he turned on his heels and marched away. "Really, I mean it. I'm sure they must be worried about you, and if they ask you questions, it's because they care. That's a good thing." "I don't know what the F you're talking about," he scoffed. He couldn't tell why, but Deku's words were making him angrier than usual. "But there's nothing good about having a bunch of assholes cornering me and pissing me off, so shut the hell up." "I really don't get you sometimes, Kaken," Deku pushed, walking alongside the boy and looking serious. "Why are you so afraid?" He was cut off by Katsuki stopping abruptly and turning on his heels, one of his hands shoving Deku back with such harshness that the boy lost balance and fell on his butt with a yelp. Katsuki stood in front of him, staring down at his surprised form with a murderous glare and balled-up fists. "I thought I told you to mind your own effing business," he hissed, fury so evident in his voice that Deku's eyes widened. "I'm not afraid of any FING thing, so just shut the F up and keep your stupid advice for your DMN self. If you were so good at making friends, you wouldn't have spent most of your life as a friendless loser," he spat, accusing. The moment when Deku's eyes turned from shocked to hurt was almost tangible, and Katsuki convinced himself that the twinging feeling inside his chest was disgust, and not guilt, at the expression that took over the fallen boy's face. "That was unnecessary, Kaken." Deku's breath was shaky and heavy, as if he was fighting back tears. He leaned his hands on the grassy floor and got back to his feet, standing up in an awkward position. A spike of pain went up Katsuki's spine, making him bite back a hiss. If this weird but pain didn't disappear after he slept on his proper bed, he would be forced to talk to Recovery Girl. "Yeah." Katsuki raised one eyebrow, ignoring the pain and closing the space between himself and Deku. Deku didn't flinch back as he usually would, which unsettled Katsuki. After they entered Deku seemed to lose his fear of him. If anything, the little sheet grew braver and braver every day. This drove Katsuki crazy. The need to put Deku back into his place was more overwhelming than ever. I think it was necessary as F-. Because you seem to be under the impression that we're friends now, just because I can't get rid of you, even though I have told you time and time again we're anything but. So it's about time you wake the hell up to reality and stop pretending you care just because you want me to pretend I care in return. I told you I ain't gonna comfort you, I ain't gonna braid your hair, and I ain't gonna give you a get-well-soon hug, so stop trying so hard, you desperate piece of shit. He spat venomously. His heart hurt, his head hurt, his back hurt, and he felt more tired than ever. Suddenly, his pleasant walk across the empty grounds of the UA didn't seem so pleasant anymore, and even going back to the dormitory to face his horribly loud, nosy friends seemed like a better option than having this conversation with Deku. Leave it to FANG Deku to ruin one of his favorite habits? Goddamn it. He hated him so much, his heart felt like it was breaking. Now that he thought about it, his heart really did feel like it was breaking. What the f was that about? Deku was hiding his face behind the crook of his arm as if he didn't want Katsuki to see him crying, so Katsuki complied to his wish. A lifetime of seeing Deku cry was already enough, and he turned on his heels to march to the opposite direction from where he had been heading. Heading towards the dormitory, it didn't take Katsuki too long to hear the sound of Deku following him, clearly not due to his own will. However, to his surprise, he was soon stopped on his tracks as an unseen force pushed him back the way he came, so abruptly he lost balance. Looking back, he found Deku standing up and staring at him with a shocked look. Had he just... "If we're soul-bound, then it must work both ways," he said with curiosity, cleaning his running nose with the back of his hand and sniffing. Deku's face was damp with tears, but he looked hurt and determined at the same time. Katsuki got back to his feet, ignoring the pain on his back and glaring daggers at the boy in front of him. "I'm not going anywhere, Kaken," Deku had the audacity to announce. He sounded familiarly relentless. "We'll see about that, you demon nerd," Katsuki growled in an animalistic way before taking several steps back as abruptly as he could, rejoicing in the way Deku was forced forwards, in his direction. Before he could continue, however, Deku planted the heels of his feet on the floor and brought Katsuki to another abrupt stop. "If I have to follow you around, then you'll have to follow me around too," Deku announced stubbornly, making Katsuki's blood boil. "We need to talk about this for once. You're the one who's supposed to follow me around a hole," Katsuki spat, taking another abrupt step away and dragging Deku with him again in the process. Deku, in his turn, took a step to the opposite direction, dragging Katsuki with him by their invisible bond. It was like a stupid game of tug-of-war, except the rope was invisible and they were both aggressively desperate to win. "Quit doing that," Katsuki protested, furious. "I'll F you up if you do it again." "Just tell me one thing then," Deku said seriously, eyes unrelenting. The green glistened in the darkness of the night, and Katsuki did his best to ignore the weird feeling that appeared at the pit of his stomach at the sight. "One thing, then I'll stop resisting." "You're not in the position to bargain with me, you dumb fuck," Katsuki snarled, trying to walk away again. Deku prevented him from doing so, which infuriated him even more. "I just want to know why you think that of me," Deku said, ignoring Katsuki's response. The boy sounded tired, all of a sudden. As if he was done being mistreated by Katsuki for no reason, and he sure as F had taken his time getting fed up. "Why you always think the worst about me," he added, tilting his head slightly to the side. Katsuki could tell that Deku was being serious about this whole, let's talk our feelings out without punching each other for once thing, but unfortunately to all parts involved, he was having none of it. "I think the worst because you're the worst," Katsuki accused, managing to take several steps and drag Deku behind him before Deku halted him and dragged him back. "I'm serious, Kaken," Deku shouted, suddenly impatient. "You always think I'm trying to use you. You always accuse me of thinking I'm better than you, or of thinking things that are not true. You just said I was pretending to care about you. I know you know that's not true." "You don't know anything, Deku," Katsuki growled, furious, struggling to get the hell away from Deku and failing miserably. His hands were starting to pop with tiny explosions as he failed to control his increasing rage, the sweet smell of nitroglycerin filling the night air. "Yes, I do," Deku talked back to him. God, Katsuki missed the time when Deku was afraid of him and actually respected him enough to keep his DMN mouth shut. "You have to know that's not true." "Kaken," he shook his head, voice more honest than Katsuki had ever heard it. "I gave my life for yours. Do you really think I did that because I was pretending to care? Or because I wanted recognition? Or because of any of the other reasons you came up with?" "Shut up," Katsuki growled, not liking the turn this conversation was taking. He didn't want to talk about any of it: his meaningless antagonism towards Deku, his bullying, his abuse, his shitty way of dealing with the stuff he was never taught how to handle, and the way it all resulted on Deku sacrificing his own life for his sake anyway. Did the stupid brat have no self-preservation whatsoever? Why the f would he throw his life on the line for someone who called him useless and beat him up? What upset Katsuki so much was that, even back when he was quirkless, Deku was already a nobler hero than he would ever manage to be. And that infuriated him to no end. "It was because I care about you, and I didn't want you to die," Deku continued, staring deep into Katsuki's eyes. He took a step closer to Katsuki, meaning to close the distance between them. There was a pleading look in his green, alive eyes, as if he was silently begging Katsuki to understand. "Is that really so hard to believe?" he added quietly. "Yes," Katsuki scoffed without missing a beat, without pretending he was even considering attending to Deku's request, angry, raw, and sincere. He didn't want to have this conversation, but now that Deku had probed at his open wound, he might as well address the subject. The dreaded subject that had been pissing him off for years now, and that had taken him a long, long time to come to terms with. "Yes, Itfi is hard to believe," he emphasized, hating the way his words sounded self-deprecating. "Why?" Deku asked, sounding desperate to understand. "Why is it so hard for you to believe that I care about you when all you've done your entire life was bully me and treat me like shit, right?" God, Deku had to be FNG kidding him. He took another step closer to Katsuki, but Katsuki didn't take a step back. "I don't understand, Kaken. I respect you and admire you. I understand if you don't respect me or admire me. I never asked you to. I haven't earned it yet, not really. But that is still a long way away from thinking those things you think of me. I don't understand why you think I would be using you or this other stuff you say sometimes. I don't understand why you close yourself off from your friends. I just..." "Bakugo?" A new voice cut Izuku off before he could finish his question. Both Izuku's and Katsuki's heads immediately snapped towards the sound, only to find Tokoyami standing several feet away from them in the darkness of the street. The realization that he could only see Katsuki, not Izuku, and that, to him, it probably looked like Bakugo was struggling and arguing with thin air, made everyone involved feel incredibly embarrassed. "What the F are you doing out here, bird brain?" Katsuki scowled in annoyance, trying to hide his embarrassment behind anger, as usual. Tokoyami seemed unaffected by the boy's harsh words, continuing to stare at him with his usual neutral expression. "I could ask you the same," Tokoyami said simply. "Shouldn't you be at the medical bay?" "I got cleared out tonight," Katsuki scoffed. "Not that it's any of your business." Izuku sighed heavily and lowered his head, shaking it slightly in disapproval. "See, this is exactly what I was talking about." "God, just shut the F up," Katsuki groaned, closing his eyes for the briefest of seconds before he could lose his cool for good. He ignored the pop his hands were emitting despite of his best efforts. "I didn't say anything." Tokoyami raised an eyebrow, assuming Katsuki's scolding had been directed towards him. "Not you," Katsuki sighed. He was so FING tired of having to explain who he was talking to all the time just because shitty Deku had gone and made himself invisible to everyone else. "Oh," Tokoyami said simply, staring blankly at the direction he assumed Izuku was standing. "I see," he added simply. Comprehensively. "Well, why didn't you head back to the dormitory once you got cleared out? Our friends are worried about you." Deku pointed Katsuki with a look that said, "See? I told you they cared, At the same time, Katsuki pointed Deku with a look that said, "See? I told you they would all ask too many FND questions as soon as they laid eyes on me. I didn't go back because I didn't feel like it." Katsuki walked towards Tokoyami, Deku being dragged abruptly behind him by an invisible cord. Since their discussion had been interrupted by Tokoyami, it made no sense for Izuku to keep struggling against the force that drew him to Kaken, so he allowed himself to be dragged along by the explosive boy. Katsuki's words were unnecessarily harsh and impolite, but that was nothing new. "Does that answer your question? I can see having your skull cracked did nothing to change your sour mood," Tokoyami commented absent-mindedly, walking alongside Katsuki, and, by default, Deku, as the explosive boy caught up with him. They re-entered the main road that led back towards the dormitory together. "Still, I'm glad to see you back on your feet." Yeah, whatever, Pidgeotto," Katsuki scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets. Deku pointed him with a disapproving look which had so much judgment in it that Katsuki couldn't simply ignore. "What?" he asked, head snapping towards Deku. "You want me to give Birdbrain a hug too just because he's nosy?" he snarled. Tokoyami watched the interaction with nothing other than silent interest, eyes widening a little in surprise as he watched Katsuki address nothing. "He was being nice to you," Deku pointed out as if it was obvious. "It wouldn't hurt to be nice back." "Yes, it would." Katsuki rolled his eyes as he kept on walking alongside Tokoyami, talking about him as if he wasn't even there. "No, Kaken, it wouldn't," Deku exclaimed with a chuckle, as if Katsuki's lack of proper manners was extremely endearing to him. "Why don't you just try it?" He raised one eyebrow, as if he was suggesting something as simple as changing clothes. As if Katsuki was actually capable of doing that. The fact that Deku was able to do something as simple as being nice so naturally, as if it was second nature to him, while Katsuki struggled to even say, "Thank you," made him want to blow a hole on the concrete beneath his feet. "Who the F do you think you are? Just shut the hell up and remember your place," Katsuki growled, turning his head towards Deku. And speaking in a low voice as if he didn't want Tokoyami to hear him, or see him talking to a ghost. Probably reading the silent warning in Katsuki's crimson eyes, Deku opened and closed his mouth as if he still wanted to say something, but ended up sealing his lips with a frustrated look, which seemed almost disappointed. "So," Tokoyami said after a few moments of awkward, silent walking. "How's Midoriya holding up?" Katsuki rolled his eyes so hard he almost managed to see his own brain. He couldn't really blame Tokoyami for asking about Deku's well-being, instead of his, for all Birdbrain knew, all he'd get in response was another bitter remark if he as much as dared to ask about how Katsuki was doing. Little did he know that, when it came to Katsuki, getting a bitter remark as a response was the only possible outcome. "From the way he keeps blabbing in my ear, you would never guess this a-hole is in a coma," Katsuki scoffed, shrugging. Tokoyami nodded and hummed low in his throat, going back to being silent. Deku lowered his head slightly beside him as they walked, but didn't say anything. They were nearing the dormitory now, and even from the ground floor, the three boys could see that some of the lights were still on, ergo, some of their friends were still up. Katsuki sighed, bracing himself. Maybe if he offered one quick rude enough response, they would leave him alone for the night. It was just a matter of scaring them into giving him personal space. Tokoyami had his eyes glued on Katsuki, full of attention, and before the latter could burst through the door unceremoniously like he always did, he reached out and grabbed one of Katsuki's arms. Snapping his head towards Tokoyami with an indignant look, which contrasted with Deku's surprised one, Katsuki didn't remove his arm from Tokoyami's grasp as he normally would. Instead, he simply stared, waiting for an explanation that justified that unusual touch. "I could distract them," Tokoyami explained quietly, the look on his face unreadable. "So you won't have to deal with them tonight." Katsuki frowned, confused by Tokoyami's unprecedented display of kindness towards him. "Why the hell would you do that for? You just look like you could use the rest," Tokoyami shrugged. "Or like you will blow up half of the dormitory if someone as much as looks at your general direction." Those were fair reasons if he was being honest. He could definitely use the rest, not that he would ever admit it, And he wouldn't underestimate the possibility that he would end up blowing the dormitory up if he had to deal with obnoxious questions about Deku. He studied Tokoyami's face for a few moments, suspicion embedded in his eyes, before nodding slowly. Tokoyami let go of his arm and Katsuki lowered it, allowing Birdbrain to take the lead and open the door in his place. Katsuki wasn't one to allow other people to hold the door for him, but given the fact that his other option was to face 100 questions about Deku, Deku this, Deku that, he permitted himself this one exception. Tokoyami walked in just as Katsuki managed to spot the backs of Mina's, Kaminari's and Jiru's heads. He announced something loudly, something about seeing some weird animal on the streets during his midnight walk, and the attention this raised was enough to make the three people rile up and start discussing the fictitious event as if there was no tomorrow. Katsuki took advantage of the fact that they were completely focused on Tokoyami to sneak in and rush to the stairs as fast as he could, climbing his way up to his floor. Deku trailed after him obediently. However, such a sudden movement after spending days in the infirmary wasn't exactly good for Katsuki's back, which started aching terribly with each step he took. Every muscle in his body was trembling from the effort it took climbing the stairs, which made him feel more pathetic than ever. One hit to the head and now he couldn't even climb some FING stairs? That was ridiculous. He was Katsuki Bakugo, for FS sake. He wasn't about to be taken down by some FING stairs. "You okay, Kakin?" Deku asked, worry evident in his tone as he watched Katsuki stop mid-climb and lean slightly on the wall beside him. He was hunched over in a weird position, as if his back ached terribly. His hands balled into fists upon Deku's words. "I'm fine," he growled through gritted teeth, his angry tone telling Deku that he would have his face blasted if he asked any more questions. Just as Katsuki managed to pull himself together and stand with his back straight again, Tokoyami appeared at the bottom of the stairs. He studied Katsuki with a conflicted look before slowly, calmly continuing his way up and standing before the panting boy. "Do you need me to get recovery, girl?" he asked simply. "Not are you okay? Or do you need help or any other bullshit Deku would probably feed him?" No, Tokoyami was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. He saw Katsuki had a problem and asserted what would be the best way to deal with it, whereas Deku would have fretted and flooded him with questions and touched him. God, he couldn't stand Deku touching him. He low-key wished he had ended up stuck with Tokoyami's soul instead, at least it would have been more tolerable. "I'm good," Katsuki said through gritted teeth, ignoring the way his head was beginning to throb. God, the old lady had told him this would happen. She had spent a long time babbling about side effects, recovery time, and not feeling like himself for a while, but he hadn't actually taken her seriously until now. Apparently not even him was immune to the aftermath of a concussion. Still, he couldn't let anyone know that. He pulled himself together again and climbed the rest of the stairs, Tokoyami lingering beside him as if he was ready to catch him if he fell. However, once he realized Katsuki was managing well enough on his own, even if still a little hunched over, he decided there wasn't much left for him to do there. "I imagine your discomfort is expectable after the blow you took," he said. "But I do think you should talk to Recovery Girl if it continues." Katsuki raised his head, anger showing in his crimson eyes. He didn't know why he was feeling angry. Tokoyami simply stared back at him, untroubled by Katsuki's glare. "You don't have to worry," Tokoyami reassured him, even though Katsuki hadn't asked for it. "I won't tell anyone about this." Before Katsuki could offer a response, Tokoyami turned around and walked away. Katsuki watched as Tokoyami walked further away from him in the corridor, the distance he was putting between them gradually increasing. Beside him, Deku stared at him with expectation. Katsuki sighed and rolled his eyes. The nerd really wasn't dropping it, right? "Hey, bird brain," Katsuki called just as Tokoyami was about to turn the corner. Tokoyami stopped on his tracks and looked at him, his face neutral apart from a sparkle of curiosity that took over his eyes. He waited silently for Katsuki to continue. Maybe Deku would get off his back for a while if he did it. He was well aware that Tokoyami didn't have to help him, and yet he had done so anyway. Katsuki didn't ask for it, though. He didn't owe him or anyone. So why show gratitude for something he hadn't requested? Still, would it really hurt? Thanks, Katsuki said simply. Emotionlessly. His face was tilted to the side and his eyes refused to meet Tokoyami's as he said the dreaded word. It didn't taste as sour in his tongue as he had expected it to, and the fact that it didn't made him angry. Tokoyami nodded his acknowledgement. You're welcome, he said, and just like that, disappeared at the end of the corridor as he went back to his room. From downstairs, Katsuki and Izuku could still hear the discussion Tokoyami had stirred, realizing that the Raven boy had probably left it without neither of the three riled-up friends realizing. Turning around to finally head towards his own room, Katsuki spotted a wide, proud smile overtaking Deku's face, two ridiculous dimples appearing on freckled cheeks. His desire to wipe that stupid look off Deku's face was smothered by another feeling he couldn't really find a name for. He decided to roll his eyes in annoyance just not to lose the habit and shoved his hand on Deku's hair, ruffling the curls as roughly as he could before playfully shoving Deku away. Don't look so smug, nerd, Katsuki scoffed, walking past Deku without meeting his eyes. I just did it so you'll get the hell off my case. Did it hurt, though? Deku raised an eyebrow at him as if he had just made a terrific point. Katsuki fiddled with the inside of his pocket as he searched for the key to his bedroom. Don't push your DM luck, he growled under his breath. His head was starting to throb harder now that the promise of rest was just one door away, almost begging him just to fall on his bed and sleep. Just because I was nice to him, it doesn't mean I'm gonna be nice to you. At least he did something to earn it, he pointed out. Oh sure. All I did was save your life. Deku had the nerve to be sarcastic. He had the nerve to shove it on Katsuki's face and be sarcastic and chuckle while he was at it. Katsuki's fury burst like a dam. Giving up on his search for the keys, he slammed Deku on the wall beside his door and pinned him against it with one forearm pressed to his chest. Deku's eyes widened in shock at the sudden movement, gasping and yelping in a way that sent a shiver down Katsuki's aching spine. Next time you wonder why I can't stand your FNG guts, make sure to remember how you gave me a lame speech about not doing it for recognition only to shove it at my face a minute later, he growled, his face dangerously close to Deku's as he pushed him against the wall. Sorry, Kaken, Deku said, sounding sincere and confused. He even managed to look guilty, though there was no fear in his eyes, not even when Katsuki pressed harder against him only to see if he'd be able to earn that reaction. I didn't mean it like that. It was just a joke. He raised his hands as well as he could with Katsuki pinning him against a wall as a peace gesture. I don't think so, Katsuki scoffed. Jokes are supposed to be funny, and I'm not laughing. If you think you are so much better than me, at least have the ball to say it to my face, instead of pretending you don't, he snarled. I don't, Deku said, eyes sparkling with a desperate need for comprehension. I mean it. I'm not better than you. He shook his head and swallowed dry. But I will be, he added confidently, tilting his chin up slightly in defiance. There was a familiar determination in his green eyes as he said the words, and even though Deku's sincerity decreased the sourness in his mood, it wasn't enough to make him loosen his grasp against the boy. We'll see about that, shitty nerd. Katsuki smirked dangerously, crimson eyes sparkling with challenge. But I mean it, Kaken. I didn't mean to shove it on your face or anything like that, I swear, Deku added, looking serious. It's just, you ruffled my hair and I thought, that we were friends, Katsuki scoffed, raising a mocking eyebrow at the boy beneath him. Deku's face fell in something akin to disappointment, but he still nodded his head. Something like that, he muttered, lowering his gaze with shame. Katsuki sighed and rolled his eyes. Look, he started, but a sound coming from the stairs caught his attention. He had almost forgotten about his shitty friends arguing downstairs, and the way he had been arguing with Deku in the middle of the hallway had probably caught some attention. Before anyone could reach the floor and find him there, before he was forced to deal with people and throw Tokoyami's distraction on the trash, Katsuki struggled to find his keys inside his pockets as fast as he could. Sheet, he muttered under his breath as the footsteps on the stairs got closer. Kaken, Deku called. Katsuki lifted his throbbing head to find the boy standing at the top of the stairs, probably the maximum distance he could get from Katsuki without dragging him along, and staring down, probably to see who was coming. It's Kirishima-kun, Deku announced. Oh, Katsuki growled, because if there was one person who was even more annoying than Deku when it came to asking him questions and fretting over him, that person was Kirishima. He liked the guy, pretending to just tolerate him was way past Katsuki now, but his lively personality would be just too much for him on that moment. Triumphantly finding his keys, Katsuki shoved them on the door and shoved it open at the exact same time Kirishima's head popped at the stairs. "Bakugo?" he asked, sounding surprised to see him there. No one other than Tokoyami knew he had been cleared out from the medical bay. "What are you doing there?" Kirishima frowned, concerned. "Before you lose your sheet, I didn't run away, I got cleared out," Katsuki explained, stepping inside his room. "Now I want to sleep, so good night," he continued over his shoulder. He was in the middle of the process of closing the door of his bedroom when Kirishima basically manifested himself in front of him, having probably rushed his way from the stairs. Deku appeared right behind him, probably pulled by Katsuki as he entered the room. "Wait." Kirishima held the door with one hand before Katsuki could close it, looking worried. How are you, man? How's your head? Why did you get cleared out at midnight? What did Recovery Girl say? Will you be okay? Is Midoriya okay? What are why?" Before Kirishima could continue his endless torrent of questions, Katsuki rolled his eyes and slammed the door close at full force without bidding his friend another goodbye. He could have tried to be nice to Kirishima in the same way he had been to Tokoyami, but he didn't want Deku to get too spoiled. He turned on his side, hoping the new position would soothe the pain on his back. It worked for a few minutes, until it started hurting again. Katsuki sighed. He shifted on the bed and turned on his other side, never opening his eyes. The new position offered him relief, but again, it only lasted a few minutes. Another sigh. He lay on his back. On his stomach. On his side again. And then on the other side. He placed a pillow beneath his back, then he threw it halfway across the room when it didn't help with the pain. In the end, he was lying flat on his mattress. No pillows, no cushions, nothing. Still, his back ached as if he had carried the weight of the world on it for the past 3 days. God in a minute. He ended up growling through gritted teeth, the worry that he might wake Deku up not even crossing his mind as he buried his face on the crook of his arm and screwed his eyes shut. He ended up falling asleep at some point after the outburst, and when he regained consciousness, there was a streak of bright yellow light breaking the darkness of his room and his back still effing hurt. He hated the idea of going back to Recovery Girl. He had just been allowed to return to his classes and to his normal life, or at least as normal as it could get when there was a ghost pissing him off every second of the day. He didn't want to head back to the infirmary less than 1 day after being released. He would just take some painkillers and stretch when he had free time. He was sure this stupid backache was a result of him lying idly in bed for days. The pain in his head was almost entirely gone, and the light didn't bother his eyes as much as it had a couple days prior. Turning on the bed in order to get up and ignoring the way his sore back protested at the movement, Katsuki found Deku sitting by the window, glancing at the world outside with something akin to longing in his eyes. He didn't notice Katsuki had woken up. "Oi, Deku," Katsuki called, voice hoarse from sleep. He rubbed his eyes and stretched his shoulders in an attempt to make the pain better. Deku turned his head to stare at the waking boy, heavy bags beneath his eyes and shoulders hunched, as if he was extremely tired. Katsuki grimaced. "You look like sheet," he commented instead of saying whatever he had meant to say, earning a frown from Deku. "So do you," he commented, sounding sincere, rather than teasing. Averting his attention from the window, he shifted so that he could take a proper look at Katsuki. "Did you have trouble sleeping, Kaken? What does it matter to you?" Katsuki responded simply, standing up from the bed and doing his best not to let Deku see how much the movement was hurting him. He walked towards his bathroom, dragging Izuku with him in the process. He shut the door to prevent shitty Deku from sneaking, even though he knew the boy knew better than to do that. As he attended to nature's call, a sudden thought occurred to him. "Don't you feel the need to use the bathroom too, shitty Deku? Even in the state you're in?" he asked from inside the bathroom. It took Deku a few moments to answer. "I think everything would just phase through me," he responded, voice muffled by the door. Katsuki rolled his eyes as he flushed the toilet. "I know that, nerd. "That's not what I asked," he replied, running the sink and washing his hands. "I asked if you feel the need, not if you can or can't go." "Oh," Deku replied, and Katsuki could clearly picture his stupid freckled face flushing. "I don't think so. Not so far, at least. I think, maybe my body is, he started to stutter, probably embarrassed to talk about that kind of subject with Katsuki, who rolled his eyes again. "I don't care," Katsuki cut him off before he could continue embarrassing himself. "If you have to go to the bathroom, use the common one downstairs." "I don't want you." "Using mine," he announced. Deku didn't reply. He poured toothpaste on his toothbrush and brushed his teeth, rubbing with as much strength as he could and screaming an eventual die or F germs in the process. When he stepped out of the bathroom after rinsing his mouth, Deku looked at him with what seemed to be like a humorous expression, as if he had been laughing his butt off just a moment before spotting Katsuki. "The F is so funny?" he asked, walking right past Deku and grabbing himself some clothes. He really needed a shower. Deku lowered his eyes, but took a peek inside the bathroom anyway, spotting Katsuki's abused toothbrush. "Kaken, you shouldn't brush your teeth so hard," he commented, the hint of a laughter hidden behind his voice. Katsuki glared at him. "Don't tell me what to do, a hole," he growled, walking into the bathroom again and closing the door at Deku's face. "While you're busy treating those disgusting cavities you must have, I'll be sitting at home enjoying my perfectly healthy teeth. But when you brush your teeth too hard you wear out the natural protection," Deku tried to argue, only to be interrupted by Katsuki yanking the bathroom door open and popping his head out to glare at him. Deku noticed he was already shirtless, his well-defined abdomen standing out against the pitch black of his sweatpants. Deku blushed and quickly averted his eyes from Katsuki's midsection. "The F did I just say about telling me what to do?" Katsuki growled angrily. "Don't go around giving your stupid butt advice to people who didn't ask for it. I'm going to take a shower now, and if I hear one single word from you while I'm at it I'm going to shove your head into that toilet so hard you'll end up stuck in the piping. Are we clear?" He raised one inquiring eyebrow at Deku, who sighed and slumped his shoulders. "Okay, Kaken," he mumbled, stepping away from the bathroom door just as Kaken slammed it close hard enough to wake up everyone in the dormitory. Izuku paced around the room, thankful that Kaken's bedroom was small enough for him to wander around without ending up being pulled back towards the bathroom door while the other boy was still inside. As he heard the sound of water running, he felt more relaxed, knowing that as long as Katsuki was taking his shower, he was free to do what he wanted. Well, at least he was free to do what he could do, given his current limitations. As much as Izuku wanted to take a peek at Katsuki's stuff, he knew better than to do that, not only because his hands would phase right through things, but also because it was impolite to pry. He settled for taking as much information as he could without having to touch anything. He noticed how minimalistic the bedroom was, with only the essential furniture and decoration, and how everything apart from the bed was meticulously organized. There was a working desk by the window, a rolling chair, a mini fridge, a small wardrobe, and some training equipment piled up at the corner of the room. The working desk didn't have any photo frames, it only seemed to contain Katsuki's notebooks, some reading books, his laptop, and a pencil case. A small plant pot was set as close as possible to the window, but Izuku didn't know enough about plants to be able to tell if that was real or plastic. The thought of Kaken watering plants and taking care of them seemed strangely endearing to Izuku. There wasn't much he could see from the wardrobe or the mini-fridge, since he couldn't quite open them to peek inside. The training equipment seemed very similar to Izuku's own: some dumbbells, a few weights to be tied around the ankles, a punching bag, though Izuku couldn't really figure out where Kaken hung the bag from or why he even had one in the first place, since there were plenty available on their gym. After taking this quick assessment of Katsuki's room, Izuku decided there was nothing left from him to do. He was about to go back to sitting by the window, like he had been doing before Kaken woke up, when his eyes found the boy's unmade bed. After sleeping on the floor for so many days, the sight of that soft, comfortable mattress was so inviting that Izuku almost drooled. His back was killing him. He could barely sleep anymore because of it, and he was sure, at that moment, that if he lay down on a proper mattress, even if for a few minutes, even if for just the time it took Kaken to finish his shower, the pain would probably be relieved. Still, it felt weird, almost uncanny, to lay down at a friend's bed without their knowledge or permission. On the top of everything, this was Kaken's bed, and he would probably fulfill his promise of shoving Izuku's head in the toilet if he walked out of his shower and found Deku, of all people, lying down on his bed. Still, his back was so achy. It was so sore. Maybe he could just lie down for a few minutes, and as soon as he heard Kaken walking out, he could stand up and pretend it had never happened, right? No, he couldn't do that. He couldn't lie down on Kaken's bed without permission. It was weird. His back throbbed as if protesting. It's aching so bad. It would be just for a few minutes. Just so I can stretch out and relieve the pain. Just for a bit. Izuku sent the bathroom door a wary look, almost as if afraid Kaken could know, somehow, what he was up to. Hearing the sound of the water still running and a few indiscernible growls from Kaken, Deku sighed and decided that maybe just a couple minutes wouldn't hurt, and it wasn't like Kaken ever needed to know what he had done. He approached the bed hesitantly, as if afraid Kaken would burst out of the bathroom any second with murder in his eyes. The water kept running. Izuku sat down at the edge of the bed, holding his breath. His shoulders were tense and his ears were sharp, attentive to any indication that Kaken had finished his shower. None came. He slowly lay down on the bed, biting his lower lip in nervousness and stretching out on the mattress. His whole body was tense because of the apprehension he was feeling, but his muscles immediately relaxed as soon as he was spread out on the mattress. The surface was so soft that it felt like it was swallowing him whole, and Izuku finally let out a relieved, shaky breath, melting into it and closing his eyes. It felt like the tension that had been giving him pain dissipated, and the relief that took its place was so intense and sudden that he felt lightheaded. He was so content and relieved for something as simple as lying down that he didn't even bother to put any thought into why his body hadn't phased through the bed. In fact, if Izuku thought about it, he may have passed out for a couple of minutes from sheer exhaustion thanks to the overwhelmingly pleasing sensation of not being in constant pain anymore. It wasn't until he heard a loud bang coming from the bathroom and a muffled scream of F- that he reopened his eyes. It sounded like Kaken had slipped and fallen. Kaken? Izuku asked hesitantly, propping himself up from the bed in high alert as soon as he heard the sound. When no reply came, he frowned, concern replacing whatever relief he had felt just a moment ago. Kaken? Are you okay? He insisted, which probably caused the other boy to become very annoyed. I'm fine, mind your own business, Izuku heard Kaken's muffled voice screaming from inside the bathroom. He didn't sound like he was in pain or in any sort of imminent threat, which made Izuku relax a bit again. Kaken was tough. If he said he was fine, then Izuku knew better than to meddle with his life. A memory of a young Kaken staring up at him with a flushed face and unfocused eyes, slapping his hand away when he offered to help, losing balance and almost falling back to the floor flooded Izuku's head. They had been young, no older than 11, and Kaken had long since stopped referring to Izuku as his friend. When Izuku found him after school, he was sitting propped up against a wall, chin glued to his chest and limbs askew, looking like he had fallen and tried to lean his weight on the wall in order to get up, failing in the process. Izuku remembered freaking out over the fallen Kaken, only to have the boy attempt to punch him in the face for fretting too much. Kaken never got the hit. He was too dizzy to do so, but the fact that he had tried was enough to make Izuku feel a little heartbroken. Still, even after Kaken slapped his hand away and bit out a series of angry remarks, "Don't effing touch me, I'm fine. Don't need your help, shitty Deku, stay the hell away from me, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine," Izuku still passed his arm around his shoulder and dragged him to the infirmary. The fact that Kaken didn't offer any resistance to being dragged is what's always freaked Izuku out the most about this story, even to this day. He wasn't allowed to linger at the school's infirmary with Kaken after his mother arrived, saying hello to Izuku and calling him a brat, even though she was way politer than her son would ever be, and ruffling his hair in that same playful way Kaken did with him sometimes. A couple of days later, Izuku went back to ask the nurse what had been wrong with his friend, since the boy hadn't been to school since he was taken into her care. He learned that Kaken had a severe infection, probably due to some cuts on his hands, and that he would have to stay away from school until he recovered. Kaken returned to school a week later, looking and acting like his normal self. When a series of curious students asked him what had happened, why he had missed a week worth of classes, why he had disappeared without a trace, Kakin announced that he ended up hurting himself while fighting a bad guy on his way back to school, that he had overused his amazing quirk but that he was fine now, nothing to worry about, because his metabolism was super fast and he wouldn't be taken down so easily by some D-lister. Sometimes, Izuku still remembered the way his heart nearly stopped upon seeing a fallen Kakin on the middle of the hallway. He remembered how pale his face had been, how unfocused and lost his eyes had looked. He remembered the way Kakin clung to the front of his shirt as he dragged him to the infirmary, whether in anger or in desperation, Izuku couldn't tell, not even years later. He remembered looking into Kakin's crimson, rageful eyes when he returned to school, finding no trace of gratitude, not that he expected any, or remembrance inside them. For all Izuku knew, Kakin had no idea he had been the one to find him and take him to the nurse. He had asked for secrecy, knowing that Kakin would hate him even harder if he found out it had been Izuku who saved his life. Izuku wished he could have kept this time a secret from Kakin, too. He remembered the way Kakin had beat him on the same day he returned, tearing one of his favorite notebooks apart and exploding the abused pages before slam-dunking it into the trash. He remembered the way Kakin had mocked him, his friends hovering behind him and laughing loudly as Izuku tried to protect his head with his arms. He remembered expecting a blow, only to look up and find Kakin walking away, bragging about his quirk and not even sparing the fallen Izuku another glance, as if he was nothing, as if he was a Deku. Funny enough, he didn't remember seeing any of Kakin's friends around the hallway when he found him fallen there. Kakin was probably thankful that there was no one else around to witness his moment of weakness, but Izuku thought it was a bit sad to be as lonely as Kakin seemed to be sometimes, even when there were dozens of people around him offering him incessant praise. He must have passed out from tiredness again, because when he opened his sluggish eyes, Kakin was already out of the bathroom and wearing fresh clothes, taking something from inside his wardrobe and staring at Izuku from above his shoulder with an unreadable look, one that was suspiciously not angry. It took Izuku's sleepy brain a few seconds longer than it should to realize that Kakin was not only looking at him, but seeing him lying down on his bed without permission, and as soon as that realization dawned upon him, Izuku was shoving himself as far away from the mattress as he could, eyes widening and a series of muttered apologies rushing out of his lips before he could really think about it. "Sorry Kakin, I didn't mean to. I was just really tired and I didn't have anything to do because I can't really get too far without dragging you with me, and it would have been weird if I had tried to sneak out and ended up dragging you out of your shower or having you naked in the middle of the hallway. Also, your bed is really comfortable and inviting, so I figured it wouldn't be a problem to just rest for a bit while I waited for you, but I didn't mean to fall asleep. I swear it just happened, but it won't happen again. I didn't even know I was asleep until Izuku's ranting was cut short when Katsuki crossed the distance between them and shoved his palm against Izuku's lips, a serious glare in his crimson eyes. He held his hand there as if he wanted to ensure Izuku wasn't going to continue his blabbering as soon as his lips were free. His hand smelled sweet like nitroglycerin. "I can't tell whether you're an actual moron or just disrespectful as F-," he commented. Izuku, unable to respond due to Katsuki's hand sealing his lips closed, merely stared up at him with big confused eyes. Katsuki, for once, didn't look angry, just annoyed. "What the F did I tell you about ranting?" Izuku made as if to respond, which resulted on Katsuki pressing his hand harder against his lips. "Don't answer that, shitty Deku," he scoffed, taking a step closer to Izuku. Their bodies were almost glued to each other's in the small bedroom, but Katsuki stood tall and intimidating above him. He continued to glare at Izuku for several moments, looking like he was trying to decide what to do with him, until he finally let go and removed his hand from Izuku's face, shoving the boy slightly away in the process. He turned away from the Izuku who was starting to blush, and went back to doing whatever he had been doing before Izuku woke up. "But I do agree with you," he continued, not bothering to look at Izuku as he spoke. "My bed's amazing. I wouldn't sleep in it if it wasn't." Izuku suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Classic Kakin. "Still, I don't give a rat's but whatever shitty reason you had for sleeping in it," he shrugged, much to Izuku's surprise. He had actually thought Kakin would blast his butt into the atmosphere if he caught him sleeping on his bed, and yet he seemed to be untroubled by it. Now that Izuku paid attention, he could see that Kaken was standing up straighter and looking more well-rested. You look like you could use the rest, if the ugly as if bags beneath your eyes are anything to go by. He spared Izuku a quick glimpse from above his shoulder. Also, I'm feeling better after the hot shower I took, so I'll be benevolent and won't kick your butt this time. But if you ever tell anyone about this, he turned just so that he could point a threatening finger at Izuku. I won't. Izuku immediately responded. I promise. Yeah, you won't if you know what's good for you, Katsuki scoffed, turning his back on Izuku again and shutting the door of his wardrobe. I thought you would be mad at me, Izuku admitted, frowning as he watched Kaken gather his things into his backpack and get ready for class. For sleeping in your bed uninvited, he shrugged awkwardly. Katsuki stopped what he was doing, shoving his notebook inside his backpack, and looked at him again, a cold, calculating look in his crimson, burning eyes. There was something off about this whole interaction. Kaken looked calmer than usual, and after knowing the boy for so many years, calm Kaken could only mean trouble. Izuku low-key wished the boy would go back to screaming and pushing already. Having him stare at Izuku with such a calculating look in his eyes was uncanny. Like I said, you look like you could use the rest, Kaken said, almost as if he wanted Izuku to read some hidden meaning into his words. His eyes were studying the boy in front of him with sharp attention. Also, he shrugged after a few moments, closing his backpack and throwing it over his shoulder. There's a theory I want to test. A theory? Izuku asked, frowning. He followed Katsuki as he headed to the door. What do you mean? You'll find out when it's time, Katsuki said without looking at him, stepping out and holding the door open for Izuku. Once the ghost boy was out, Katsuki closed the door to his bedroom and locked it with his personal key. He had really nosy friends. Oh, and don't talk to me when we're in public, Katsuki added as an afterthought, throwing the key up and catching it midair before shoving it into his pocket. No one else can see you, so it will look weird if people see me talking to nothing. I don't want any more extras thinking I'm a nutcase, he grunted, going down the stairs. Also, you're annoying as F, and I don't want to hear your voice, he added, just not lose habit. This time, Izuku did roll his eyes. Izuku was about to explain to Kaken that he didn't really think he would manage staying quiet for so long, especially since they would be attending class together and he always had hundreds of questions, but his thoughts came to a halt when he realized the common room and the kitchen were empty. That was weird. Their friends should at least be up and about, but there wasn't a single soul to be seen. Trying to keep up with Kaken's fast pace in order to avoid being dragged by their invisible bond, Izuku managed to catch a glimpse of the watch hanging on the kitchen wall. They were an hour early to class. Kaken, Izuku frowned, struggling to keep up with his fast pace. Why are we going to class so early? None of your business. Now shut the F up, was Kaken's simple response. Izuku decided not to push it. As much as Kaken's calmness was unsettling, he found out he didn't want it to go away just yet, and asking him questions was bound to annoy him and shove him right back into his usual sour mood. Therefore, Izuku did his best to stay quiet as they slowly strolled across the UA headquarters. The stroll took longer than Izuku expected it to, and it took him longer than it should to realize that Kaken was actually enjoying it. Staring at his friend's grumpy face, Izuku came to understand that Kaken had left the dorms early just so that he could take his time making his way to class. The possibility that Kaken was just trying to avoid their friends asking questions for as long as he could didn't go unconsidered by Izuku, but now that he put some thought into it, he couldn't remember one single day when he had arrived to class and Kaken hadn't been there. He was always the first one to arrive. A soft smile appeared on Izuku's lips. It felt nice, getting to know the nuances of Kaken's personal habits like that. They had known each other for a lifetime, and there were still so many secrets to unfold. Izuku wished he could unfold them all. He wished he could actually be friends with Kaken. What? Kaken's harsh tone broke him out of his thoughts. Izuku looked up at him, confused. Huh? He ended up asking, not really understanding the reason behind the boy's question. You were smiling like a effing idiot and then you started to look like someone shoved sheet inside your nose, Kaken scoffed. He didn't look interested on the reason behind Izuku's sudden sadness, just curious about it. You seem to be under the impression that we're friends now, just because I can't get rid of you, even though I have told you time and time again we're anything but. Izuku turned his head away so that Kaken couldn't see the sadness in his eyes, shrugging like the subject wasn't important. He knew precisely what would happen if he told Kaken the truth, that he was upset because, no matter how hard he tried to be close to Kaken, he always ended up shoving him away like he was nothing, like he was a Deku, and that broke Izuku's heart. Kaken would mock him, or call him a sentimental loser, or quite possibly beat him up. He was better off being quiet. Kaken continued to stare at him for a few moments, waiting for a response, but when Izuku offered none, he scoffed and rolled his eyes. Whatever. He shrugged and picked up his pace. Izuku was forced to follow him, noticing how Kaken seemed much better in comparison to the night prior. A few hours before, he could barely go up the stairs without help. Now, he was almost jogging his way to class, Izuku, struggling to keep up with him. When they arrived at the classroom, it was, as expected, empty. Kaken made his way to his assigned seat and Izuku sat directly behind him, fingers drumming hesitantly at the surface of his desk. He couldn't bring any material with him, since everything other than Kaken just phased through him, so there was no way he would be able to take notes during class. He could only hope one of his friends would be considerate enough to take notes for him while he was in his situation. Surely, Kaken wouldn't bother, so Izuku wasn't going to ask him. Still, it was a bit unsettling being in class and not bringing any notebooks or pens with him. He felt stripped bare, as if he was an outsider, or as if there was something very important missing, quite possibly his body. He wasn't even in his uniform, for God's sake. He didn't feel like he belonged in that room. Now that Izuku thought about it, the clothes he was wearing weren't his hero costume, either. He figured it would only make sense for his soul to be wearing the last clothes his body had been wearing when they were disconnected. However, that wasn't the case. The clothes he was wearing were casual, something he would wear on his everyday life, a t-shirt that was years and years old and that had been given to him by his mother, and a pair of jeans that All Might had given to him after his own got destroyed beyond repair during one of his many training sessions with One for All. His shoes were the same as always, the only thing in his life that didn't seem to change. Even though he didn't know why, it bothered him that he was wearing these clothes, and not his hero costume. He loved the shirt and the pants All Might gave him, but it didn't make any sense. He should be in his uniform, which were the last clothes his body had been wearing during the fight, or at least in the hideous hospital gown that Recovery Girl had shoved on him back at the medical bay. It wasn't logical for him, for his soul, to be dressed like this. Perhaps it had to do with emotional attachment? Maybe he loved these clothes so much, one, a gift from his mom, the other, from All Might, and the shoes were beyond description, that his soul had immediately gone for them, or a representation of them, when it needed. Still, it didn't make any sense. What did emotional attachment have to do with anything? Why would it interfere with the clothes he was stuck with? That wasn't logical at all. A sudden thought occurred to him. If emotional attachment was an actual factor that interfered with what his soul could or could not do, why was it that he could only touch Kaken and nobody else? If you think I won't punch your teeth in if you keep up with this muttering, you're dead mistaken. Katsuki growled furiously from the seat in front of him, not turning around to face Izuku as he spoke. To be fair, Izuku hadn't even realized he was muttering, which was something that happened more often than he liked to admit. Sorry, Kaken, Izuku stuttered nervously, face flushing a bright red thanks to his sudden epiphany. Surely, he liked Kaken a lot, despite of all the mistreatment he received from the boy. Still, was it enough to make him the only person his soul could have contact with? What about All Might and his mom? They hadn't been able to touch him. No, this couldn't be it. The reason he could touch Kaken had to do with the villain's quirk, and that alone. Whatever he may or may not feel had nothing to do with it. His admiration for Kaken wasn't bigger than for All Might, and he didn't love Kaken more than he loved his mom. That was absurd. His stomach twisted. Was it really that absurd? Could he love Kaken more than he loved his mom? Even with all the bullying and name-calling and abuse? That just wasn't possible. There was no one he loved more than his mom. But what if they were different types of love? The love he felt for his mom and for All Might was fraternal, but there was no reason why his love for Kaken would be so. Maybe different types of love earned different results? Was that why his soul was wearing things that his mom and All Might had given to him, even if they couldn't see him? Was that why he could touch Kaken? No, that couldn't be it. It had to do with the villain's quirk. It couldn't have to do with his love for Kaken. Izuku's eyes widened and the red in his face was thoroughly renewed as he came to the realization that he did not even once, doubt that he loved Kaken in the first place, however that love may present itself. Where did his admiration end and his love begin? Everything was so confusing that his mind felt like it was spiraling, stuck in a whirlpool of confusing emotions and feelings that he couldn't figure out and that strangely didn't feel entirely like his own. He didn't even notice when Kaken stood up from his seat angrily, shoving one of his hands on the front of Izuku's shirt and yelling something at his face. "I'm this close from duct taping your stupid ghost mouth shut, you piece of shit. I can barely stand your muttering on a normal day, but I refuse to be the only one forced to hear it. You either shut the hell up for good or I'ma shove your shitty hospital blanket down your body's throat so hard that it will come out your butt." A noise at the door caught their attention, making Izuku and Katsuki turn towards it at the same time. There stood Todoroki, looking as neutral as ever and suspiciously untroubled by the fact that he had just walked in on Katsuki screaming at nothing in the middle of their empty classroom. They stared at each other for a long time, Katsuki's eyes widening slightly as if in embarrassment for being caught in such a position, while Todoroki managed to look unconcerned and disapproving at the same time, if that was even possible. After a few awkward seconds, in which Katsuki continued to cling to the front of Izuku's shirt while Todoroki continued to stand unmoving by the door, the explosive boy finally let go of Izuku, shoving him back and standing up straight with a furious look. "The F you looking at, icy hot?" he shouted, irritated. Much to his annoyance, Todoroki simply ignored him and stepped into the room, heading for his seat in absolute silence. "Yeah. Go the F ahead and ignore me, you BC. See if I care," he growled. Todoroki took his seat calmly and only then raised an eyebrow at Katsuki. "It's hard to think you don't care when you keep screaming over everything," he commented with indifference, no mocking or teasing in his tone, he was merely making an observation. However, the coldness of his remark only made Katsuki angrier, and tiny explosions began to pop at his palms. Izuku, completely forgetting his own embarrassment from the weight of his epiphany, immediately placed himself between Katsuki and Todoroki, even though only one of the boys could see him do that. "Kaken!" Izuku shouted, outstretching his arms as if to shield Todoroki from the boy's possibly incoming explosions. "Get the hell out of my way, he snarled, averting his eyes from Todoroki and towards the boy standing in front of him. "If the half-and-half BSRD wants beef with me, beef's what he's gonna get." He tried to walk past Izuku. To do what? He didn't know. It wasn't like he could simply murder Todoroki in the middle of their classroom, but the boy blocked Kaken's way once more. "Just go back to your seat, Kaken," Izuku pleaded, not wanting his friend to get in trouble over nothing. "Aizawa-sensei will arrive any minute now, and you'll get in trouble if he sees you fighting." "How is Midoriya holding up?" Todoroki interrupted, unaware that Izuku had been speaking in the first place. He continued to stare up at Katsuki with indifference, which only served to annoy him, but it was his question that annoyed him the most, for some reason. Not the fact that he had ignored Katsuki's anger to ask him something, but the question itself. "Why the hell do you care a hole?" Katsuki asked, managing to take a step past Izuku and towards Todoroki. "Because he is my friend," Todoroki explained simply, as if that was obvious. Katsuki did his best to ignore the way Deku's face became all flushed at the remark, closing his hands into fists. Also, he didn't look exactly healthy back in the medbay. "I wanted to make sure you aren't putting too much strain on him." "What the F do you mean, icy hot BSE? Katsuki exploded, offended. "How the F would I be straining him?" "You were just yelling at him," Todoroki commented absent-mindedly. "Though I am sure we have all grown used to your moods by now, I don't think this is earning a positive effect on Midoriya. Recovery Girl said his charts have been acting weird." "How the hell do you even know that?" Katsuki snarled, subtly defecting Todoroki's accusation. "You've been standing vigil by the nerd's bedside or something?" Todoroki averted his eyes from Katsuki, even if he didn't look embarrassed per se. "I have been visiting him," Todoroki admitted, managing to look as casual as ever. We all have. Katsuki rolled his eyes and huffed out of his nose as if he thought that was the most ridiculous thing that could ever happen. He turned his head to look at Deku, who looked very flustered and very sad at the same time. "Thank you, Todoroki," he said, voice barely above a whisper as he lowered his head in embarrassment. Todoroki, obviously, didn't hear him, and Izuku knew better than to ask Katsuki to relay the message to him. "We are all worried about him," Todoroki added after Katsuki did nothing other than glare at Deku's general direction. "Since you are the only one who can communicate with him, I think you could at least do something to ease your friend's worries." "It would cost you nothing," he concluded. Katsuki snarled. "Don't tell me what to do, icy hot," he spat, turning on his heels and heading back towards his own seat. "Bakugo," Todoroki called, standing up from his chair calmly. Katsuki stopped on his tracks, looking at the boy from above his shoulder. A long time passed without neither of the boys saying anything, a tense silence stretching between the two of them while Izuku could do nothing other than watch. Todoroki looked like he was trying to decide whether he should speak up his thoughts or not. It felt like an eternity before he finally continued. "I know you worry about him too. I believe it would be good for him to let him know that," he ended up saying, looking as neutral as ever. Katsuki, on the other hand, snapped so hard at the statement that there was smoke coming out of his palms. "Oh yeah," he snarled, marching his way back to where Todoroki was standing, looking ready to attack. "You saw one shitty footage and you think you know me? You think you know shit about me and Deku, you half and half a-hole?" He grabbed the front of Todoroki's uniform and pulled at it angrily. "Kaken," Izuku protested, eyes widening in surprise at the turn of events. "Let him go." "You're not a difficult person to read," Todoroki said simply, unbothered by Katsuki's sudden movements. He slapped the boy's hand away from his uniform as if it was nothing and continued to stare at him, this time the hint of a glare appearing in his eyes. "I couldn't spend hours analyzing your personality based only on what little interaction we've had so far, but I am not going to do that. I am not telling you this for your sake, it's for Midoriya's," he added coldly. "He admires you and looks up to you, we all know that. You may not admire him at all, but I do know you at the very least don't want him to die. Whether you like it or not, you are stuck with him until the villain is captured, which gives you part of the responsibility for his well-being. If you mistreat him, the after effects show on his body, and if anything happens to him because you were too much of a to actually be thankful to the person who saved your life, you will have to answer to a lot of people who care about him. Not just me," he concluded. Izuku's face was as red and bright as a tomato. "Are you threatening me?" Katsuki scoffed, a wicked half-grin half-snarl appearing on his face. "Am I supposed to be scared at your little display of heroics?" "No," Todoroki responded. "I was simply stating a fact. Listen to me, a-hole." Katsuki took a step closer to Todoroki, who continued to look unbothered. "Deku isn't a fing helpless maiden who needs a loser like you're double-colored but to defend his honor. If he's got a problem with me, he can tell it to my face." He snapped his head to the side to stare at the flustered Deku, pointing a finger at him. "You hear me, douchebag? Say it to my face if you've got a problem with me." Izuku's eyes widened even further and he nodded his head frantically in agreement. "That's reassuring," Todoroki commented, his tone so plain that no one could tell if he was being sarcastic or actually serious. "I don't give a shit what you think," Katsuki snapped his head back at Todoroki. "Just stay out of my fing way and stop telling yourself you know anything about me and Deku." "Stupid piece of shit," he muttered under his breath as he walked away from the boy once again. "I was serious about informing Midoriya's friends of his state," Todoroki added, but this time, Katsuki didn't stop or look back. "I'm sure you were," he said simply, throwing himself on his seat and putting both his legs above his desk in a disrespectful manner. Todoroki looked like he wanted to say something else, but, before he could, Ida and Uraraka entered the room, their heads turned towards each other's as they spoke in a low voice. Uraraka was the first one to see Katsuki sitting there, and her big eyes widened as they found him. "Bakugo-kun," she exclaimed, rushing towards him and leaving a confused Ida behind. Katsuki rolled his eyes and sighed, but did nothing as the girl approached him. Ida was fast behind her, actually speaking up before she had the chance. "Bakugo, how is your head?" he asked, standing beside the girl. "How is Deku-kun? Is he okay? He looked a bit tired when I visited this morning. Were you cleared out by Recovery Girl? I didn't see you return to our dorms. You didn't run away from the medical bay, did you? Please tell Deku-kun I have been taking notes for him so that he doesn't fall behind when he is out of the medical bay. I would have taken notes for you too, but Kirishima-kun said he would do that. I have been taking notes for you and Midoriya as well. As class representative, that is my duty. I also need to know how your head is doing. Ensuring the well-being of my colleagues is my responsibility, and I need to know in case I need to call for Recovery Girl's assistance. Is Deku-kun okay? Did he have any ideas how we can? I must ask you to inform me should you feel any discomfort or something unusual. Said you could touch, so I'm sure there are a lot of things about this villain's quirk we still need to figure out. Only in case of an emergency. Are you sure you should be in class so soon? Kirishima said. But I'm sure Deku-kun can figure it out. If there's someone. Either way, don't hesitate to call. We are all. Kaken, are you okay? Maybe give him some space. I mean, if you want to, you can take a look at my notes too, there's no problem. Yo guys. Blasty's back. Did you know that? Oh, sheet, I hope he didn't run away. My personal number, so that won't be a problem in case you feel ill. Just tell Deku-kun we miss him and we wish him best. I hope he gets. Kaken, you're scaring me. Everything went silent. Katsuki opened his eyes. When had he closed them? He was panting, standing up, hands leaning heavily on his desk, which had its sides scorched, probably thanks to Katsuki's palms. His head was pounding and sweat was rolling down his temples, sweet and cold. His stomach was churning. He was feeling way too many emotions at the same time. His hands were starting to pop. He needed to get out of there. He looked up. Round face and 4 eyes were staring at him, her with terrified eyes and him with a concerned look. Behind him, Todoroki was eyeing him with similar concern, even if it was better hidden in his stoic face. Closer to the door were Shiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima, all looking equally scared and worried about him. His head turned to find Deku, who had a hand on his shoulder. Katsuki didn't remember when Deku touched him, but he was almost sure it was at the same time when the noises finally died down. At the front of the room, there were a chair and a desk, completely destroyed and still fuming. Katsuki didn't have to put much effort into realizing he had been the one to do that, even though he couldn't remember doing it. His crimson eyes ran across the room again. Too many people. Too many questions. Just as he had expected. Just as he had dreaded. Without thinking too much about it, he picked up his backpack, which had been silently scorched by his explosions, threw it over his shoulder and headed towards the exit. Round face and 4 eyes stepped aside to let him go through, and Katsuki didn't meet their eyes as he went. His heart was still pounding. His fight-or-flight instincts had been activated, even though he couldn't figure out why. Just before he walked out of the door, without looking at anyone's faces, he said simply, "Shitty hair. With me." He didn't look behind him to see if Kirishima was following him. He didn't look to see if Deku was following him either, but he didn't have to. He headed to the gym, trying his best to calm his frantic mind and ease his screaming thoughts, controlling his breathing in order to make his heart stop trying to rip itself off his chest. "Bakugo, Aizawa-sensei will arrive any minute now," Kirishima tried to protest as he entered the gym right after Katsuki. Deku was standing hesitantly between the two of them, not sure of what to do with himself. He couldn't get his eyes off Katsuki, worry etched in green. "I know that, and he won't kick you out for missing 2 minutes of his class or some sheet. I just need you to do something, then you can go," Katsuki replied with annoyance, throwing his backpack on the floor and turning around to face Kirishima. Given the fact that Katsuki asking for a favor was something extremely rare and quite possibly unprecedented in human history, Kirishima placed his backpack on the floor as well and nodded, determination clear in his eyes. This was probably a very serious subject, and given the scene Katsuki had just made back in the classroom when he started exploding things with that panicked look on his face, Kirishima wasn't about to walk out on his friend just because of his fear of being late to class. "All right, bro," he said simply, slapping his hands together and nodding emphatically. "Whatever you need." "Punch me in the face," Katsuki said in a deadpan. Silence. "What?" Kirishima asked after several moments. "You heard me, a-hole, and I ain't repeating myself," Katsuki scoffed, turning to look at Deku. "Remember I told you you'd find out about my theory? This is the time, so pay attention." He gestured at Kirishima to approach. "Come on. Deck me as hard as you can. Bakugo, I think you should talk to Rikov. For F's sake, can you all just stop trying to push me back to the old hag for once and quit the bullshit?" he interrupted, annoyed. "Just do as I've said, come on. I know you and half the class have been dying for the chance of punching me, so if you're too much of a PP to do it, I'll just call in someone else," he grumbled. "Kakin, maybe you should?" "Shut up, shitty Deku. Are we doing this or what?" He raised his eyebrows at Kirishima. "Dude," Kirishima said, frowning and shaking his head. "I'm not punching you." "Why the f not?" Katsuki scoffed. "Because you're not well." Kirishima took a step closer to him, looking deeply concerned. "You just got cleared out of the hospital after spending days there because of a severe concussion. You look like you just had a panic attack and you destroyed a desk out of nowhere. You look like you haven't been sleeping for days. I'm just not doing it, man. You're not okay. Don't tell me what the F I am." Katsuki grabbed the front of Kirishima's shirt and shoved him hard. "Just punch me in the face," he said through gritted teeth, trying to strike Kirishima and force him into a fight. Kirishima skillfully dodged the blow, his skin hardening on instinct. "Bakugo, stop," he protested, blocking another well-aimed blow. "Kakin, what are you doing?" "Stop," Izuku protested, throwing himself on Katsuki and trying to pull him away from Kirishima. "Get off me," Katsuki yelled, shoving Deku back. "Dude, just stop it," Kirishima said, trying to hold Katsuki down as well. Katsuki punched him, hitting his shoulder and sending the boy back with a surprised yelp. "Stop trying to fight me. I'm not punching your face." Katsuki got back to his feet from where he had fallen to his knees, still frantic and disoriented. He ran the back of his hand on his upper lip to clear the sweat away, glaring at Kirishima. "I'm not effing crazy, you moron," he said, sounding slightly more lucid than before. "I'm just trying to figure something out. About the connection I have with Deku," he explained. Deku's eyes widened. "What? What are you talking about, Kakin?" he asked, clearly nervous. "Yeah. And decking you helps you do that how, exactly?" Kirishima asked, fists raised ready to defend himself from another possible blow. "If I'm right, then you'll see it," Katsuki argued. "If I'm wrong, well, then you'll be about the only person in the world who's had the satisfaction to actually punch me in the face," he smirked. Kirishima didn't seem to find this humorous. "That wouldn't be a satisfaction, man," he frowned. "You're my friend. It's one thing to spar with you, but punching you in the face after you just got cleared out isn't the same." "God, you're such a FNG coward," Katsuki scowled. "I should have asked Pikachu instead." "Dude, I'm not about to get my butt suspended for making your concussion worse," Kirishima tried to defend himself, looking offended. "You think so much of yourself, huh, shitty hair?" Katsuki growled, approaching Kirishima again. The boy tensed up, as did Deku. "You think one of your shitty punches is gonna do what? Send me to the hospital?" As if, he scoffed. "Kakin," Izuku said with a warning in his voice, realizing what Katsuki was doing. He was provoking Kirishima into punching him. "You wish you had enough power to do that," Katsuki scoffed. "Dude. Stop. I'm not falling for that." Kirishima shook his head again, looking skeptical. "You keep blabbering about how you're going to support me and be there for me as if you were my friend or some sheet, but the moment I ask you for a favor you bail," Katsuki growled. "Kakin," Izuku said, sounding infinitely more serious. "Don't do this. Kirishima-kun is actually your friend. I should have asked someone who actually has ball. God, half and half was probably dying to punch my teeth in, but I decided to waste my time with you." He shook his head. "Kakin." "Bakugo," Kirishima said, looking suspiciously hurt by that conversation. "Stop it. I'm not hurting you. I don't even know why the F I let you hang around me, if you're such a weak butt. Katsuki didn't have the chance to finish the phrase as a fist collided with his face and sent him falling on his butt. He took a hand to his aching jaw with a victorious smirk, but, to his surprise, Kirishima was standing exactly at the same place, looking like he hadn't moved an inch. His eyes were wide in confusion and surprise as he stared at the fallen Katsuki, clearly clueless to what had happened. Turning his head, Katsuki found Deku fallen on the floor right beside him, one hand cradling his own jaw and the other still balled into a fist. Deku had been the one who punched him, the little sheet. But most importantly, just as Bakugo had expected to prove, Deku was also feeling the pain from his own punch. His theory was right. The bond connecting was also making them feel each other's pain. Which was probably why Katsuki's back wouldn't stop FNG aching and the little piece of sheet didn't even consider bringing up the amount of pain he had been in, forcing Katsuki to deal with it as well. UBSTRD, Katsuki yelled, not at Kirishima but at Deku. Sorry, Kaken, but I couldn't let you be so mean to Kirishima-kun, Deku tried to explain, looking angry and determined, but Katsuki interrupted before he could continue his lame speech. Why the F? Didn't you tell me you were in iffy pain? He shouted. I've been dealing with your shitty backache the entire goddamn time because you just couldn't put some use into your trap for even once. Dude, Kirishima said with an anguished expression on his face. This was the second time he bore witness to a one-sided argument between Katsuki and an invisible Izuku. I have no idea what's going on. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, equally confused. If you feel the pain I feel, then I feel the pain you feel too, Katsuki pointed a finger at him. If you had just said something about your shitty back, we could have done something about it instead of you having me walk around like Ifei Quasimodo this entire Ifei time. Wait, Izuku frowned, retrieving his hand from his aching jaw and frowning. Your back was aching too? Yes, dipshit, Katsuki shook his head in disbelief. God, you're such a dumbass. And you probably haven't been sleeping because of it, which means I haven't been sleeping because of it, and no, we're both sleep-deprived losers because of your inability to communicate. Hey, Izuku protested, offended. You are the one who tried to talk Kirishima-kun into punching you in the face to prove a point when you could have literally just asked me if my back was aching. Shut the hell up, Katsuki responded, feeling embarrassed by the truth behind Izuku's point but not willing to demonstrate it. Bakugo, seriously, this talking to Midori's if there's no one else around thing is really confusing, Kirishima protested. I have no idea what's going on right now. Did Midoriya just punch you in the face? What do you mean you are feeling each other's pain? Katsuki ran both hands across his face, angry, and scratched his scalp before getting back to his feet with a muffled scream of anger. Kirishima was staring at him with a half-hurt, half-concerned look, and Katsuki rolled his eyes in annoyance before approaching him again. Look, shitty hair, I'm gonna make this quick because I'm not in the mood for this kinda bullshit everyone seems to be pulling at me, he said, straight to the point. Izuku, who had also stood up and was approaching the pair, pointed him with a disapproving look, which made Katsuki roll his eyes again. Fine. Kirishima. Whatever, he sighed. Yeah, I get this whole Ghost Deku thing is confusing as hell and probably makes me look like a FING nutcase, but I'm having a hard time catching up too, okay? You're not the only one who's confused as F-. I just found out the reason why I've been feeling like death warmed over these past days is because Deku has been feeling like that, and we apparently share pain too, because the shitty butt quirk that connected our souls is literally the worst thing ever. And yeah, me and Deku are soul-bound or some bullshit, he added upon Kirishima's very shocked look. What I mean is, Deku is a effing a hole. Hey, Izuku protested. Who didn't tell me he was feeling like shit? You would have told me to shut up if I had said something. And now I can't figure out if what I'm feeling is what I'm feeling or if it's what he's feeling. He turned his head to glare at Deku, who fell silent for once. I can't do anything without this a-hole trailing behind me. Not out of my own free will. And he keeps talking over me because he's a piece of shit who knows you can't hear him and he thinks that makes the interruptions excusable. He glared at Deku again. Sorry. Izuku lowered his eyes, falling silent. Anyway, you should get going to class now, Katsuki scoffed, earning a surprised look from Kirishima. Aizawa-sensei is probably already there. Wait, you're not going? He asked with a frown. Nah, I'm gonna talk to Recovery Girl, Katsuki explained, looking grumpy. He didn't want to go back to the old woman's infirmary so soon after being released, but now that he knew the cause behind his discomfort, and now that he knew that the discomfort wasn't a result of his own weakness, but of Deku's, he didn't feel as uncomfortable asking for her help. Still, the remark earned a shocked look from both Kirishima and Izuku alike. Angry, he protested, "What? Isn't that what both of you assholes wanted? I'm finally figuring my sheet out and I'm going to talk to the old woman and take care of myself. You two should be throwing a FING party instead of giving me those looks. Kaken, taking care of yourself is not something awardable. It's a basic requirement," Izuku pointed out with an almost sad look, even though there was a hint of a humorous smile on his face. "Shut up, Deku," Katsuki shouted at him. "Why would we throw you a party for something you're supposed to do, bro?" Kirishima raised an eyebrow. Katsuki fumed, while Izuku chuckled out loud. "You make sure your shitty soul gets stuck to shitty hairs next time, dumbfuck?" Katsuki shoved his fingers on Izuku's curly hair and ruffled it aggressively before pushing his head away. Izuku yelped in half surprise, half pain. "But does Midoriya agree with me?" Kirishima grinned, pleased with himself. "I'm sure he does." "Of course he does." Katsuki rolled his eyes, bending over and picking up his backpack from the floor. Kirishima caught the cue and did the same. "You're both dumb pieces of shit with pigeon crap for brains." "Kaken, don't be rude," Izuku protested. "Oh dude, that's rude," Kirishima pointed out. "For FS sake," Katsuki groaned, rolling his eyes. "Why did I have to end up with two morons who think alike?" "Ah, we're your morons," Kirishima explained, passing one arm over Katsuki's shoulders. "Fist bump, Midoriya," he announced, stretching his fist in front of his body and waiting with expectation. Midoriya returned the fist bump, but there was no way Kirishima could know that. He looked at Katsuki with a questioning grin, and Katsuki, who did nothing to shrug off from Kirishima's embrace as he would have done with anyone else, merely rolled his eyes in silence. "Oh, come on. Is he fist bumping me back?" Kirishima asked with a stupid grin on his face. "No," Katsuki lied, a wicked smirk on his lips as they walked out of the gym, still stuck in Kirishima's half-embrace. "He said he refuses to fist bump someone with such an ugly hair." "Hey, that's not true," Izuku protested, desperately trying to connect his fist with Kirishima's even though his hand continued to phase on the top of the other boy's. Kirishima-kun, don't believe him. I don't think your hair is ugly." "Kaken, that's really mean," he protested as he continued to try to fist bump Kirishima without success. "Okay, I don't believe you," Kirishima simply chuckled. "Midoriya would never say that." "Hey Midoriya, my man, if you can hear me, I know you don't think my hair is ugly," he reassured, speaking in a loud voice as if Izuku was standing at a great distance. "He's right beside you, a-hole," Katsuki pointed out with an eye roll. "You don't have to yell." "Ah, sorry, I couldn't tell," Kirishima said, looking around the hall as if he expected to find Izuku there any moment now. "It's okay, Kirishima-kun," Izuku said solemnly, bowing several times. "It's really weird, you know," Kirishima pointed out pensively, retrieving his arm from Katsuki's shoulders so that the two of them could walk better. "Knowing he's here, but not being able to see him. I hope they find the villain who did this soon." "Tell me about it," Katsuki mumbled. "You must be having a hard time putting up with Bakugo, buddy," Kirishima said, trying to look at Izuku as he spoke but ending up looking at the extreme opposite direction. "Stay strong. We're gonna help you through this." "Stop talking to the wall, dipshit, he's on your left," Katsuki scoffed. "Also, why does everyone keep saying he is the one having a hard time?" he protested angrily. "Because, as Denki says, you're a nasty explodaboy with the temper of a set-off feral cat and the manners of a needy puppy dog," Kirishima pointed out, successfully. Dodging out of the way of Katsuki's hands trying to strangle him for saying that. "Hey, I'm just quoting. It's just a quote. His words, not mine." "I'm sorry," he cried. I want to see him say that to my face. I'll kill him, Katsuki shouted loudly, his hands popping with tiny explosions. Okay, I'll have to go now, Bakugo, because if you don't murder me, Aizawa-sensei will, Kirishima said, clearly desperate to get away from that situation and taking several steps back, hands raised in a defensive gesture. Do you want me to tell him anything? Just say I went to the old woman for painkillers and that I'll be there for class tomorrow, Katsuki growled, even though he was still very angry. And don't tell anyone about the punching thing, he added seriously. I don't want anyone hearing about that. All right, Kirishima said, continuing to take several steps back away from Katsuki as one would do with a feral animal. Is it okay if I stop by your room later? To see how you're doing? He asked, his cheeks burning slightly at the request. Katsuki stared at him with suspicion. I mean, it's just you were talking about pain, and shared pain and stuff, and we still haven't properly talked about what happened because when we were getting there you started hugging Midoriya and stuff? It wasn't a hug, dumb face, Katsuki shouted in protest, angry, while Izuku blushed and shook his head frantically, even though Kirishima couldn't see him. Fine, yeah, sorry, you started not hugging him, anyway, I just wanted to talk? You know? See how you're holding up, he offered with a tentative smile and a shrug. Maybe without having a door slammed on my face this time? Katsuki rolled his eyes, annoyed. If he was honest, he didn't want to talk to anyone about what had happened, but at the same time, Kirishima was the only person so far who actually seemed more concerned for how he was holding up in this whole shitty situation, instead of asking about Deku all the time. He obviously cared about Deku too, but he was also the only one who could see how poorly Katsuki was dealing with everything. Whatever, shitty hair, Katsuki shrugged, not meeting Kirishima's eyes. See if I care. Kaken, Izuku reprehended. Fine, you can stop by or whatever, suit yourself, he corrected, telling himself that he was only doing this to make Deku get off his case, only that. No other reason behind it. Nope. But if I'm sleeping you better not wake me up, or you'll get something way worse than a door slammed on your face, he added with a scoff, just not to lose habit. Izuku sighed but didn't protest. Okay. Kirishima raised both hands in defeat, looking actually surprised and pleased that Katsuki had agreed to his request. I'll be on my way now, man. See you later? TCH, was Katsuki's only response. Shitty hair waved him goodbye, which he didn't return, since he had his hands shoved in his pockets, and disappeared at the end of the hallway, heading for class. Any desire Katsuki may have felt for going back to class died after the accidental shitshow he had pulled earlier. He hadn't meant to freak out so hard, and now that his theory was proven right, he had a hunch about why the freakout session had been so bad. So, he asked Deku as they walked on the opposite direction from Kirishima, heading for the exit of the building and to Recovery Girl's infirmary. Since when have you had this? This what, Kaken? Deku asked, sounding genuinely clueless. Katsuki scoffed. This panicking sheet. Anxiety, or whatever the hell you like to call it, he replied. I don't, Izuku frowned. I don't have anxiety, Kaken, he pointed out, sounding concerned. Yeah, right, Katsuki chuckled humorlessly. Look, shitty Deku, as much as I hate it, and as much as I hate to say it, we're gonna have to be honest with each other from now on. I'm not gonna feel like shit for a week because you're too much of a lil beach to tell me you're not feeling good. So you'd better go ahead right now and tell me everything that's bothering you and causing you pain so that I can ask for the old woman for a way to fix it and stop feeling like crap because of you, he instructed. Izuku was silent for a bit upon Katsuki's request, pensive. He only spoke up once they stepped out of the building and the warm sun connected with their skins, or rather, Katsuki's skin. The light just phased through Izuku's form, making him look more like a ghost than ever. I think my back is what's bothering the most, Izuku admitted, not quite looking at Katsuki's face as he spoke. Sleeping on the floor is terrible, and it hurts a lot because I'm not really used to it. I haven't been able to sleep much because of it, which is probably why you've been so tired too, he pointed out with an apologetic tone in his voice. I think that's it. I'll let you know if I think of anything else, he promised, finally meeting Katsuki's eyes. Yeah, you better do that, Katsuki scoffed. Otherwise, I'll kick your butt. Doesn't that mean you'll kick your own butt? Izuku asked with a tentative smile. Shut your smart mouth, Katsuki growled. In right, I'll kick my own, but if it means you'll get dragged down with me. You're so competitive, Kaken, Izuku chuckled. Hell yeah, Katsuki pointed Izuku with an evil smirk. That's why I'm gonna surpass you and become number one while you're sorry but struggles to be at least recognized by the media. We'll see about that, Izuku replied with a determined look. I'll remind you you said this when I become number one. Keep dreaming, Deku, Katsuki chuckled. Keep dreaming. Here's another rule for your shitty notebook, nerd, Katsuki said. You paying attention? Always, Izuku said without thinking. But you don't have to say it, Kaken, I think you made it pretty clear. Shut up. It's my turn to talk, Katsuki interrupted, pointing at the pile of pillows carefully placed in the middle of his bed. Since the old woman said you need to sleep on an actual bed so that none of us gets FING back pains like a pair of old butt losers, I am mercifully allowing you to sleep on my bed, since I know it's FNG amazing, he announced. Wow, Izuku said in a deadpan, unimpressed. Thanks, Kaken, he added sarcastically. You keep that FING attitude up and I'll shove your bony butt back into that floor, no matter how bad it hurts my back, Katsuki threatened. He picked up 2 of the pills that Recovery Girl had given him and dry swallowed them. They were supposed to help with the pain and relax his muscles, with the possible side effect of making him groggy and sleepy. Fine, go on, Izuku chuckled, rolling his eyes. What's the rule? The rule is that you don't FING cross the pillow fort, Katsuki said, continuing to point at the pile of pillows. You cross the pillow fort limit, I blow your soul up so hard you'll end up back inside your body. You touch me while I sleep, I blow your soul up so hard the pieces won't be able to find your body. You stare at me while I sleep or as much as breathe next to me, well, I guess you already know what happens. You blow me up in some gruesome, graphic way, Izuku sighed tiredly. And right I do, Katsuki said, plopping down on his side of the bed and lying down with his legs crossed. He placed his hands beneath his head and stared up at the ceiling. That side is yours. This side is mine. Don't even dream about sleeping on my side, or I'll blow you up. We clear? Yes, Kaken, Izuku said, removing his ridiculous red shoes and laying down on the bed next to Kaken. The pillow fort the boy had built contained so many pillows and was so tall that Izuku couldn't see his face unless he sat or stood up. For some reason, Izuku felt more comfortable that way. It was probably the closest thing to privacy they could get, after closed doors in a close range. Izuku sighed in relief. Kaken's bed really was amazing. He had only lied down on it for a few moments, but his back already felt way greater. He ended up relaxing, staring up at the ceiling and allowing his thoughts to wander. The room was silent and there were birds chirping outside, but the noise was pleasant. The light from the late morning was entering Kaken's room through thin streaks that managed to bypass the closed curtains. It felt like an eternity before Izuku broke the peace in the room. So, we're going to take a nap now? He asked quietly. Katsuki sighed. I was almost managing to get one, but you had to interrupt me, didn't you? He growled. Yes, we are getting a nap. The pills Recovery Girl gave me made me effin' sleepy, and I won't be able to do much myself until your crappy back gets better. Huh? Izuku mumbled with curiosity. Huh, what? What is it? Katsuki growled again, sounding exponentially annoyed. You didn't call her old woman this time, Izuku commented absent-mindedly. From his isolated side of the bed, he couldn't see Katsuki's reaction. That's because she gave me good pills that make my back stop FNG hurting, something you're failing to do, Katsuki replied bitterly. Just shut the hell up and go to sleep. I need your back to get better so that mine can get better, so start working on that and count sheep or some sheet. But it feels wrong, you know? It's not even lunchtime yet, and we're just sleeping. I sure as F am not sleeping right now. Who's to blame for that, huh? Sorry. I just can't help thinking about some stuff. Then think in silence. I'm trying to take a FNG nap so I can stop walking around like a pathetic slug. The pause. Why do you think I'm wearing these clothes? Deku, I swear to thank God. No, I mean it. I should be in a hospital gown, right? Or at least in my hero costume. It makes no sense that I'm wearing these regular clothes when I wasn't anywhere near them at the time Well, silence. Yeah. That's really weird. I was thinking that maybe it has to do with emotional attachment, because my mom gave me the shirt and All Might gave me these pants and, well, I don't have to say anything about the shoes, do I? What about the shoes? Silence. You're a piece of shit. What? Why? You already started talking, so tell what the F it is about the demon shoes or leave me the F alone already. You don't remember? Do I sound like I effing you remember? You gave them to me. Your mom gave them to me when she came over to talk to my mom. She said you had bought them to me. As a late birthday gift. They're just like the ones I used to wear when we were kids, but I outgrew them and mom couldn't really afford new ones. Silence. That's lame. I don't remember that. Clearly. Don't get effing sassy with me. Sorry. But yeah, I still don't know why I'm wearing these clothes. It doesn't really matter, does it? Better than having you walk around naked, I suppose. Still, I found it a bit curious. There are lots of curious things about this whole shit show, Deku. I don't think your FING clothes are the creepiest part. You're right, I guess. I'm always FNG right. Silence. Silence. More silence. Why are you emotionally attached to the shoes? Huh. You said you think you're wearing these clothes because of emotional attachment. Then why the F are you attached to the shoes? The pause. Because Kakin gave them to me. A scoff. That wasn't me, a-hole. That was my mom. Are you saying you're emotionally attached to my mom? But she said it had been you. I believed her. Why the F would you believe her? That was clearly a lie, Deku. Why the hell would I bother giving you a birthday gift, let alone a pair of expensive shoes? I could barely tolerate you. I don't know. Another scoff. I guess I wanted to believe it? That's pathetic. Yeah. I know. Silence. I suppose it was considerate of her, though, to get me a birthday gift. It was ridiculous. It was nice. I like them. Clearly. You never wear anything else. Because they're great. They're comfortable and they look good. I bet they smell. They don't smell. They can't not smell. You wear them all the time. Of course they smell. They don't smell. Stop saying that. Smelly feet. I think the pills recovery girl gave you are turning your brains into mush. Then they're turning your brains into mush too. We're in this sheet together. Yeah. I do feel kind of tipsy. You're pathetic. Stop saying that. It's rude. It's the truth. I may have been pathetic once, but I'm not anymore. I'm getting stronger. Not with those smelly feet, you aren't. Stop saying my feet are smelly. You haven't even smelt them. I'll be dead if I plan to. Then stop. Make me. God, those must be some really good drags. If they were good, I'd be asleep by now, instead of listening to your crap. Sorry. I'll let you sleep now. Finally. Silence. 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 I think it's nice when you're nice to people. I swear to God, I am going to murder the hell out of you. I think you hurt Kirishima-kun's feelings today, even if he played it off. I think the things you told him hurt him, even though you were just trying to provoke him. I don't remember asking for your FNG opinion. He cares about you. He's your friend. Here comes the FING friendship expert again. You'd better shut the hell up before you regret it. I'm just saying it because I know you care for him too. You should probably apologize. Like hell. Honestly, heart to heart is over. Mind your DMN business and go the hell to sleep. Or don't. Just stop talking and leave me the hell alone. Why do you find it so hard to just be nice? I know you can be. Silence. You used to be. What, when we were 4? More silence. I want to help you, Kakin. Who says I need your shitty help, a-hole? Not needing help doesn't mean you can't get it anyway. Let me know how much this unwanted little therapy session will cost me when you're done. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Just apologize to Kirishima-kun. It will be good for him. And for you too. Apologize for what? I didn't do anything wrong. You said mean things about him not being your friend. I could tell how much it hurt him. He's tough. His power is literally to resist things. I don't need to apologize for shit. He knows how I am and he's willing to take it. But why should he? Why can't you just be nice? Because I'm not FNG nice. I'm strong and I'm tough and I'm FNG awesome, but I ain't nice. And I'm not gonna be just because your touchy feelings get upset every time I yell at you. Don't like it, go haunt someone else. Otherwise, deal with it. Silence. Okay. Good. Now shut the hell up before I rip your tongue off. Good night, Kaken. It's not even noon yet, dipshit. Sleep well then. Titi. From Bakugo. Listen. Hold. From Bakugo. I was just trying to rile you up. From Bakugo. So that you'd punch me in the face. From Bakugo. No need to get all touchy-feely about the shit, okay? From Bakugo. You're my friend and all that cheesy crap you like to say. From Bakugo. I was just provoking you, so don't read too much into it. From Shitty Hair. From Shitty Hair. Nanny? From Shitty Hair. Wait, did Midoriya tell you to apologize? From Shitty Hair. Is that what this is about? From Shitty Hair. Because that's really sweet, bro. From Bakugo. You're so embarrassing. From Shitty Hair. Are you growing? From Shitty Hair. Like a blooming Baku flower. From Bakugo. I'll murder you and your entire family. From Shitty Hair. Whoop, there he is. From Bakugo. Don't know why I even bothered. From Bakugo. From Shitty Hair. Bro, we talked about just saying bye. From Shitty Hair. I never know if it's passive-aggressive or not. From Shitty Hair. Are you actually leaving? From Shitty Hair. Bakugo? From Bakugo. Stop calling me that. From Shitty Hair. Ah, so you weren't leaving? From Shitty Hair. See, I can never tell. From Bakugo. I was leaving, your stupidity made me come back. From Shitty Hair. From Shitty Hair. But really. From Shitty Hair. Thanks for apologizing? From Shitty Hair. It means a lot. From Shitty Hair. You're the best, bro. From Bakugo. Already know that. From Shitty Hair. Tell Midori we miss him. From Bakugo. Tell him yourself. From Bakugo. From Shitty Hair. Are you leaving for real now? From Shitty Hair. From Shitty Hair. Bakugo? From Shitty Hair. From Shitty Hair. Well, at least you're polite enough to say, bye, I guess. From Shitty Hair. I'll stop by later. Katsuki put his phone away and went to sleep, the painkillers preventing him from dwelling too much on what had happened throughout that day and why there was a tight feeling inside his chest that didn't seem to be just a mirror of Deku's feelings.